All right. I'll go ahead and call this nonprofit allocation panel meeting to order November 17th, 8:30 a.m. Mr. Bryan, will you do the invocation for us?
Sure, glad to. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we come to you in Jesus' name. We thank you for your plans and the way that you orchestrate things, and we just, Lord, we want to honor you and want to glorify you, and we want to be able to do the business of the county in a respectful way and an honoring way to you. So we just thank you for the members that are here and what will be talked about today, and we bless all of these organizations that will come and present to us, and we just thank you for them and the way that they serve our county. So we just thank you, Lord, for this opportunity to be able to be here together and do this. So in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Before the approval of the agenda, there's under the report of the committee chair, we'll add item A for the Sumner County Special Olympics. They sent in their information last week, so they missed the deadline. We can talk through that, but just wanted to note under report of the chair, Sumner County Special Olympics. With that added on, is there a motion for approval of the agenda?
One note,
Mm-hmm.
Can we get the members to swap
Yeah.
out?
Yeah. For the members, we've got Jerry Becker, Dylan Lamberth, Deanne DeWitt, Jill Rather, Mike Bryan, and Mr. Hine may or may not show up, but we do have a quorum with them, but appreciate that. Is there a motion for approval of the agenda?
So moved.
Motion and second. Any questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Show that's unanimous. Recognition of the public. No one signed up. We'll have speakers throughout the meeting. Approval of minutes from November 18th, 2024.
So moved.
There's a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
For those that weren't here, you can just
Abstain.
yeah, we can abstain. Were you here last year too?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Yeah.
so all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstain?
Me.
Okay, we got 2 abstentions, so that's approved. All right, so we need a election of the chairman. Are there any nominees?
Nominate Mr. Becker, Commissioner Becker.
I'll second that.
Okay, any other nominations? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So that's unanimous. Election of the vice chair. I'd like to nominate Mr. Lamberth. Any other nominations? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So that's unanimous. All right, so before we get into we got the Special Olympics already here, but just wanted to run down. I know we got some new faces. We've got some faces that have returned. Deanne actually began this whole process back whatever year that was, but when she was
20-ish, maybe,
Yeah.
19 or 20.
when she was on the commission.
2019. 2019. Yeah, sorry, I knew what thank you for
Yeah.
reading my mind. I knew what I meant.
But so this is great. So it's really, before Deanne created the process, it was, I don't know, we were sort of just winging it and trying to figure out, what to give everybody, but not really have a broader view of, it wasn't organized. And so anyway, long story short, we have $105,000 that the full commission has allocated for the nonprofits that we'll be listening to and hearing from today. That $105,000 is the max. We don't have to allocate the entire amount, but we can allocate up to the 105. And then the next steps after that, this committee is an ad hoc subcommittee of the budget committee. So whatever we approve at the end of today will go to budget committee. They will approve it or whatever, and then pass it on to the full commission for then full approval. Right?
Do you know what date that budget committee meeting is? Is it this month or next month?
It'll be next month.
It'll be next month. We've got full commission tonight, so it'll be in the December cycle.
Yes.
I did know that, by the way. It's a long day.
It is a long day.
Tell me about it.
You think our day is long,
I told my daughter this morning, I said, I won't see you till tomorrow.
Oh.
Have a good night.
and my voice is already
Yeah.
Yeah.
going out, so it's gonna be a long day, so.
Is that a college football?
I don't know.
Shh, wanna talk
I didn't have
about
to, I didn't have to cheer too hard this weekend, but it was an easy win.
Do you, the allocation is about $10,000 less than last year, is that right? So the last
Okay,
year-
so what happened last year, Jessica provided this little sheet. The Meals on Wheels, the $10,000 that's listed for last year was an add-on a little bit later. So
Okay.
this committee was at 105.
Got
And
it.
then that 10,000, it came through later, I think on the full commission floor. In anyway, a different path,
Because of
so.
the dues or something like that.
Yeah, there was something. It was something along the lines of it was in the other standard type of budget, Jessica, and then it got moved over to this budget, so
Yeah,
but regardless, even though this does say 115 from apples to apples, it was 105 coming out of last year.
And was there any discussion for potentially increasing it, given the hardships that
Nah,
our
yeah.
community is facing?
they did not.
Yeah, this the budget cycle was back in,
Yeah.
April, May timeframe.
June. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, approved in June. So if you look at from last year's, the only ones that did not apply this year, Cumberland Crisis Pregnancy Center, Jessica reached out to them. They purposely chose not to, or intentionally chose not to apply this year. Meals on Wheels we already talked about. So those are the only two that didn't apply. And then the Jason Foundation at the top row is the only new organization that has applied for this year. As in addition to, which we added to the agenda, the Sumner County Special Olympics. I think Jessica gave out the one pager. We'll hear from them first. But, so their request on the back of the page is for $800, and we'll learn about that here in a second. But, so what we'll do, if you look at the agenda, everyone is on, it's starting at 9, with the Gallatin Child Care Center. So every 15 minutes, we've got, someone coming in. And then we'll break for lunch, and then we'll wrap up somewhere around 2:30 with the presentations. And then however long it takes for us to get to a decision what we want to pass on. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any questions?
Can I ask a couple questions about what's recent allocations, just as a level set
Yeah.
before we get started?
Yeah, go ahead.
So the Meals on Wheels, they were late add last year, but then they didn't want to submit this year also?
I
or-
believe that we funded them during the budget cycle,
That's
but
what I
I'm
thought,
gonna
yeah.
have to go back and look.
Yeah,
I'm having
okay.
IT come down here. My computer's not connecting.
Oh,
so.
that's lovely. But they didn't, did we reach out to them too this year? to
Well,
see if they
I
wanted
believe
to?
they did during the regular budget cycle, but I have to look.
Okay.
But I would have reached out to them if
Yeah.
they had not have yet.
So they just kind of flaked or whatever.
No, they're.
Well, no, they may have
We
thought
moved
that.
them to a different budget category.
Yeah.
Outside
So
of
they're
this
not
budget.
through this.
So basically, like
Oh, I
all
see
of
what
the
you're saying.
nonprofits apply that are civic organizations, like the volunteer fire departments and all of
Right.
those during the regular budget cycle. The
It got
budget
rid of
committee
it.
approves, you know, like a
Yes.
certain amount for
Yeah, we have
this, and then you guys determine how to allocate it. Yeah, that's how it
Yes,
goes.
got it.
So.
Okay, so they're in their own.
I
That
just
makes
have to
more sense.
refresh your memory just a little
Yeah,
bit.
I know, thank you. And there were a couple that just seemed like like the Gallatin Senior Center, they had a big jump down last year.
Yes.
Is there history there that I guess we can talk about that with them when they're here.
Yeah. The thought process consensus wise was the amount of activities and events that they put on in regards in relation to what some of the other senior citizens
Yeah.
do was substantially different.
Right,
And
okay.
so that was the reason. I forget what they asked for last year, but we
14.
we
They
bumped
asked for 14.
14. So yeah,
Yeah.
we took them to 5.
Got it. So that's where they're asked to come back to 14.
It was programs and amount of people that were coming through.
Yeah, that's what I was
in
wondering on all those
comparison
senior centers,
to
just
the others.
comparing the
Yeah.
numbers served. The Gallatin Child Care Center is a somewhat similar situation. They went from 75 down to 1,000 last year.
I don't know why that.
That one probably surprised me
What
the
was it?
most when I looked
Which
at
one?
that.
Gallatin Child Care.
One of them explained it in their application, and I can't remember who it was.
I can't remember that. I really forgot.
I know, again, we can cover it when we get to that.
Did we, let's see.
Oh, I think I just inferred that it was for their playground because their playground needs to be replaced
Mm.
this year for $150,000. I just inferred that from the letter.
Does the application still have a minimum, or maximum
Yes,
allowed increase, like a
$2,500 first and then 2,500,
each year?
yeah,
as a
increase.
potential
Yeah.
increase?
Mhm.
And those are,
And
They
some
cap,
overlap that
don't
yeah, I mean, those are
recommendation.
the recommendations. We could choose to,
That's what we did with DCO a couple years
to
ago.
adjust it, yeah.
Sumner Spay Neuter Alliance is one that obviously kind of jumps out too. It went, it was tracking along and then it had a big jump last year.
That was because I believe they had some type
A
of.
partnership.
Yeah,
with
they had
the,
something.
Like a match.
Can't remember.
No, partnership with the sheriff's office, what's that thing called?
Yeah.
Not Humane Society,
Animal control?
Yes.
that, thank you.
Yes.
This is not empty yet. Once I get this empty. Yeah, animal control, we had kind of promised that if we would
Yeah.
help out with that.
Makes sense to you. You would have thought they'd stay, kept paying attention to all these things.
Listen,
Okay.
I don't know how you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Probably, but. We can wait. I don't know how many others.
So as we go through this, by the way, I guess we'll be operating under essentially suspended type of rules where we can, typically you would have to wait for the chairman to call it, but during as we're already doing, during the meeting, feel free to ask the folks that are here talking about their organizations, whatever questions you want. Now, we do have, I am gonna keep us on the 15 minutes, so, but whatever questions you would like to ask, feel free to do so during your time slots. Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and start Sumner County Special Olympics. How are you doing, ma'am?
I'm good, how are you?
Doing wonderful. If you'd like to join us in the hot seat.
Yo, am I gonna get the hot seat?
Yes, ma'am. Right at the end of the table.
Oh, good.
So you probably were listening to us, so you understand how this is going to operate. But why don't you introduce yourself, introduce the organization that you're here with, and then tell us about the request for funding and what it would be used for, and whatever else you'd like to share.
My name's Kim Watford. I am the area director for Sumner and Macon County Special Olympics. I do work under the guidance of our state office in Nashville. In the state of Tennessee, we have 36 areas that are actively involved with an accredited Special Olympic program. We are completely nonprofit. That means every coach, every event coordinator, myself, it is all volunteer. We are not paid one dime to do what we do. So we go out and actively, obviously, I did not know about this, by the way. It was Terry Boyd came to our spring games last year, and another county commissioner came. And by the way, just let you know, we had a sitting U.S. Senator show up. Marsha Blackburn showed up. No matter your political whatever, just having her show up was such an honor for us. She put ribbons on kids' necks. It was great. So we were very grateful with that. We had Dr. Langford was there, Paige Brown was there, Mayor Brown. It's just a great event. So what happened last year was every year our spring games, it encompasses about 400 participants between our 5 to 7 year old young athletes programs, And Special Olympics, most of you are probably familiar with it. You've been involved, whether you know somebody or you came up through a school system where you volunteered as a peer buddy. But we are a sports organization. We bring special needs kids together in the unity of sports. Right now, I have 13 sports that we participate in, local, regional, state, and we are now taking 2 of our athletes to USA Games in Minneapolis next June. So they will be representing the state of Tennessee in unified bowling and unified bocce ball. What happened last year was Station Camp and Hendersonville High School both went under they got a new track. So Station Camp is like the perfect place for us to host this event, and they've done it every year. The principal there is amazing. But when it went down and we couldn't use it, we ended up with an issue. We wanted Hendersonville High School. It underwent construction, so we were looking at Portland High School, and then of course White House came up. The final decision was made by Dr. Langford, and that was, we're going to White House. Well, I didn't know the area real well, and when we went there to look at the facility, I didn't realize the high school was offset from, or the football field was offset from the high school. If you've ever been there, it sits kind of in Robertson County, I think. It splits, or there's some deal with that. But it's not in real good shape. And one of the things that the head football coach told us was, the bathrooms sometimes don't work. And I'm like, what? They go, well, it's an old facility, and sometimes they have to come in and they have to work on them. And I'm like, yeah, 400 kids, special needs kids, you have to have bathroom facilities working to include a handicap.
Yeah.
So my management team, we agreed that we would go ahead and bring in the porta potties. So we hope we didn't need them, but if we did, they were there and we could accommodate all of our kids. And that's what we did, and that's what ended up happening. And when Terry was there, we were talking about the situation, and she said, well, we do have this nonprofit. And I said, well, I didn't know about it. So I do apologize for the late entrance, and I thank you for accepting it and allowing me to be here today to talk about it. There are a lot of things that we have on our agenda to do, mainly on a local level, and that is to bring on more opportunities for our school-age kids, our special needs, through our CDC programs. I will be talking to Dr. Langford. I work real close with Julie Daniels and Shelley Venegas, who is a special education coordinator, and they are all on board. How do we get these younger kids involved, and how do we bring them up into the program so once they transition out of school, and how do we keep them going? How do we keep them involved instead of them sitting on a couch, unfortunately, and with a remote? So that's our goal, is to keep them active, keep them involved, and one of the ways we do that, of course, is through our funding and being able to bring these opportunities to them. One of the things that we are talking now is we want to bring the mini javelin into our high school to allow them to compete at spring games with the mini javelin. But they don't have mini javelins. So my goal is to be able to purchase those mini javelins for the high schools that wish to participate, and then take them, and they will keep those with the CDC program. It will not be available to all the school, just our kids. Takes money. And then the funding, we fund all of the ribbons that are given out. We pay the bowling alley every year. We just finished on Thursday and Friday. We did our 2-day bowling event. That runs us about a little over $1,500 for all of our bowlers, and we provide that. Different things that we do, we have to pay for storage units, and right now the Gap is holding on to our cauldron. It's a huge cauldron that the state gave us, and if you've ever been to a spring games, if you haven't, I'm going to just say I would encourage you to come. You will leave inspired. And but our law enforcement, we have amazing law enforcement people. and they do a law enforcement torch run, where they run in, they run the torch from Northfield Church all the way around to Station Camp. They come in, they grab one of our athletes, they run it to the cauldron, they light the cauldron, which opens our ceremony. We are an Olympic style organization, you know, it's first, second, third, fourth, you know, it is, I am just proud and honored to be a part of it. Do you have any questions?
And I appreciate all that information. Thanks for what you do. How long have you been with the Special Olympics?
I have a daughter who's special needs.
Mhm.
She's 38, and she has been competing since she was 8.
Oh,
So
wow.
we came from 2 programs in Georgia, moved up here, and got involved, and I was asked to take over as area director in 2019.
Okay.
Do you live in Sumner County or do you live in Brentwood too? I noticed the address.
Okay, I do have to explain that, because I wasn't sure what address to put. We don't have a local, I use my home address, but that address is for our state. So if any funds do become available, they need to be sent to me, because then I actually can deposit those into our Area 21. If it goes to the state, not that they would know, but they might keep the funds, and then I have to go and go, hey, that's our money, can you give it back?
So Area
But-
21 is Sumner County?
Yes, yeah, Sumner Macon. We're trying to get Macon County up and going, so we're working
And
on
so
it.
the $800 request is I'll say reimbursement, if you will, for
Yes.
the porta potties.
And I did bring the receipts, I didn't know if you needed them.
Mhm.
And then we are tax exempt, obviously. I brought the EIN number, I brought a W-9. I never know what some people want, so I just bring everything and say, well, if you need it, we've got it, so.
I know there's a larger packet that everyone typically fills out. Jessica, can you speak to what?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask. The application that Terry sent you, on that very front page, it'll tell you everything that needs to be provided, and it's some of those things you already mentioned. Could you just look at that, maybe send it to me?
Yes, can I just give it to you?
You-
You want me to email it to you?
Yes, if you
Okay.
don't mind. Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Along
welcome.
with probably the address that a check would need to go
Yeah.
to.
Yes,
Oh, yeah, that
okay.
would need to be provided as
Yeah,
well,
'cause
yeah.
if not, it'll go.
It should
to-
be
It'll go
on
to
your
this one.
W-9, is that
Okay.
address?
No, the W-9
Okay.
is everything that we get, it comes through our Nashville office. Because they're the ones that get provided all the nonprofit
They're the
information.
they're the
yeah.
tax exempt.
And we
organization.
fall under that umbrella, kind of, yeah.
Okay.
So that's
yeah,
the Brentwood
Yeah, just
address.
provide that
All
then,
right,
yeah.
thank you.
So that's the Brentwood address. I mean, we do have
Yes,
to.
yes, they
make
just
contribution.
moved in, they moved from Nashville into Brentwood, so that is our main office, so I'll get you my address.
I'm from Macon County, so get that up and running.
They are, I am getting some teachers that are excited. They came to our day bowling. The middle school did. We're still working on the high school. But they absolutely had the best time. They walked up to us and they said, we had no idea. And I
Yeah.
said, we're just happy that you're here. So.
I have a child with special needs, so that'd be
What
amazing.
school?
She is not in school yet.
Okay.
She is 6, almost, so she will start kindergarten next year. But I always look for extra things for her to do.
So through the elementary school, we have the Young Athletes Program. So they have to be to actually compete in the competition.
Okay.
So we create an area for all of our young kids, and they come in and they can kick balls and throw balls and play, and the ROTC is great from Station Camp High School. Those kids get out there with them and they play with them, and they have their own little area, because it's really hard for the elementary teachers who have this separation. And they're like, what do we do with these kids? You know, we can bring our eight-year-olds, but then what do we do with these?
Yeah.
And so a couple years ago, we made the decision that we're going to include them. And the state does run a young athletes program. So we kind of created our own to kind of give them something to do. And, you know, hopefully they look forward to the day that they
Yeah.
can come and run and jump and throw.
Oh, yeah.
As the son of a 30-plus year special education teacher, I just want to say thank you for all you do. And
Yeah.
You're very
I've been to the
welcome.
game
Thank you.
several times, and there, when you said leave inspired, you also should take a box of Kleenexes, because you'll not only leave inspired, but also it's special to see, and it warms
So
your
I'll share
heart
a
that
story.
many people care about you.
Yes.
It's amazing the people that come for the first time, and they'll walk up to me and they go, I had no idea.
Yeah.
I had no idea what you were doing here. our president, who I absolutely love, Adam, he was driving down the road, this happened last year at our spring games, and I don't know how many of y'all listen to the national sports station, it's The Fan, something 107 or 104, The Fan. And anyway, he's driving down the road, and this man calls in, and he said, they were talking about the Titans and all this stuff, and he goes, well, I have another story I want to tell you, and they're like, oh, okay. And he goes, I attended an event at White House, and he said, I have a son that has special needs, and I was there watching him compete. And he said, I just wanted to share with you what true sportsmanship is all about. And he said, they started this little running race. He said the one little kid fell down. The kid that was next to him stopped, looked over, kid's on the ground. He runs over to him, helps him up, and runs across the finish line together with him. It wasn't that he would have won, but he wanted to help this kid get across the finish line. He goes, that's what we're about. That's what we should all strive to do. What's the kind of people we should be. And so I didn't hear it, but my president sent me an email, and he goes, you just had to hear this. And sometimes we forget we're making a difference, you know, and it just does your heart good.
Yeah.
Are you back at station camp? this
I'm sorry,
spring?
what?
Back at station camp this
Yes,
spring?
yes,
Yeah.
we are. We're looking forward to being on that new track. If you saw the one at White House, it was like this big, and we could maybe run 3 kids on it. We were worried because it wasn't the safest, you know,
Yeah.
asphalt or whatever. But this year we'll be able to, yeah, they're gonna have their own little lanes, and it'll be so much
And they'll
better.
have bathrooms.
Really nice bathroom. You know, it's the little things in life, right?
Yeah.
You know, making sure that, because we have nurses that are there and kids that show up that need, they have feeding tubes. You know, some of them, we have to have a place for them a changing table. Things that you don't realize are taking place behind the scenes. Yeah, and Station Camp's awesome. Their Touchdown Club there opens that concession stand, runs it for us, and then provides half of what they make, they give back to Special Olympics, which is a blessing, let me tell you. We just are thankful for any funds that we get. For those of you that don't know, we did Battle of the Badges this year at Liberty Creek High School, and love Dr. Holt. And we had 8 departments show up and compete. All of our local, Gallatin Fire, Gallatin Police, Sumner County Sheriffs, Tennessee Highway Patrol, Sumner DA's office, Portland I know. Yeah, so yeah, we said that too. They actually showed up and did pretty good. They got beat the first 2 games it was out, but
That's awesome.
it was wonderful. Portland PD and Goodlettsville PD all showed up, and it was a double elimination all-day basketball tournament, and we raised about $8,500. So,
Wow.
you know, that's, you know, it's a lot of work, but you know, we're trying to get people there, and to watch these players. They were amazing. The TSSAA, I have 12 refs show up because they want to be there. They want to ref, and I always give them a hard time. Like, yeah, y'all just want to call down a bunch of cops. But no, they loved it. And any time that we reach out to our local law enforcement or firefighters, what can we do for you? How can we help you? And so that does a heart good. It really does.
Okay. All right, any other questions for Ms. Watford?
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you so much.
You're
So,
very
yeah,
welcome.
so-
Thank you.
Yeah, well, you may have heard what I described earlier. We're a subcommittee of our budget committee, so at the end of the day, we'll make a proposal to the budget committee, and then from there to the full commission. So a final decision will be made like December the
I think it's early in
18th,
December.
17th, whatever that Monday is.
Yeah.
And then we'll hear after that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll reach out and let you
Yeah.
know.
Okay, because I'll.
Yeah,
which-
we do need all the
The-
documentation.
The form, yeah, whatever you need, and
Yeah,
my
so,
address.
just, if you have any trouble
15,
locating
yeah.
that first page, you can just let me know, and I'll be happy to send it to you.
Okay.
That's
Yeah.
got all the information that you have to provide on there, okay?
Okay,
All
I
right.
can do that.
Thanks.
Thank
Appreciate
you
it.
so much.
Thank you.
Just FYI, because y'all asked earlier, Meals on Wheels is funded for this fiscal year at $10,000, so
Yes,
that is why they did not apply during the cycle.
appreciate it. All right. Also, restrooms are just right out here if you need them, if you need to jump out. Okay, we'll go ahead and go with the Gallatin Child Care Center. They're here.
Wow.
How are y'all doing today?
I'm doing good.
Great.
I'm Glenda Abel, and this is one of our board members, Jeff Hill.
Okay.
Good morning.
So just tell us about all the good things you are doing these days, and then go into the requests that you're making and how that money would get used, et cetera. So,
Okay.
floor is yours.
Floor is mine. Jeff Hill is one of our board members, and when he came on, one of the things that we desperately need at our daycare center is we needed work on our playground. We've got pea gravel and then a structure that's been on there since we opened the center in '94. So he and his associates through the Sumner Realtors sent out 1,200 brochures, and I have some I would love to share with y'all today, if you would like them. But what we are requesting the money for here is to, for our playground that we're working on. And we have just, the steps are rusted, the boats are rusted, and the pea gravel's gotta come off our playground. We are a nonprofit daycare that opened in 2006, and I think this makes my 19th year, thank you, sir, 19th year of being at this site, and then I worked at another daycare center for 15 years before this, but we're a nonprofit daycare. We're licensed for 58. We serve breakfast, lunch, and snack for our kiddos. We're open 52 weeks out of the year. We do close between Christmas and Christmas and New Year's to give our teachers time to be with their families and enjoy, to reset and get ready for the new year. We have, the state comes in 4 times a year, and they do this assessment with us, and we usually get between a 94, 95, and 100 on our assessment. We have a food program. It's just like the school program, so they come in and do their audits every 3 years. Our audits are always good with the USDA food program. Our children's, the parents pay according to their income and their family size, so we are among the lowest in Gallatin, possibly the lowest one that we charge our parents, because it's based on their family size and income. And our parents, they can't afford the higher cost of daycare, so what we want to do is provide that, and then let the kids have a safe playground to play on, so we don't have a lot of injuries over there. So we have a pre-K program that when our kids start in, we have, we got a grant for, it's called Brigant, so we can do these developmental tests on our children every 6 months, and wherever their help is needed, then we can work with them. So when they start to kindergarten, they're on target. And the success stories that we have is we've had children who've come to our daycare, and when they grow up and have kids of their own, they bring their kids back. Some of those kids have come to work with us. I think this is my 34th year in Gallatin, so now I'm seeing children of the children that I used to having care there. Now they're growing up and having families of their own, so it means the world to me that they love the center enough that they bring their own kids back for us to do childcare with. So we rock and roll every single day of the year. We are supported by the community. With that, I say a lot of ours is in-kind donations from different people, and if they're cleaning out their children's closet for clothes, they'll bring them, or if they're cleaning out for toys, they bring them, and we try to provide birthday presents for our kids during the year. Jeff is really great about helping us with diapers and wet wipes, so it's just we have learned that the entire community just takes everyone with agencies that are nonprofit, whereas if I can help you with what I can help you with, I will do that. And then what you have that's abundant for you, that you can help us with it. But at the end of the day, we want to protect our kids and give them their preschool program so they can start school, that we hope and pray that by the time they grow up and choose their career, that when they have their family, that they can come back and give to our community, and it just keeps on rolling for the future. So I am opened up for any questions whatsoever. This playground has been a dream of mine since we started the daycare. We started when it was just grass and the structure, and I was very happy that we have the structure. And then through the years, we have placed with the donation from the Predators, we've placed a sidewalk around the area and been able to cover it with some safety surfacing. But that pea gravel, the state is saying, is just gonna have to come out. That is our lowest mark on our, when the state comes to do our assessment, that is our lower mark, and we have to keep 6 inches of pea gravel. So my teachers are out there trying to watch the kids, and we rake the pea gravel just about 3 times a day. So if we can get this pour and play, like the Miracle Park on our playground, then that issue will be eliminated, and my kids and my teachers can fall and roll and nobody's gonna get hurt. So as the older I get, it becomes more and more important to me as well.
How many children, I'm sure
That's
it
what
may
I was
be
about to
some,
ask.
how many,
We're licensed for 58. We keep a waiting list all the time. At this present point, we're down in numbers because of the presidents took like $48 million out of the CCDBG grant. And with that, it affected the daycare vouchers, and a lot of my parents use those vouchers. So when they went up to get their voucher, if they were not working 30 hours with the 8 weeks of proof of that, then their certificate got terminated. So they're having to work 8 weeks for 30 hours before they can get back on.
How many people do you have on staff there? Because I was looking at the salaries, and that's a big chunk of the expenses.
It is. We have 12 staff, and we have to have, well, we don't have to, but we choose to have 2 teachers in every classroom. And the reason we do that is because most daycares do try to have 2, just simply that if one's changing diapers and working with the child, the other children are still being supervised. So if I didn't have to pay salaries, we would have some money, but that was it.
Yeah.
But
so there's 8 full-time, 4 part-time, is that right?
that is correct. And we are comfortable with our rates with other centers, but other centers do pay more. They do have more benefits than we do, so we sometimes lose teachers because of that. So if we're not comfortable to what other centers are paying, then we're not going to get the top quality of teachers that I need there for our kids.
What kind of requirements do you have for your teachers?
Our teachers, they must have had their high school diploma or GED, and then the state requires them to do 24 hours the first year of training, 12 hours after that of training, and they have to be CPR and first aid certified. And then along the years, as we go by, if the state comes up with additional training in areas of like autism or something like that, then that's just an added training that we have. So we've had teachers before this had their bachelor's degree, those that have finished college and worked with us and then went on to teach. And I think 2 of our teachers have been Teachers of the Year, and so that makes me very proud that I hope that we were just a portion, a part of their success, that we helped them to where they could finish their college out and go on to become a teacher.
So it looks like,
Your staffing is, a lot of that's regulated, right? In terms of, the age group and how
It
many
is.
staff you have per.
It is. We
Children.
have so many square feet per child. And so years ago, we were like 6 weeks to 12 years, but the ratios for a baby now is 1 to 4. So we had to change our ratio and just start taking children from 12 months. So they can start at 12 months and they can stay with us until the Friday before they start school in kindergarten full time. So we've got one now that if I give her a name tag, she could teach the place down there. So, but she will be starting school next year. So our parents know when they get their kids in that they want to do everything they can possible to keep them there, because we do so much. If I have a child in need or a family that moves out of one of the public housing buildings and they go to their own apartment or own house, that we try to help them with furniture. And we're always helping kids with clothes and shoes and coats and stuff like that. But sometimes it's just they might need help with the daycare payment because they blew a tire on their car or had car trouble. They just don't have the money to pay for it. So just the children need to be there. It is their home. It is their peers that they play with, that they're learning with, and I'm going to do everything I can to keep them there at the daycare and it not be such a hardship. The last month, we've been doing a lot with trying to provide food boxes and stuff like that with their parents that their SNAP benefits have been affected. But at the end of the day, you know, when I go home, I gotta know that I have done everything I can for the families there and the children's there, that they're not left with a need.
On the salaries, it looks like the salary line item drops about 11,000, but then you add the admin assistant, increased it to 42,000. So did you get rid of like a teacher or something?
We do. We do. Our teachers, like some of them have been there 8 years, some of them have been there 3 years or 4 years. I have one that's moved out because her husband was in service and they moved him to East Tennessee. So when I get a staff that's making $12 an hour, then the next staff coming in, if she has more experience and more years, I may have to pay 18. I think 18 is the highest per hour that we pay for our staff.
So you maintained the staff and added an admin assistant?
No, we put the money in there for admin assistant, and I have got several applications to do that, and my board and I are working very good with that. We had somebody that came,
Okay.
and up until the Sunday night before she was supposed to be there on Monday morning, and then her employer offered her more money to stay, so she stayed there. So we still are trying to get that assistant director. I don't have an assistant director because I try to let that money go for my teachers to be able to pay them as much as I can. And so, like I say, I've been doing it for 19 years without an assistant director, but with the demands for what the state is still requiring, and then with the workload being like it is, we desperately need assistant directors. So if you have anybody that has the love of kids, number one, because you have to have the love of kids to be able to work there, and then that are needing a job that has office experience, be more than glad to interview for that position.
Historically, so you were granted $1,000 maybe last year from this body, is that right?
Yes, I think that is correct, yes.
And then prior to that, is that the first year you were?
Well, I will tell you, the reason is, there's another daycare center, and I'd sent a cover letter for this.
Right,
And
so
then
the prior years were Gallatin daycare.
Okay, prior
guessing,
years,
right?
when we would go and apply, I would get a note back saying, or something, response as in, you have duplicate, grant requests. Well, it's not duplicate grant requests, but then year before last, I got a phone call from the city, and because my, I don't know if y'all know, but Glenda Bird was my CPA from the time I opened. Her son died very quickly, and so she closed her CPA's business and retired. And so I had to get a new CPA, a new accountant. And with that being, I couldn't apply for the city's grants because I didn't have my 990s, and I didn't have my audit done for that year. So the city just said, Glenda, try for the Sumner County to see if they can help you this year, because we know you're not going to get what the city normally gives you. They normally give us like $10,000, so we did not get that year. So that is the only reason why. I did not know that it was available. If I had, that is one of my jobs as directors, try to seek out the grants that are available to the businesses here in Gallatin or Sumner County. So that is the reason why. So when I went to apply this year for this playground equipment, it's like, I know we're gonna have to have the money to get that done. And if we do, that's wonderful. And if we get some, that is wonderful. Throughout the day, I know you're gonna meet with agencies, with directors, or people sitting here that's gonna tell you that, you know, we need this money for this, and I realize that y'all got X amount of money that y'all can give out to the agencies. And so if we are approved, I will be so much thankful and feel so blessed. And if I'm not approved, then I'm gonna know somebody else that needed worse than we did is gonna be blessed, so. Yeah.
I got just a quick question. I'm a numbers guy here.
You're fine.
So like the projected budget, it on the staffing, it says 526.
Mm-hmm.
But these numbers add up to 20,000 less than that, like 506. Is that just maybe a typo or something?
It possibly could be. Like I say, I have a copy of here. We have worked with the new accountant and the new bookkeeper on getting this budget together so we could have it together for to get our audit 990 done for this year. And so a lot of it.
It could be a row that was hidden
Yeah.
when it got printed or something,
Yeah.
but you may just want to check into that.
Okay.
Okay. We are run out of time for this one.
Jerry Becker.
All right. I appreciate, thank y'all very, very
Listen,
much.
I appreciate y'all.
Thank you for being
Appreciate
here.
We
your
should
time.
have a finalized decisions by mid to late December, so,
Okay.
all right. Thanks a lot. Y'all have a great day.
Thank you. Good morning.
Gallatin Senior Citizens. How are y'all doing today?
Right off the bat,
Doing wonderful.
right off the bat, I'm gonna tell you I'm not a numbers person.
Well, I was sitting there doing the comparison. I was like, something's not adding up.
That's why we have
And the only reason I was looking at it is because that 42,000 stuck out. But
Yeah,
anyway.
that's what I was,
Yeah. All right. So good to see y'all again.
Thank you.
Yeah. If you want to just introduce yourselves with your names for the record here, and then tell us about all the good things you all are doing and the request that you're making today.
Okay, I'm Beverly Stoddall, and I am the director of the Gallatin Senior Citizen Center. I have been the director since 2017, and not trying to toot my own horn, but just want to say I'm very committed and very compassionate about what I do. And I have never taken a vacation day, and I have never had to use a sick day.
goodness gracious. Yeah, that's,
Wow.
that's commitment right there.
And this is Lucille Koch, and she can toot her own horn.
My name is Lucille Koch. I'm a volunteer for the Senior Center, approximately 15 years now. And so I'm a 100% volunteer. I take no payment for any of my hours or anything like that. The only thing I've ever asked for is if I have to go to a meeting somewhere and I need gas money. Other than that, no. That's my story.
Okay, so I wasn't really sure if you would want one or if you have one, but this is our 25, or the directory for 25, 26. And it pretty much tells you what senior citizen centers are supposed to do. So we're pretty online with that always. It says that group meals, health screenings, phone reassurance, arts, crafts, recreation, education, and fitness classes, guards, and games and music. And Lucille has those statistics for that.
Well, we have done, like I said, with the art stuff especially, but we have done craft classes, we have done exercise classes, Spanish classes. Right now, we're doing this second computer class through a company called Tech Goes Home, which once they complete the 16 hours of training, they end up with a free Chromebook. But teaching, as we all know, computers are it. So just getting people familiar with technology. A lot of our seniors still have a flip phone, so they don't even have an idea on a smartphone. So just getting everybody familiar with technology and what's going on, they can keep in touch with their family, play games. One of the things good thing that I think the only good thing that came out of COVID is a lot of museums and things like that have set up virtual tours. So you can go to, the odds of me getting on a plane and going to the Louvre are pretty much next to nothing, but I can go through and tour the Louvre sitting in my living room. So a lot of people were very, very surprised to find out that kind of thing even exists. Yes, I do have one or two that want to do online shopping, and that's okay. But the biggest thing is that when they came in not having any idea how to turn on the computer, and now they're online shopping, they're touring the Louvre or whatever, is a big thing. And this is only in five classes, 6 classes. So it's a great program that we've done, and we've got this one now. We're gonna schedule another one for March and hopefully another one in May. I've already got 14 people on a wait list, which is a great thing. We've done, like I said, we've done introduction to Spanish classes. We've done mental health classes, not so much just generally, quote, mental health as far as from a psychiatrist's point of view, but people have issues. People have problems, people have things that are bothering them. And one of the things that we found very early on is that you might have a problem that you think is insurmountable, and someone else has gone through the same thing and can offer very sage advice. So, you know, everybody, people helping each other. We've done potlucks, we've done, you know, group meals, excuse me. We've done, like I said, all kinds of craft and painting classes. We've got a lady who does oil painting and watercolor painting. We've made cards, painted rocks, I mean, just the gambit, you can think of jewelry making. And all of this, you know, is dexterity, it's doing something fun. We've got several people who are in every single solitary class we do, which is wonderful. And that brings to mind one of my favorite people. She is 84 years old. She teaches the low impact exercise class Tuesday and Thursdays every week regardless. She takes part in every class we do. She's taking part in the computer class. It took a little pushing, but she decided to do it. And she's doing fantastic. So, I mean, these are the kind of things, these are the reasons why we do what we do, to keep people engaged, to do something. When this lady started coming to the center, her daughter brought her down, she literally would get up in the morning, have her breakfast, and sit in front of the TV. And she talked to her daughter about going into a nursing home or something because she was bored, she had nothing to do, she had no place to go, nothing to engage herself. She started coming to the center. She is there at 9 a.m. every morning regardless. And she loves it. And those are the kind of people that we need to be around to help. Because of the fact that there are so many people that have nothing. You know, if they live with family, the younger family members are out working and they're bored. And they have nothing to do, and boredom is not a good thing. You know, living alone and not socializing is not a good thing when we get older. It's not a good thing for anybody, but at least as a younger person, you can get in the car maybe and go somewhere. She drives herself from Portland every day. And when she fell and sprained her wrist a couple of months ago, it was agony for her to not get anywhere. But by the end of the first week, her daughter had to drive her down to the center. So, because she was going crazy being at home. And as soon as she got the go-ahead from the doctor, she started driving herself again. But these are the kind of things that, you know, make a big difference in people's lives. And if she were here right now, she would tell you that. Real quick, we've done a couple of things. At the center. We put in the gutter guards around the building, so we no longer have to worry about doing the maintenance, cleaning out the gutters. And we also tinted the windows because we have full glass windows at the entranceways, and that glare, you know, is very hard. It's incredibly decreased I should say, our heating and air conditioning bill as well because of not having that coming in. So that's a good thing.
And just two other things, I'm sorry.
That's all right, I'm done.
Just two other things. We had partnered with a program called 55 Plus, but it's now called
Workforce Essentials.
Workforce Essentials, where Workforce Essentials pays someone or employees to come to work in different nonprofits and whatever. And we had those people, some off and on for the last several years, but just back in June, they lost funding. So we ended up being back again, just myself and Lucille. And on a really great note, not the center will be the hub, but we had someone that had talked to Senator Hale and Senator Slater and John Garrett.
Yes.
And they signed a support letter for an agency called Community Healthcare Workers. That program receives $50,000, which the center will get none of that. It's directly for this program, and it's for caregivers to stay at home and take care of their immediate member of families who have dementia.
So, on your application, it says 324 Sumner County residents. What's your average, you know, each week? Or are you open every day?
Monday through Friday.
Monday through Friday?
Yes.
Well, how many on average come? How many do you see each day?
We'll get anywhere from 35 to 70, depending on what's going on.
Okay. And y'all do meals weekly or daily or?
We do it, we usually do, I will say that we were doing it monthly, but our hood suppression system went down and, we couldn't get anybody to come in.
It took about 2 months.
Yeah, more than that, and so.
But it's fixed.
Yeah, it is now.
Okay. So meals are about to be monthly again?
Yes, they will be.
Okay.
Yep. And we've also done, like potlucks and stuff on the side, so it's still a matter of socialization and community getting together.
And I'm trying to remember from last year, I can't remember. But there was something, if I remember right, something with an audit or something with I don't know if it was a lawsuit. Was there something going on last year, or am I misremembering?
Yes, it was, I think the amount of money that was received, through,
We did do the paycheck retention thing, but that was the year before. From the, what do you call it, the parking with the Christian Towers.
oh yes, that's what it was.
And that was just a, what do they call it?
Oh, you were asking about it?
I can't recall what it was.
Yeah.
What was, is that, if it was a lawsuit that's done now, or is it still?
Actually, it was not a lawsuit, and
Okay.
as a matter of fact, I had to sign, or the board had to sign a confidentiality
Okay.
agreement
That's
thing on that. And so when you do that and you talk about it, then that causes you back to go into that same situation. And
Yeah.
I'd prefer that a board member would discuss that instead of myself.
No, that's fine, that's fine. Does the city of Gallatin give any money to you all?
When she wants to. Sometimes I think it's almost like you have to be in the favor, but, and sometimes I'm not. But, yes, she has, and that's still a part of the problem. Just basically was nothing other than our property is private property, and our seniors, we have a membership there. And when the Christian Towers when they started building the new garage, the people in the Christian Towers didn't have any place to park, so they covered our parking space. And then our members were complaining about not coming back because they could not find a parking place, and that's the basis of what happened. So we were protecting the property of the Senior Citizen Center.
I get you. No, we're running short on time here. Questions?
Just any other trends that you want to mention in terms of your members and the things that they're struggling with or the things that you're seeing?
Well, the biggest thing that's happening now is with the SNAP benefits,
Yeah.
that people aren't getting their SNAP benefits, and the I'm gonna say scary potential of the fact that January 1, all their health insurance costs are gonna go way up.
Yeah.
There's not a whole heck of a lot that we can do with either one of them, but the idea is that when we can, we do help. Matter of fact, our members have been really great, because if they end up with things that they don't need, they bring down and put it on the table for somebody else to take. So that's it's community helping community, which is what we've got to do. I mean, I know a lot of the churches in the area have really stepped up and done extra things as well. We're doing what we can at that point, but a lot of the members have stepped up incredibly, and it's a wonderful thing. But we're hoping that whatever you guys can help us with would be a godsend. We do want to, like I said, with the monthly meals, we do want to add more meals, and we could do that, with extra funding, and
Do you have a
add more
calendar?
classes.
Calendar of events?
Did you bring?
I don't have
We can
one
email
with me,
you
but
one.
I can email you one.
Yeah, that'd be great. Just,
You want
or
me to-
or if it's on a website, I can look,
Yeah, GallenSeniorCenter.org.
Okay.
And also,
Yeah.
before I go, a couple of things, just before I go, when you look at the website, our calendar of events, sometimes Lucille tries to get it done before the last week of the month,
Mhm.
but then there may be someone that just walks in and saying, can you put me on the calendar? And by that time, the calendars are already posted on the website.
Yeah, the one that's on the website should be live, so.
Okay, great.
Exactly what we've got scheduled.
To answer your question, I am considered a gatekeeper for suicide. And so I do have the more input of what seniors go through at our center. And it's sometimes, I don't always discuss it with Lucille, but try to, feel the need for that. But yes, there is a problem with our seniors in depression and anxiety.
Very much so.
Well, thank y'all very much. Thank you for what you're doing. You all have a good rest of the day.
Beverly, Lucille, just
Yeah.
thank you for what you're doing. I know that
Yeah.
it's a tremendous effort.
Like I said, someone like
That was
these people
Mr.
that
Sittler.
come in and thank us for, letting them hang out or something like that, as silly as that might sound to some people. It's something to do and it's it makes a big deal to me.
Yeah.
That's the
Yeah,
reason
it
I
does.
do what I do.
It makes a difference.
Thank you very much,
Thank
folks.
you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Dan told me to kick you.
Have a good
For
day.
asking too many questions
I
next.
know. Are you with Portland Senior Citizens?
Yes, I am.
All right.
Hey, Mike.
We're ready for you.
Hey, Dylan.
I'm new to this. Our director is out this week. I am not the director. I'm not a paid employee. I'm a
You're a
volunteer.
valued member.
I am the treasurer. Volunteer.
Yeah, if you want to, introduce, this is being recorded. If you want to introduce your name and then tell us about all the good things you all are doing and then the request that you're making today.
Okay. My name is Mike Menifee. I'm a volunteer, non-paid. I am the treasurer of the senior center. I also serve on the board. And I also am a member, so that's, and our director, Jamie Rose, could not be here today, so I'm taking his place. And I was lucky to find the administrative building because it's the first time I've been in this building.
Well, it's about time, Mike.
Well, I usually do all the plate things by mail, so I don't ever have to make the trip. But I'm down here today, so I'm representing our senior center. We'll start right, I will answer any questions as we go along, or do try to, as best I can with our director not being here today. But we do have a variety of activities, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna walk my way through activities. I probably should have made more copies of this. I do have one copy.
That's
that you
fine.
can pass
Yeah,
around.
we'll pass it around.
If I'd known everybody was gonna be here, I'd made about 6 copies of it, but that'll give you an idea of what we're gonna talk about today. I do have my budget on there. I am the treasurer, so I know what the budget numbers are. And those are very accurate. Within $250, I'm rounded up and down a little bit, but so you'll get some accurate pictures. We have a variety of activities. We're going to start with that. We do provide a birthday party every month for people having a birthday that month. We have cake and ice cream. We have everybody come in. We have balloons. We sing happy birthday. And we do that once a month for all of our people. So they get a chance. And it really is a nice time to get together and have them recognize our people are very old. Sitting here saying this, I'm very old. I'm very old. I can attest to that.
Thank you, John.
Thanks, John.
Thank you.
Good to see you, John. Good to see you, Mike. So we do have birthday parties. We have card playing. We have card tables there. We have a variety of card games that people do. There's po-po. Everybody likes hand and foot. That's a biggie at our place. Shanghai is another biggie. We'll get probably 8 to 12 people about every day coming in playing cards. That is a great social interaction time for them. We don't care who wins. Nobody does. There's no money on the table. Just a good time of fellowship for people who come and play cards. I've been known to participate myself in that activity. I want to thank the people at Old Housing. Put down the record, Old Housing gave us a pool table. And we are really thankful for that. It is a beautiful pool table, and we do have pool players in there regularly on the table, and they provide everything, covers, balls, cues. It is a beautiful facility. We have a set part of our facility, which is very large, for the pool players. And if you want to come down and see a nice pool table, this is a nice pool table. And we will say it was donated. We do have cornhole. We bring in Allocation and play it down the aisle at the senior center. We do have our veteran cornhole player is Pastor Red, who seems to win every time he picks one up. He's a retired Nazarene pastor, and he's very good. He's also 95.
Wow.
We have puzzles, we have on the table, we have a puzzle table. People like the old jigsaw puzzles, and we make sure that they're there. We have a wide variety of those, and there's always 3 or 4 people playing that, and they team up to get together, see if they can figure it out. Most people take the 1,000-piece puzzle. I don't have patience for that. Those people are more patient than I am, so they put together the puzzles. We have movies and TV. We do have TV there, a big screen TV on the wall. People can watch movies, see TV shows, and once a week we play bingo in cooperation with the Portland Library. One thing about Portland is we have bingo players, serious players. The library brings out 60 people at a time,
At least.
for bingo. And Anita will attest to that.
It's packed.
And we'll get 30 or so people who want to play the senior center. So we provide a variety of small prizes, mostly items, hygiene items and things like that, that they would not be, maybe would save money by winning it with us rather than have to go to the store and buy shampoo or soaps or things like that. So we provide that for them. And nobody leaves a loser. We play till everybody wins. And they take home the personal care items and whatever else that they need. We try to make that available to them. So we kind of know what people need, and maybe you don't have enough money to cover. So they could win a prize that day. So, and it's not like we're giving them away. They win it. That's a big difference. We have show and tell, and there's very interesting show and tell because these people are fairly old. I say fairly old, I'm 76, but and I'm not anywhere near the oldest person there. We have people up 96 years old at our senior center. Talk about their past, bring in their craft items, thing they made when they were a kid. They bring in stuff from the Civil War that they found. One of the things I brought in was I grew up in Chattanooga and close to the battlefield at Chickamauga, and I actually found shells left over from the Civil War. Before they put a law in, you couldn't take them off the battlefield, so I have a few of those. But I always say it because it was pre-law. I grew up in Chattanooga, so I could go around, and we just went out to the battlefield, and you'd find them just laying around. And but now you can't remove anything from the field, but it was legal at the time. So you see all these things that people have in their life. It's fascinating to go and show and tell and see what these people had in their life, and the things they accumulated, and the things that they made. So that show and tell is always a good day. We have crafts. A variety of people come in. We have crafts people in the area that volunteer their time. Yes, I've made a vase and fancied it up kind of thing. And they'll have handcrafts, necklaces, bracelets, things like that. And they just love that. And we provide all that for them. We have the crafts person usually comes in and volunteers their time. And we do appreciate the people who come in and say, yeah, I can do this. You buy this stuff and you have it there, and we can make this stuff, and they can take it home.
Just not, let me interrupt you for a second.
Okay.
The amount of, it says 290 is the Sumner County residents. On a daily basis, or are y'all Monday through Friday, or?
Monday through Thursday.
Monday through Thursday. And roughly, what's your average daily type of participation, I guess?
We'll get 25 to 30.
25 to 30?
Yeah.
Okay.
And if we have food, we'll say 40 to 50.
I've been there and it's closer to
And
50.
do you have food weekly, or?
We try to have food weekly.
Food weekly.
I've got that coming up. We'll talk a little bit about that. We try to provide food for folks.
Yeah.
We have stuff back in the back people can get if they need something and walk out. But we're not a food provider, so I'm not going to. But we do have snack food, water, things like that we have there. And we do provide, I'll put it down there. I'll get there.
Yeah, we
No.
got about 5-6 minutes left. So
Okay, I better go quick
You
then.
hit the.
Okay, all
hit
right.
the high
We have
marks.
exercises, we have a Bible study weekly, we have exercises, or Bible study monthly, exercises weekly, we have reading in there, we have a piano, you can come in and play that. The potluck lunches are once a month, the dining out's once a month, and our sponsored lunches are once a month. So about have a meal every week, and we get sponsored things. Thanks from our friends at the Farmers Bank, who are going to be providing the December meal for us. They come in every December and provide a meal for the thing. We also have funeral homes that come in, and nursing care centers, and they provide free meals for our folks. We do have Chromebook computers. I'm running out of time. I prepared for about 15 minutes, so, and I'm my first time here.
You're doing a great job.
Yeah.
I'll do the best job I can, and the director can fuss at me when he gets back. Free. We provided 20 of these free from a grant to our senior citizens, and I got one of them. So, and you take 2 weeks training from a professional computer person, and this was a state grant. We gave 20 of these away to our senior citizens. And I brought mine today to show you what we got. This is a high quality Chromebook computer here. And we provide that for free through a grant. We're good at grant writing too. Thank Coda for getting that one. We do have exercise and physical therapy. People come in and we do exercises every week. It's on Monday. Have a Bible study. We have fraud protection from the Portland Police and the TBI. The biggest problem we have, I heard the other lady talking about this, we have fraud problems. People trying to steal money from old people. We've had that happen to our people. They're scammed. Their bank, they think it's their bank, and we've had that love scandal thing going on too, which really makes me mad. That's this guy you can't see. He's overseas. He's loving you, and if you send him $10,000, he'll love you more. And we've had people lose serious money on that. And we try to tell people. We have TBI comes in, and we have the Portland Police come in and say, don't fall for this stuff. But yeah, we've had a couple of people be victims of that. We've had computer training, which we put on by Coda. He's a former computer expert from Vanderbilt. We have a nutrition program. University of Tennessee puts on for us. We do that every year. This woman was great come in. We do the extension program out of Gallatin here. They come in, prepare meals, tell people how to be more nutritional and what they eat. And we go through, and she's very good at. We have legal issues. We have a lawyer comes in and talks about wills, and we get people to have set aside somebody who's going to be responsible for their finances and their medical when they can't do it. And we want people to be prepared for the end of life. So I'm working with one of the lawyers now for myself. We have hospice and grief share for people who need that. People lose a spouse. We've paired with grief share to get some help for that individual. If somebody's facing end of life decisions, we've had hospice. We've had one of our people just go through hospice. In fact, I lost 2 people this week.
Mike, I know you probably have a lot more prepared, but we need to save just a couple minutes for questions.
Okay,
too,
I'll speed it up. We have nursing home facilities come in. We have people. We have dementia group come in, the memory care unit. We have fire safety from the Portland Fire Department, and we do have volunteers from First Baptist Church who do minor home repairs and even build you an access ramp if you need one at no charge to our seniors. All right, I've got the bunch on the back now. You can figure that one out. I've tried to be, this is based on the one we sent to the state. Here's a copy of the one we sent to the state. So I've taken the numbers and said, round them off, and there's our budget. So we spend $44,000 a year. $10,000 comes from you guys. $9,000 United Way, and that's been cut twice in the last couple of years. The city of Portland gives us $8,000, and we raise $17,000 ourselves. I want one quick story here. I'm going to shut up. When the COVID hit us, we were out for 14 months. We had nobody there, and it was, and we got evicted from our building. So we're in the street. 14 months, no money and no people. We were able to find another building, get in that other building, fix up that other building from a grant from the state. We got a grant from the state to fix up the building, and we're now in our new facility. You need to come and see it. That's an open invitation. You need to come and see our facility. It's not big, it's nice. And it serves our community. We have 115 people right now. We went from 0 to 115 people. That's a pickup. Before the pandemic, we had 70 people. We picked up more people in the last few years because we're becoming a place you want to be.
So the 115 is what?
It's our enrollment. That's who we have.
Oh, okay.
And we charge the outrageous amount of $10 a year to be a member of our center.
There you go.
Which is
I'm gonna cut you off. Any questions here?
Nope.
Deanne?
Center generated your 12,000. Is that a fundraiser or?
$17,000 we generate ourselves, and We have contributors from the community, our business community. Myself contribute to the center, and so a lot of individuals. I shouldn't shamelessly plug one of your commissioners, but we do have one of our commissioners that does support us. We do get support from other people. And we do have fundraisers. We have food. We prepare food. We have our big chili cook-off, which generates about $1,000. We have our auction. People donate items and we auction it off. That was just $3,000 or $4,000 right there. So the fundraisers we have will give us about $7,000 of this money. The fundraising in the community will give us the rest of the money. We only get $1,000 from actual membership dues.
We're gonna have to cut you off.
Okay, I'm
Enjoy
sorry.
talking to you. No, thank you very much.
I came loaded to go for about an hour and a half.
Yeah.
15 minutes goes fast.
Well, thank you very, very much. You have a great rest of your day. We'll get back with final decision mid to late December.
I think Bill Jimmy said to ask for 11,000. I guess we better do that on the way out. We're getting 10 now. We could use an extra $1,000. So
The application was for 10. Okay. All right. Well, thank you very, very much.
And I think I did everything Jamie wanted me to do. So
Yeah, you did a great job.
Did a
Great
great
job. Appreciate it, sir.
thank you all very much for having me up here. I just hope I did
Come on up,
Jamie a
Julie.
good job.
You did a great job.
You can fly by. Come on. It's all right. We gotta keep moving.
All right. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mike.
Bye.
Bye, Mike.
Thanks.
Bye,
Sorry,
guys.
Jared. That was your job. I didn't mean to do that.
I was okay with her waiting a little bit.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm doing well. How about you guys?
Doing
Good.
great, doing great.
Thank you, ma'am.
So if you want to start off, introduce yourself. We are being recorded. If you want to tell us all the good things you are doing and the request you're making today.
Well, I am Julie Merriweather, and I am from Elevate 50 in Hendersonville. And we actually, with the paperwork that was sent in with our application, you'll note that we asked for $20,000 this time. And quite frankly, the reason is because we, if you read any of what we sent you, we have several people from Gallatin, Bethpage, and Castalia Springs that come to Hendersonville because they won't go to Gallatin. And it is around, I did not write the exact, it's in the paperwork that was in our application, but it is over 250 people. And it grows every month. We get new people that come in, and invariably, many of them are from those 3 zip codes. So
You said
just
250 people from,
from those zip codes.
Oh, really?
Yes,
Okay.
collectively.
okay.
I gave you this. We're talking about impact. And I know I'm preaching to the choir, but I need to say this anyway. What centers like we all have in the county, we provide something that no other business can provide to our mature adults. And quite frankly, it helps them live longer, it helps them live healthier, and they live more engaged lives because it gives them something to look forward to. We all know what COVID did to everyone. And because of that, we have really just dug our heels in, and we are just bound and determined that we are not going to lose any more people to something like that. And we have an outreach program. We go out and we visit people. We have people let us know if my neighbor fell and broke her hip, could you please start calling her? We've had that going on for years and years and years. It's called our telephone reassurance program. But our outreach, we actually physically go to their homes, and we might take them a card or, you know, a small little bouquet of flowers, something like that, just to pep them up and let them know that somebody is thinking about them. And another thing that we do, the programs that we provide adapt to the ever-changing things in our community. Everyone grows older every day. And we also have strong partnerships such that we have with you all that help us sustain our mission. And I don't have that memorized, but I'm going to read it to you. Our mission is, at Elevate 50, we are dedicated to enriching the lives of adults age 50 and above. We provide a welcoming community where members can strengthen mind, body, and spirit through meaningful programs, lasting connections, and new opportunities. proving that age is only a number. And I fortunately, I won't say unfortunately, because God has blessed me to be on this side of the dirt. So I find myself in that category because I am in that 60ish range now, and I realize that not everyone is as young feeling as I am who is my age or older. I have 3 grandchildren that keep me pretty active. And I'm also very active myself with what I do. You have to be able to be around 80 and 90-year-old people every day, 5 days a week. And just, it's a blessing. It's truly a blessing to do what we do and what we provide for our folks. I'm not going to bore you with a lot of details because you have my application and I know you've read it. We are really proud of what we do. We are up to 1,657 people, and I know that we had more last year. There have been some people that have passed away, but I really went in and looked at our roll of people, and there were a lot of duplications in there, and so we culled all of those out, and some people that we didn't realize that haven't been in a while, they actually did die. So it's down a couple of hundred from that, but like I said, last year was our biggest year ever. That was historically our biggest year that we've ever had. And
Is the 1,600 after all the culling of the members and everything? Okay,
yeah, it took a couple of hundred away from that.
I got you.
So I don't know, do you guys have any questions that you might like to ask me?
Do you charge a membership
We do, it's $2 a week.
billed weekly?
It's only if you come. We don't bill them, they just pay it when they come in. I get lots of quarters and pennies and dimes and nickels and dollar bills.
Pennies be
The bank loves me when I come in with a bag full. I will tell you that we partner with GNRC. And with their help, they've given us some great statistical information. Approximately 47,115 people live in Sumner County who are over the age of 50.
Say that number one more time.
47,115.
Wow.
Yeah. And in the city of Hendersonville alone, in the 37075 zip code, 30% of the population is 50 and above. That blew my mind when I read that.
Yeah.
So we must be doing something right because, like you guys have heard me, this is my 11th time to come to y'all. And when I first started, it was basically, here are your keys, have fun. And I looked at QuickBooks and went, oh my God, what have you let me get myself into? Seriously? And you pick up the phone and you start dialing for dollars and you call people that you know who have the financial wherewithal to help you dig yourself out of this hole. And I did, and here we are today. We're thriving. We're in a much better financial position. Our building, if you haven't been to it lately, Deanna comes by every now and then. It's gorgeous. The city has helped us with that. They helped us write grants for that and through the Department of Housing and Urban Development. And we got 2 grants actually. Last year was the final. We got the parking lot paved and all the landscaping, and we got new air purification systems and new heating and air systems. So it's in essence an 85-year-old brand new building. And we painted, we took the initiative during COVID to paint and have new flooring laid down, and we got new furniture, and it's just a beautiful place. Everyone that comes in talks about how pretty it is. And that's what we want. We want people to feel safe when they come here. And I can imagine and I don't mean anything disrespectful to anyone when I say this, but I can only imagine what some of their homes look like. Based on the stories that they tell and, even the ones with a lot of money, they still are very eclectic and are living in yesteryear. Mm-hmm. And we want them to come to something that is cheerful and makes them forget about their problems. Because all I hear every day is, woe is me, I got to go to the doctor for this, or you know the drill. But we also had that mentality of hand up, not hand out. Mm-hmm. And we waive our fee if someone we know can't afford it. We just let them come right on in. And we don't even ask, no questions asked, because there are some people that we know. We have some programs from year to year that For example, during COVID, the American Rescue Plan gave us a lot of money for groceries. So we were able to help 25 people for 2.5 years with groceries every month. And that was a godsend to a lot of those people because they didn't have anything. And as you all know, many elderly people will, they are food insecure because they would pay for their medicine or their animal to eat before they will think about themselves. And that is such a sad reality, but it is reality. So
Are you Monday through Friday, right?
We are.
And what's your average daily range of people that come each day?
We have a couple of hundred people that come through the door
Each day?
each day. And like the gentleman before me, if we're serving food, it's a lot more than that.
Yeah, how often do you do food?
We have a monthly potluck.
Okay.
We have forged partnerships with about 100 different organizations within the county, from funeral homes to attorneys, banks, the police, the firemen, that come in and give lunch and learns and talk to them about issues that face their demographic. And when we do those, there's always a great crowd because they want to hear. Some of them come, quite frankly, let's be real, for the free meal. But most of them come because they really are interested in hearing what we are presenting for them.
Julie, what are the trends that you're seeing with members and things that they're struggling with? Is it mental health? Is it SNAP benefits? Is it?
Mental health is a big thing. And, like I said, I'm in my early 60s, and most of us would have never thought that someone would look at us and say, you're in a mental health crisis. Or look at us and think that person's in a mental health crisis. But you can look at someone almost invariably, especially in that age group, and tell because they're despondent, they are depressed. And depression, unfortunately, is a part of mental health. And we see a lot of that, a lot more than I'd like to. And we have some counseling. We have some folks that we can set them up with. We also have grief counseling that we offer if anyone is in need of it. Last year we had 4 women, my assistant included, who lost their husbands, all from dementias and Alzheimer's, and all within 3 months of one another. And so Kathy asked me if she could start this because I told her yes because I knew it would help her. Not only did it help her, it helped these other ladies, and then it helped them to be able to speak freely with other people about it. So that's a sad fact.
You said on the front page it says you've got full-time and then 1 part-time, but then later on it's got 2 part-time. Is that one of those just unfulfilled right now?
That's unfulfilled, yes.
Got it.
It's budgeted, but it's not fulfilled
Got
at
it.
this time. We actually hired someone, and she was a little bit older than I am, and she hadn't worked in 20 years. And she couldn't wrap her mind around working every day.
Mm-hmm.
So, and again, that's what we just talked about, that unfortunately, so.
So the city of Hendersonville, they give you 15,000,
Every day sometimes.
and then they also give you, the city of Hendersonville, they also give you an in-kind contribution for the rent of 50,000.
Yes,
So 65,000 basically,
yes.
if I'm looking at that.
And they do most of the major maintenance on the building.
Yeah. What other questions? I keep trying to get my parents to go, but my mom's not
I was
old.
about to ask.
My mom's
I
not old
know.
enough
We have
yet.
been
She's still
talking
not
about
old
this
enough.
for
I know.
years.
I know.
Years, because I have sat here and
She's
it
still
was,
not old
I'm gonna
enough.
get him to go, I'm gonna get him to go.
Who's not old enough?
My mom.
You're
How
old
old
enough
is
to go,
how old is your
Jerry.
mom?
I know.
Hey, if you're 50, you're old enough to come, so watch it there.
She's 78.
Yeah.
78.
Well, I tell you, when we rebranded last year, we talked about this last year.
That was a genius move, by the way.
Thank you.
Genius.
And I'm taking credit for it because actually the name was my idea.
Yeah, no, I think
The tagline that we have is strengthening mind, body, and spirit at the center where age is just a number. Actually, Chief Bush came up with that, so I have to give him credit for that. And it was definitely a team effort. It takes a village, as you know. And Wendy Navarro, I don't know if any of you all have heard of her, Navarro Creative Group. Wendy is, she's a genius when it comes to marketing and things of that nature. She and I sat down. We started this actually in 2019. I gathered a group of about 15 marketing type people from all over the county and said, this is what I want. go out and figure it out for me. And we would meet monthly, and then here comes COVID. And we had to shut everything down, just like the gentleman before me said. We, almost 2 years, and you can't do anything. We were at the building, Kathy and I were at the building every day, but nobody else could come in. And when we got back to things going back to normal, if you will, we revisited, and last year, about the beginning of the year, we put some committees together and started just brainstorming names. We Googled, we AI'd, we did whatever you think you could to try and help come up with a name. And I just didn't like any of them. And I looked at Wendy one day and I said, you know what we're trying to do? I'm a senior citizen, and I don't like that word because it's negative and it's ugly. It has negative connotations. I am not old. I want to elevate that age range. And she said, that's genius. That's genius. 50 is our minimum number. Elevate 50. So that's how I came up with it. And
So
it's,
your mom's not old, she's elevated.
there you go.
She's 27 years elevated.
And we've got so many new people coming in since we did this. Y'all know Album, the really nice senior complex there in front of the Straits of Indian Lake.
Mm-hmm.
We have about 15 people from there that come, and they are not but maybe between 50 and 65. And they just love it, and they're telling all their friends, and it's pretty amazing what we're doing, I think. And I just feel like there's nowhere for us to go but up.
Elevate.
Since who's next? Westmoreland?
Yeah, they're not done. They don't appear to be here.
I think, well, no, never mind.
You can ask.
Well, it's, and I was thinking we could speak candidly, but,
You
I don't
can.
necessarily, yes, but no, I don't want to put this on recorded because what I want to say is that you are a gem, in this space, and the other cities are all doing what they can, right? They're just strapped for the resources, and you are at a certain, unique place in life and energy and creativity, the strength of your board. You have a lot of things that are really pulling in the right direction, and the fact that you are an asset to other communities beyond just Hendersonville is obviously a testament to that success. And so, if we could clone you, you're in one of those categories that
Well, I
think
appreciate
of
that.
To be able to clone what you've developed and what you offer is
Yes.
it's something that we obviously wish we could do everywhere, but it's everybody who is willing to step into this role is really valued, and it's just hard to build that.
It is, and I don't mind sharing with you, not my idea. I don't take credit, nor do I want credit, but we have been asked about doing that, quite honestly, and the planets would have to align completely, perfectly for that to happen, and I don't know that that's even in the realm of possibilities, but.
Do any of the other centers reach out? And I didn't know if there was any kind of partnership.
Collaboration, it seems so obvious, but
Yeah.
it's hard to create that atmosphere where everyone feels like they can contribute and be supported.
You're
but
right.
It isn't it's not an idea worth giving up on.
Well, and I will tell you, I have often offered to share information to collaborate with all of them in the county. For example, this annual report that you get, we are required by law to do that for federal and state funding. We're not required to give you all the information that's in that. We're really just required to give you a one-page, this is who we are, this is what we do. But I believe if we can let you take a step into us by reading this, it's like a storybook.
Yeah.
Pictures and all. You get to see, it's like when you're a kid, that great big Bible that your grandmother has, the big family Bible that's this big and it's got all these pictures in it, and it's like, ooh, ooh. That is what I wanted when I created this. And I have offered to help some of our others, and they just don't want it, and it's really sad.
Or they just don't have the bandwidth or the ability to pick
This
it up
is
and
true.
run with it.
This
So
is
it
true.
is, it's a challenging situation, but
Thank you for all you do.
you're.
Well, thank
Appreciate
you,
it.
thank you
Yeah,
for what
thank
you do. I know you all have a thankless job. And the political climate these days is not the greatest, and I just appreciate personally and on behalf of our agency what you all do for the county.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. Thanks, Judy.
You have a great rest of your day.
You too, thank you.
All right, bye-bye.
I'm gonna run to the bathroom.
Yeah, just right up there.
And there's some water here now.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so Westmoreland is scheduled at 10,
We're also in a
10:05.
situation where they didn't have a facility for a while, I believe.
Westmoreland?
Westmoreland, yeah.
I remember Portland.
Yeah.
Is Westmoreland typically,
That was the new director from last
Yeah,
year.
I just talked to her, so I'm not sure.
maybe she got caught in traffic.
Maybe.
Well, let's just call her, see what happens. Do you think Karen was the one that was supposed to be here?
Yeah, I think so.
Someone's phone's ringing.
Hi, if you record your name and reason.
Oh, that's probably one of those fast
That's
forward.
that new thing. My phone does it, and I can't figure out how to turn it off.
Deanne DeWitt, nonprofit allocation panel.
There's two different phone numbers on this. Did you call the 400 one?
I did. Didn't give me like the beep to say record your message now.
Yeah, she said she would be available to come. I emailed her.
We just had a friend shoot a huge buck in our backyard.
Hi Karen, this is Deanne DeWitt, and I'm sitting with the nonprofit allocation committee. Are you planning to be here with us, or?
Yeah, it's for the, you said the grant, yes, I went upstairs, I went to the wrong place and I sat out there and waited. You come to room 112, is that right?
That's right, we're downstairs, down the hallway
I'm
near
getting out
Veteran
the elevator
Services.
right now. I'll
Okay.
be there just 1 minute, all right, thank you.
Sure. Okay,
Is this required?
what did you just say, Jill? Somebody?
I
The
said we
big
had a family friend shoot a huge buck in our backyard. He just in his picture, it's like 8 points.
Oh, wow.
I'm like, where'd the
With
picture go?
permission or?
Yes, with
without
permission, yes,
okay.
yes.
Just
So-
checking, I wasn't sure
Yeah.
what direction that was. Wow.
Oh, wow.
Isn't he huge? We saw him,
With a
Yeah.
bow, I'm guessing.
yes, both, but he's not even the biggest one that's back there. There's like a whole pack of them.
Yeah, come on
Seven
in.
of them that
Come
run
on
back
in.
there.
Nope,
Right
right
here,
here.
right here.
This special seat of honor.
upstairs, then I went to the second floor, and then.
Bless your heart.
So I'm sorry, I
So
apologize.
you've got a
for that.
workout this already.
Put your steps in.
If
Well,
you
thank
could-
you for being, thank you for working so hard to be here.
You can give us your name, tell us all about the good things you all are doing there at the Westmoreland Seniors, and
Okay,
then the request you got for us.
okay. Karen Adcock, Lintern, that Lintern's my last name, that's a married name. So I'm the director of the Westmoreland, Senior Center. I've been the director for about 2 years. We did come and apply last year for a grant, and I'm gonna speak a little bit about the same things. We have grown, we have, our attendance has gotten, we have increased. I tried to print off this morning before I left, and I didn't have my printer wasn't working, so I'm gonna have to do something about that. But anyway, our average attendance now is about 200 a month. Now that is, I know we talk about, non-recurrent, or like you can't come in
Yeah.
one day for 2 things and count it as twice, so it's that's 1 per day. We're just doing part-time right now. Our goal is to go to 4 days a week at least. We're about 2.5 days a week right now. We do exercise on Mondays and Wednesdays. We have, right now we're on the off season of Tai Chi, but they do Tai Chi on Tuesdays. We have meals about 3 times a month. We have 3 of them sponsored now. That one of them's from the Woodard Funeral Home, one of them is from Charter Senior Living of Gallatin. They come up and do some things with us. And then the third one is with Sellers Funeral Home and High Point Hospice. And so anyway, we get together, we have exercise, and we go to movies, lots of cards, have a pool table that was donated from Old Housing in Portland. That's really been a good thing. So we have some guys that are seniors that come in and just play pool. We just had a bunco event Friday night, so we do try to match the grants as best as we are able. In our grant, our bunco event, I think we made $475, which doesn't seem like a lot, but it is for a small town like Westmoreland. I mean, we had a lot of different age groups. We had young ones that came in ages 25 to 27, and then we had some 80 to 85-year-olds playing together, so it was a lot of fun. What else would you like to know specifically about the seniors?
You had a TCAD grant?
TCAD grant. The TCAD grant that I applied for is $26,000, which seems like that would solve all of our problems. The only thing is, it is specified for certain things. So we had to have, and I didn't bring anything about that, but I can tell you we used like 6,000. Our parking lot had ruts in it. It's over by the walking track. People do their donuts and stuff. The kids do. So we resurfaced that. We got new gravel. We got, I got an office space, which is much needed, because I was, like, they'd be playing cards over here, and I'm over here on the phone trying to say, I know, and or bingo, and they'd be, doing bingo. So I'd be trying to, be quiet. So I did get an office space that is, enclosed and has a window. I can still see everybody. I can still talk to everybody. We got a handicap accessible ramp in the front poured, and that wound up being donated, because after they got over there and saw what we needed for, they wound up donating it, but that was one of the things. But so all the things that we had put on our grant.
So they were specific capital improvements,
yes,
basically.
So none of it could be for current expenses, none of it could be for salary, none of it could be for bills or anything.
Okay.
So we've spent about 18,000 on that so far. And then the last things, like I need a new computer. That was going to be on there. I needed, we have a few more pieces of furniture, just comfortable furniture for people to sit instead of the folding chairs that they come to.
So that's good enough. Do you have a membership fee or dues?
We don't, and I'll tell you the reason we don't do that. At the beginning, it was because that we just were trying to get people in the door, we were begging them to come. But as we started getting people in, they donate quite a bit. Like we have, I think we had over $100, which may not seem like a lot to you guys, but this is for maybe 25 to 30 people in a week coming in. And, $100, that's more than what we would get if we charged a $10 or $20 fee. Mm-hmm. So everything, we try to do everything that we do free. We do ask for donations of drinks and things, and we don't charge for drinks. We may wind up doing that one day, but it's just been, we're really blessed that people that come are donating. We got some younger people that are coming, and I say younger as in 55 to 65 or younger. So
that's
they come
great.
in.
That creates a sense of community.
It does. We have a really good group, and it has grown. Like when I first started with them, it would be, I think there was six people that were consistently coming, and one of them was a couple. So if they didn't come, that was 4. So it was really a small number that was coming. And now, we have, usually Mondays we'll have, that's a bingo day. So we usually have exercise and bingo always, and food always brings people. So we usually have right now about 25, maybe 30 that are coming.
Do you do food on a weekly basis, monthly basis?
Well, it would be like I had a calendar, but it would be like, sometimes people bring snacks, they might bring breakfast for everybody, that kind of thing.
Okay.
But as far as providing it, we don't sell it because we have, I don't guess we have enough people really to even cook, but we have a kitchen that's got 2 stoves, 2 microwaves, a big sink, so it has the capacity, the potential to do that, but right now it's just for.
But you have those sponsored meals. About once a
Three
week.
times.
About 3 times a month.
Yeah.
And sometimes people will call us and ask us if they can just sponsor a meal randomly. Yeah, and I feel like I'm kind of repeating myself, but y'all probably don't remember what I talked about last year. But anyway, that our main goal is to try to get, right now I'm still just 20 hours a week. They were struggling to get a salary paid for, and we have insurance, of course, and we have internet. But we're fortunate enough the city allows us to use the space. They've taken care of the rent and the electricity and the water. So we are very fortunate that we don't have those expenses. But, you know, it's just trying to get a salary. And I can't work more. Well, like this week I worked 29 hours. So that is just gonna have to be stored up for a day that I'm gonna be sick or something like that. So it's gonna be used in those ways instead of in ways of getting overtime or whatever. I mean, I would like to see at least another maybe 6 hours, 25, just 26 hours a week. And we are trying to match every grant. You know, we know that is a requirement, or some of the grants require that. So we usually sell nothing but cakes, and we do that usually twice a year. And
So that's a revenue. I was wondering about
that.
That
That is our
expense.
revenue.
So you sell bundt cakes, which I'm sure that makes people happy.
It does, and it's about a $500 usually an event. That's about what we get. We don't. It's not like seniors are out there going house to house. It's usually they take it to the church that they go to, you know, and they enjoy it. I mean, they really do, because it's. I don't want people to think our seniors are. I mean, we have 2 90-year-olds that go there, but they are both in excellent health, and they are really, you know, get out and go and do. Most of our people that go there they go on trips with the Lafayette campus that the Lafayette Senior Center does, and we hope to do that one of these days. Right now our trips are very small and very close, and so we usually do it in a couple cars. But yeah, so anyway, that's the deal with the grant.
I know we're over. I know you had trouble finding the room, but the increase. I guess we gave you 3,500 and you're requesting 6,000. Is that for something specific? It says see attachment. I don't think the attachment's in this packet, but
Oh.
Well, I just
Jessica has
didn't.
it.
Yeah, Jessica.
Oh, okay, okay. Well, I don't know what I put, but I'll go ahead and go back and look. But the main thing, it says, well, here it says, how will the funding be used? And I put on there that the director position is still a part-time position. I guess we're trying to catch back up to, you know, the seniors missed a couple of years in getting a grant here because they didn't have a director.
Right.
So that one time there was like, we could have gotten a grant, potentially, and there was nobody to get the paperwork together, and they did. So that's when I decided to get a director. So now I'm there, and that's what I am doing. It's slow going because I'm just trying to find out about different grants and things like that. But that is probably the biggest thing, or everyday expenses.
I got you. Okay.
Everyday expenses.
All right. Anything else? All right.
Appreciate it.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sorry for the confusion with the room.
I'm sorry, I thought we went on the 3rd floor last time, or something, and then I went to finance department, and then, so, you know, I apologize.
You found it.
And you probably have given me the room number, but I didn't get it. Thank you, guys, and we appreciate
Great.
it.
Thank you for all you do.
Thank you. Danae.
Grace Place. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Doing great.
Come on in.
We are being recorded, so if you introduce yourself and tell us about all the good things you're all doing and the request you're making for us today.
Grace Place. I'm Dinesh. Well, it was Van Cleve, now Beret. I've gone back to my maiden name officially. And Grace Place is a home and life transformation program for women and children experiencing homelessness. We've been operating in Sumner County now for 10 whole years.
Wow.
Which is very exciting. And our grant request is in line with our increase in capacity next year. We will be done with the first phase of our expansion, which is very
Next
exciting.
year?
Yes,
That's
we'll be
awesome.
moving in probably early next summer, and we will have 13 homes and an education center. So for 6 months of our budgeted year next year, we have capacity operating at that level. So our budget has increased. And so we're asking for the amount that we're asking for and hoping that the county will grant us that due to the fact that we'll be serving way more families by the end of next year, for half the year.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
very exciting.
Congratulations, I know that's been a lot of work
Yeah,
and a long time coming,
Yeah,
so.
and there's still way more to do. So.
And there's no gray hair or anything, so see, you did,
No,
you
no,
did
no,
great.
no, there
You did
is.
great.
There's actually a lot. I just do some good root touching.
So how many families by the end of next year did you may
Go up to 13.
13?
At a time.
And what is it right now? I'm sorry.
It's 5 at a time, so we're usually able to serve anywhere from 12 to 15, depending on how our families rotate through our program. And so next year, that number will
Be
go
13.
up to 75%, yeah.
What's the average time of stay for a family?
We say 6 to 18 months. That number in the last 2 years has drastically changed because the types, I hate to say type, but the type of situations that we're encountering now looks a little bit different. Mom's coming in with a lot more eligibility than our, first few years just because of what the housing market has done. So to explain that, our program is equipped to help a mom who has been very marked by generational poverty go all the way from crisis to stability. With what has happened with rent over the last couple of years, though, we have moms who've been independent for a long time and just cannot keep up with what their lease renewal was. So they're ending up needing our services, but they're coming in with employment, they're coming in with vehicles of their own and things like that. So that has drastically lessened. I mean, we had a mom complete our program last year in 4 months, which is unheard of. We've done, So just because that's changed, there's been a shift in the type of family that needs Grace Place now. That has lowered the average stay. It used to be 8 to 9 months.
And yeah,
But up to 18 months.
and it says 4 full-time and 1 part-time staff. Is the
Correct.
driver part-time, full-time? I thought the driver
We
wages
have
were on
one
there.
full-time position for a driver, and then we have a part-time. So we have Monday through Friday, day shift, and then we have part-time for the evenings and weekends. Transportation's available to all of our families 7 days a week.
I should know this, but what's the transition plan from your current facility to phase 1? Are you shutting one and moving
Yeah,
in
we
completely,
will
right?
officially move over to the new campus, and then we will sell our current property to go towards building some more homes.
So the 387,000 in wages and salaries, that's just divided up among the 4 people?
No,
The 4
plus,
full-time?
no, plus the part-time person. Is that what you're, oh wait,
Well, I'm
you're
looking
looking
at
at
the
the
drivers.
itemized, yeah, there's transportation, because we have to separate it out like that because we have a grant that matches 50% of our transportation costs.
I'm just trying to figure out, so there's $400,000, almost $500,000 in wages and salaries and benefits distributed among the 5 people?
Mhm.
Okay.
I just want to say, looking over this, how impressive it is. I didn't realize it was only 10 years old. I mean, you've done a lot of work in
It's
10
very
years.
impressive.
Yeah,
Some people do that in a lifetime, so.
it's very exciting.
It's a lot of families help.
190.
Wow.
Oh, amazing.
And the Women's Alliance and the Grace Vegas, those are events that you do, correct?
Grace Vegas is an event, yes, we just had that last week actually for this fall. The Women's Alliance is a group of philanthropic women who pool their membership amount together.
Gotcha, okay,
Yeah, all of them give $1,000 a year,
okay.
and so that money is used to fund different purposes within our operating budget.
Gotcha.
And then the Men's Alliance just launched this year officially, so yeah. And they're very competitive, so.
Use it to your advantage.
Oh darn, give me a bunch of men and women who want to compete to raise money for Grace Place.
So I donated with
Yes, you
with Barry
did.
Bresnahan, and did he win?
He
Or-
did win.
Okay.
He did
okay,
win, uh-huh.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you for
He
that.
said
I saw
he
that
did,
come through.
but
I'm like,
I-
I think I've got
You
my
wanna be
hearing
sure.
with Mr. Jerry next week, actually.
Which
so.
one, what were you just talking about? You're done.
It was last Thursday. Is it?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Barry Bresnahan reached out to me, if you know Barry, but it was Mr. Real Deal or something like that. I
Yeah,
don't
we
know.
added some things to our
Yeah. No, okay.
casino
I just didn't
night.
hear who you said was your.
Oh,
I
yeah.
always look forward
But
to
yeah.
seeing that on social media. It's
Yeah.
always so cool.
Yeah, this year we raised $106,000.
Oh, wow.
We hit, knocked it out of the park with
Amazing.
that one, yeah. So,
I was with Heather Deverman over the weekend, and she said, I only have one of those bracelets. Do you know what I'm talking about? The Swarovski bracelet that was auctioned off, and then it was part of the final raffle.
yes.
And so she said, I only have one, but they auctioned it off. I know Melissa's figuring it out, because she said they were kind of auctioned it off twice, maybe putting it in the
I
raffle.
don't know
at
what
the end.
Melissa did with that
Yeah.
silent auction.
Who knows? Yes, you don't need
Tiffany
to know.
Horton also bid on a bracelet that wasn't there. So we've got some stuff to figure out this week.
You will figure it out.
There was a lot of bidding on second pages, like,
Oh.
and we only had one page. We weren't expecting that many, I guess, bids. I don't do the silent auction. I have no experience with that whatsoever. So that whole thing hinges on Melissa Rogers and her amazing servant heart. But there were several of them that had 2 pages, and she didn't realize it. So the best bidder actually was not announced. So.
Yeah, it all worked out. Just to Jill's question about salaries, the staff, the full-time staff you have, can you just kind of itemize what their scope of responsibilities are?
Yeah, so I'm the CEO, obviously. I've been there for 10 years, so my compensation is based on my experience and the skill set that I bring to the table. You see my revenue numbers there. My executive manager, Lisa Jo, this will be her 4th year on December 6th. So she's in there, and then I have an operations supervisor who's been with us for 6 years. So her salary is, she covers everything. Lisa Jo keeps everything, like, her job has morphed more into like a COO, Chief Operating Officer, so that I can be more in the visionary strategic sphere. And then Lisa Martin is over our, like, the actual home and the transportation program, so she operates all of that. And then we have a program director who oversees all of our volunteers and all of our program, both development and implementation of all of our programs.
A lot of the educational things you do, are those Lisa, or a lot of those volunteers that come in and provide?
No, so that would be our program director.
Yeah.
I still teach a lot of classes, and then, volunteers, as we can. Put volunteers. Volunteers mainly lead our entire children's program. But there's a level of expertise that you need to have with the stuff that we're teaching for
The
our moms.
financial.
Yeah.
What other questions we have?
You only serve Sumner County, right?
Mhm.
That's what I thought.
We prioritize Sumner County.
I should know the answer to that.
When you say prioritize, I guess, is there if you're doing 5 at a time, I'm assuming there's some type of wait list or some type
Right,
of
yeah,
listing?
so we get well over 500 requests for assistance per year.
Okay.
Which was obviously some of the motive behind us trying to expand in such a huge way. When I say prioritize, so if we were ever to have an opening, it's treated like first come, first serve. And so we contact every family that's applied in the order of their application that we've received, go through the eligibility and the screening, and we make sure that we contact them by email, text message, and phone calls, just because a lot of our families might not have the same phone number in service, but they can still access Wi-Fi on there and get an email. So through that process, it's first come, first served. If we don't have any Sumner County moms who are waiting or responsive, then we would prioritize Robertson County after Sumner, because it's our sister county and there's absolutely nothing there. So that's what I mean when I say, but the likelihood of us having an opening long enough without a Sumner County need going through that process is very slim. But we wouldn't keep that door shut for long if there were other people needing that place.
Gotcha.
It gets difficult with this kind of work when you have somebody transfer counties, because then they have to transfer all their resources too, and so that just it does get complicated. Robertson County, it's a step up to come here, but if a family from Davidson County, with how many resources Davidson has, were to come here, it would be a step backwards as far as affordable housing availability. So.
And how do the family, or how do they find out about your place? How do they, if there's a family in need or whatnot, how do they even typically find out about?
The most common way is actually through Google.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. That's the most common feedback we get. They search women and children shelters, and that's how they find us.
Okay.
But outside of that, it would be other help agencies, because usually if you go somewhere for food assistance or rent assist, there's all these different agencies that help with certain things. And so if it's exposed that person is also experiencing homelessness, then that help agency refers to Grace Place. And there's church benevolence ministries too that refer to us.
Gotcha. And this, the request, it says it was a late request. Was it?
I just have to let them know.
Yeah.
No, it's fine. I'm just gonna be very upfront and honest. This is the only grant that I apply for out of all the grants that does not send like an actual, hey, it's the grant cycle's coming up, it's time to apply. And so I can show you for 2026, it's in my calendar to start looking for the announcement. Like, it's just,
Yeah.
I write so many grants in a year, this is the only one that does not issue a notice that the grants are being collected.
Yeah.
So I apologize, hopefully in 2026, because you asked me the same thing last year, and I told her, I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna be mortified to have to explain this again, because it seems so ridiculous.
Oh, it's fine.
But yes, it's in my calendar, very early in the fall of next year to start looking for the Sumner County grant notice. 2026 will be a better year, I promise.
No judgment here.
Where else do you get, your grant money? Because United Way is what, 20,000?
United Way, we get a grant from Memorial Foundation. I write one for HCA every year. I do the Hendersonville. There's a few community foundation grants that we apply for every year. And then anytime a new one, happens to come through my email that I think we're a good fit for. This year I've focused more on trying to get some more capital dollars.
What's the JARC? What's that?
That's that 50% match on our transportation costs. It's called Job Access Reverse Commute.
Okay.
It's a reimbursement grant.
What does Hendersonville give? City of Hendersonville? You say they?
2,500 to 5,000.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, well, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good to see you again.
Yes, take care.
And we'll make decisions mid to late December.
Okay,
Yep,
all right.
yep.
Well, have a Merry Christmas.
For you too.
Thank you.
Hello, are you with Habitat?
Yes, I am.
All
I'm
right.
Kate Ritchie.
What's your name?
Kate Ritchie.
Kate Ritchie.
Yes.
I remember you.
Yes.
So tell us about all the good stuff you all are doing and
We're doing a lot
and
of
with
good
the
stuff.
request that you got today.
We are doing a lot of good stuff.
Amen.
I will tell you this Thursday, we are announcing our next neighborhood that we're gonna build. We're finishing up our first neighborhood in Gallatin. We'll build 9 houses. Well, I'm gonna rework some things to where it'll eventually be 10 houses. But that takes time. So we're building 9 houses there, and then our next one will launch this Thursday. So follow us on Facebook and you'll find out all the information.
Congratulations.
Thank you. We're very excited. Something new and different that we hope can be done all throughout Sumner County to address affordable housing. But
Similar style of housing, or can you
it'll
not
all
say?
still be single family, but it'll be on a smaller plot of land. So it'll be 2 1-bedrooms, 2 2-bedrooms, and 2 3-bedrooms. We've never built 1-bedrooms before, but we've gotten a lot of increase in calls and drop-ins and everything for people looking for 1-bedrooms, especially our senior citizens. So we're excited to be able to do that.
Also in Gallatin?
Also in Gallatin, yeah, but we'll build anywhere.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Show us the land.
Show us the land and we'll build. So, but that's our new home construction. But for the grant, we're requesting funds for our critical home repair, which is the other program that we do, which is typically lesser known in the community, but it's our way in order to provide safe, decent housing for more families in the community. So this program is for those that are 60 or older, veterans, or those that are disabled or have a child with a disability. And we come in and we provide those critical home repairs in order to keep them in their home, bring their home back up to code. So we do things from HVAC units. We've actually changed out a lot of clay pipes. That's been a new one that's kind of come up a lot in the past couple of years.
Clay pipes?
Clay pipes, yeah. Those are very, very, very old pipes, and roots get in those and it just messes up the whole plumbing system. So we've been able to do that. New roofs, we do quite a bit of roofs, accessible bathrooms, accessible ramps, things to help their quality of life within their home. So we've done 13 so far this fiscal year. We start in July and we have 8 in the pipeline. Our goal is to do 20, so that would means we're probably going to exceeding our goal. We did 21 last year. And yeah, so it's a great program.
Did you say goal is to do 20 critical home repairs?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
How many employees are there? I know it's somewhere out here.
We have 15. That includes the Restore employees.
Includes the what?
Restore employees.
Okay.
I don't like to shop, but that's the one place I stop in when
I
have
do see
extra
you a
time.
lot in there, so I really appreciate your support.
I always, there are some really cool things I've seen
Yeah.
in there over the years.
We do a lot of
Yeah,
using
thank
that.
you.
Most of her dorm
Yeah.
room, apartment furniture.
Oh, good.
Repainted it and restored it, yeah.
What questions you got? So you've got a community, I'm just seeing the name here. So you've got a neighborhood right now, and this coming Thursday, you're announcing a new neighborhood?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
We'll finish the current neighborhood that we're in Pafford Place. We'll finish building the homes in December. They'll move in January, and then we have to do some paving and some landscaping and stuff to finish out the final master development plan. We'll be done with Pafford in June. And
Is
then
that
we'll be
10 homes also?
Well, it's 9 homes. I'm working on trying to get a lot with some land over there nagled so that I can come back and build like another 2-bedroom house. Just kind of squeeze a house in there because I'm desperate for land. So wherever I can find land, I'm gonna.
What's your infrastructure cost?
The infrastructure is probably the most outrageous cost that we have. Home building costs, we can keep that relatively low. We have a lot of great community partners that donate material or labor or both. And so that can really keep that housing cost down, but the infrastructure, that's just, and it's not, sexy to be like, hey, you want to come buy some sewer pipes for us? It's just kind of a harder sell. You want to pay for some curbs that go with these sidewalks type thing. So, but it's good.
Does Rogers Group help you?
They do. Yeah, they donate a lot of gravel and rock, and we also purchase a lot of gravel and rock from them. But that's like one of those, an example of you kind of go in about 50-50 to give you a discount.
I have a speaker for your next annual convention done at TCAT Murfreesboro.
Oh, you do?
Don't let me forget
Okay,
to pass that
yeah.
information along to you.
Oh, that would be really good, yes. Please.
I don't know that you plan to schedule. You don't.
No,
plan
but
to
I can,
schedule,
but I
you
sit on
got
the,
a
I sit on the
connection.
Habitat Tennessee board, so I can just,
Do you?
yeah, there's a whole planning session for it, but I'd be happy to make that referral.
Thank you.
Yeah.
How long have you been there now, Katie?
5.5 years. Yeah, started in April 2020.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
April of 2020.
Yeah.
So what
hard
were you
time
doing
to
April
start,
of
right?
2020?
Any other questions? Okay. Well, we'll make a decision, pass it on to the budget committee, to the
Okay.
full commission. So probably be mid to late December when you hear back.
Okay.
Okay?
Wonderful. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. You have a great rest of your day.
Thanks, y'all too. Bye.
I'm gonna ask another quick question.
Yes.
The annual operating budget, that's part of the form, that's the critical repairs budget, I'm assuming.
The
for
budget
125.
that we put on here for 125, that's how much we spend on critical repairs.
Yes, okay.
So its average is about 6,300 per repair, but we've gone up as high as like 17,000, and of course, like, we have a great group of volunteers that they can place a hot water heater for $500, so it's kind of the whole gamut of cost. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Y'all have a great
Appreciate
day.
it. Thank you.
There's certain programs we all just kind of know, what they are and what they do. Makes it a little easier, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I'm assuming did they do the same thing last year? Asking them for the critical repairs, you think? I wonder.
I don't remember.
For a lot of years, we didn't donate to Habitat because of the tax. And I don't know if that's still the case, but for a lot of years, we weren't charging county property tax. Come on in. County property tax. It was sort of, or there was some part
I
of.
don't remember them being funded for that many years, but I just can't remember.
Yeah.
Are you with Home Safe?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Well, I need to take a quick, you're a little early, which is great for you. Thank you. But we'll start here in a second. I need to take a quick break.
always forget how cold it is in this room. I know, I should have brought an extra blanket.
Do what?
I always forget how cold it is in this room.
Oh my
And I
gosh,
need
it's
to-
always freezing in this whole
I
building.
know. I should have worn a long sleeve shirt.
Yeah, it is a little chilly.
I know, I brought a jacket when everybody turns on the air conditioning in the buildings, I get so cold.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's like,
And you can never tell, like sometimes it's really cold up here or in here and sometimes it's warm, but like upstairs on the 3rd floor, sometimes it's like you can never tell. It's like from one extreme to the
yeah, you
next.
just don't know what it's gonna be.
You don't never know, yeah. I'm gonna call that lady about that Special Olympics thing.
If you've never been, you. I'm
No,
telling
I
you,
want to. I would love
it's-
for my daughter to get involved in that when she's of age.
I didn't realize that it was like not just like the sports you would think of, like not just running or the shot, like it's
Yeah.
bowling and like all kinds of stuff.
That's
that
so
you would never-
cool.
That's
Which I don't know,
really
do they
cool.
have like kids with all different types of disabilities?
Oh, yeah.
Like
It's
just from one
every-
end?
Yes.
Yeah.
There's some that you would not, I'm not gonna say you would not know, but like,
Right, yes.
that are not visibly
You wouldn't be able to
obvious.
identify the
Correct.
disability.
Like you're not
And
gonna look
there's-
at them and see.
Yes.
Like my daughter Berkeley, she has autism, but it's not,
Like that. Like, you're not gonna
yeah,
know. You
like,
don't
well,
look at
it's
somebody like, oh, you
obvious
have
when,
autism.
it's obvious when she's around other kids her age. Used to, you could hide it pretty well. I mean, I won't say hide it, but now, you know, it's very obvious, like, how old is she? I'm like, oh, you know, she's not talking, or, you know,
Yeah.
like this
That's
kid
what I
at the
was gonna
park
say. It's not
yesterday.
just physical disabilities. It's not
Yeah,
somebody you
right,
could look at
yes.
physically and there's
Yes,
something going on.
yes.
It's,
Yes.
yeah,
It's like this kid at the park yesterday. We took her to the park yesterday afternoon. It got a little warmer outside. We went and he was like, hey, what's your name? Will you play with me? And like he just kept on and on. Berkeley was just looking at him like, what? And you know, he's just like, hey. You know, it gets kind of frustrating. Then you have to be like, okay, well, sorry, you know,
Yeah.
she doesn't understand or whatever.
Kind of explain.
That's
Yeah.
one thing that I honestly love about it is not
Yeah.
is it's not also just disability kids.
Mhm.
It's kids that don't have disabilities that they pair with, and so
Oh,
that way,
that's
really
nice.
good.
So each like a buddy is what.
Yes.
And so like I volunteered with a kid, like you're assigned a kid and you do everything with
Okay,
them.
that's
that day.
awesome.
And
I
that
would love
way-
to do that, yeah.
It's people-
Special Olympics.
Mhm. It's kids that normally wouldn't get that type of interaction.
Mhm, yeah.
Learn to deal with and interact
Yeah.
with people with disabilities, and learn that they're just average kids like you are. They just have
I
to.
meant to ask, what's the oldest kid that they
As far as I know, it's high school. I mean,
Like with
And-
Berkeley too, you know, it's a
But
lot of
also
times
with
it's
high
good
school,
for them
some
to
of
be
those,
with like kids that,
graduate them and
are
be,
not,
you know, they hold them back.
you
for a
know.
year.
No, that's fair.
Cause she's
Yeah.
picked up a lot of bad behaviors from like where she goes to therapy, cause she's kind of, she's the only one that's verbal there.
Oh, wow.
So.
How old is she, 6?
She'll be 6 in April, yeah. So like a lot of the kids that
So
she
she's
goes.
starting kindergarten.
No, I didn't start her.
No.
She
next
will
year.
be starting.
Next
I'm
year,
not
that's what I
looking
meant.
forward to it. But yeah, so like all the kids that she goes with, like they're, you know, she's not like she can say anything if you ask her, but she's not, you know, gonna say it. So she's picked up a few bad behaviors there. All done.
All right. You wanna go ahead and get rolling? If you wanna come over here to the seat to your left. And this is being recorded, so if you introduce yourself, tell us about all the good things you're doing, you can have a seat or stand. And,
Don't stand up.
and then the request that you have for us today.
Okay, I work for Home Safe for domestic violence program in
What-
Sumner
Are
County.
you Susan?
I'm Susan.
Okay,
I'm the
I just-
executive director.
Sort of didn't know if you were Susan or Lindsay, so, okay.
Yeah, I'm Susan. I've been with Home Safe almost 25 years now. So I've
moved up from the bottom up. And I started out as in Sumner County and then moved here. But we've had a lot of improvements over the years, of course. And we're increasing bed space. We have a shelter here in Gallatin. And we're increasing bed space by 4. That's the max we're allowed to have with our designation right now. So we get so many calls, we're constantly full. And so we're doing some restructuring with our we own 2 buildings, so we're doing some restructuring so we can house more. So the top floor will have single ladies, so they can be separated from the kids, because that causes issues. And then 1 floor will be families. They have a communal kitchen and bathrooms, living room. So the ladies upstairs, the single, will have their own living room and a reading area, and then the downstairs will have the same for the families, and a children's room. We also serve a lot of non-residential clients, which people think we're just a shelter program, but a majority of our clients are non-residential. We help them with court, through the whole court process, from getting an order of protection all the way. We sit with them through court. We have a legal advocate. I got the Tennessee Bar Foundation grant for her. So she just deals with court clients, and she'll go all the way until court is done. And then when it comes to divorce, if it comes to that, then legal aid takes over, because we don't go through that whole process. We just deal with the domestic violence. But we help the non-residential. I feel, in my personal opinion, they are struggling more than the ones in shelter sometimes, because we provide everything for them in shelter. Their food, clothing, toiletries, shampoo, laundry detergent, whatever they need, we provide for them. So they can save their money, so they can get out and get their own place eventually. Some don't even know how to do laundry. They don't know how to cook. They don't know how to man their finances. So we have people come in helping them with that. The non-residential, they're the ones that are out there in the high cost of rent, or they're living with another family, and they don't have the assistance. They don't have help with their utilities and everything. So we try to help. If they need a deposit, we'll help with the deposits. We'll continue. We give them food boxes, toiletries, clothes, whatever they need, we will help. And then if someone moves out of our shelter, we also provide, we have one moving out, I don't know, the next day or 2. So she's at the office now picking out mattresses and beds, and we keep dishes and just random stuff that you need in your home, pots and pans, and we try to keep supply of mattresses there. We get a lot donated. So we try to provide as much as possible when they move out. I just took a whole truckload to Kentucky to somebody that moved out, a young girl, all by herself. She has no one. I took beds, dressers, tables, and chairs, and I don't know, we just took all kinds of stuff up for her to help her so she can save her money for her rent. So we try to do that.
And is that with volunteers and people that are helping contribute those items?
It is, yes, we have donors. We have, when I got to the office this morning, there was a bunch of TVs sitting outside and bedding and clothes that we're inventorying right now, but we get a lot donated.
That's wonderful.
So.
Jessica, are they on here somewhere, a different name, or is it? Did Sumner County, did we give you money last year?
No.
Oh.
That's probably
why. Okay. And your request?
On the form it says you received $3,000 and $1,500 in
Right.
the past.
Right, those were
2 other years we did.
Oh, not last year.
Not last year.
Got it, got it. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just looking through last year's. Did you not submit one last year? Now you're submitting
I
one?
thought you all did last year, maybe
There was,
I don't have it on my-
Lindsay had the numbers. There was 1 year we missed the deadline,
Uh-oh,
so we didn't get it. I couldn't get it signed.
that's fine.
Because
That's fine, I just
the board
wanted to.
wants to look at it first, and they were, I don't know, I think they were on vacation or something, so it got missed.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that,
Get our facts straight.
yeah, the facts are.
So on your budget, you have like 2 columns, the Sumner County and the agency total. Is that, help me understand the 2 different columns that would be?
Okay, we also serve Sumner,
Wilson.
Wilson, Robertson, and we pick up Trousdale.
You do, okay, I was wondering about that too.
Yeah, I live in Trousdale, so
Yeah.
we pull them under our wing now.
How much does Trousdale? I see that you're asking 3,000 from us. What is Trousdale and, or I guess Robertson and Wilson, what do they provide, those counties?
Robertson doesn't provide anything. Trousdale, I have not applied because we're not officially there. We don't have,
Yeah, I meant to
steady
say
presence.
Wilson, I guess.
and Wilson, this year we got 6,000 from them. And then we've got Mount Juliet too in there, so that, they just gave us 3.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
Mount Juliet just gave us 3. I
Oh.
didn't add that in there.
To Mount Juliet.
Mhm.
Wilson County has a way of showing us up sometimes.
Does anyone have any more questions?
It's great. So
It's
you
what you
do. The 211 clients that you mentioned here, that's both, like you said, the residential, the non-residential,
Yes.
and the
Mhm.
services. So your current capacity for residential, just curious with that?
It's 12 right now.
12, and then you're looking to increase it to 4, you mentioned.
Mhm. We can have max of 16 according to codes. And we also provide emergency transportation, and we provide, we pay for their medication a lot. They don't have funds for it. Car repairs sometimes. And a lot of gas. We pay for a lot of gas.
Thank you for everything you do.
Yeah, how do people find you?
We have a website, we have Facebook, and we're at, on South Water Avenue is our office.
So the
Right.
sheriff's office is probably familiar to recommend people to you?
Yes. Mhm. Yes, we go, we have a relationship with Hendersonville Police Department. They do an LEP assessment, so we get their calls. We have an on-call service at night because staff used to take the phones home at night to the helpline. And so now we have an on-call service. So any calls that are LEP calls from the police department, they go directly to us. They don't even talk to the woman, they just patch the officer right to us.
Oh,
And then,
that's good.
For those of us not in law enforcement, what's an LAP mean?
it's a lethality assessment program,
Got it.
so they do a lethality assessment with them to see where they
What
are.
trouble they're in.
Right,
Yeah.
and usually if the police are involved, it's
Sure.
serious.
Yeah.
And so they call us, and usually they want shelter. But we don't always have space. I wish we could have a 50-bed. I would love to have a 50-bed shelter, but we just don't have the funds to
Are there
purchase
people in
a
the
building.
community that you can, like, somebody that would say, hey, somebody could come to our house for 2 weeks or
We
in an
don't
emergency
recommend that,
situation?
because that puts them in danger.
That's
Because
true,
if he's
yeah.
looking for them, it has trackers on their cars, which they do. We also check their cars and their phones for trackers.
Oh, wow.
And sometimes we send them to Gallatin PD, just go over there and they check their cars over for any kind of tracker.
Ready for
So we
it.
don't wanna recommend somebody's house because it's putting you in danger.
So then what would somebody do in that case?
Well, what we do is we call their programs and see what availability they have.
Okay,
So we'll make calls for her, so she doesn't tell her story to every person.
right.
So we do that for her. And then, if we have, sometimes the police department will transport to county line, because we're at for this the counties we serve. They'll transport the county line, or we'll get an Uber. Or sometimes the other program will send an Uber to pick them up. Whether it's
Sadly,
in,
we need that.
Yeah.
you know, whether it's in the middle of the night, all the LAP calls are in the middle of the night. Because during the day we're there, but they're at night, and so we'll find some way to get them, and we always make the calls. Cause one time I took one, I think it was like 2 a.m, and her phone died. So there was no way to communicate after her phone died, so I had to communicate with the officers, so we got her to Cookville. And he took her right to Cookville for us.
Wow.
Because we couldn't communicate with her anymore after
Yeah.
she leaves him, there was no communication.
Goodness.
The
Okay.
OCJP, is that a grant?
That's the Office of Criminal Justice Program. And this year we're getting a FIPSPA grant. And before it was VOCA. I don't know if you've heard of it. This year they just pooled us all under one because of the change in administration, the grants. We didn't find out about what we were getting from them until June. And so I had to write a grant, get it submitted before the end of June. So they just pooled everything to make it easier on the programs. And they monitor us. Oh.
I'm gonna ask you again about like the comparison between the two columns, so like your salaries, 8.5 staff, you have 8
Mhm.
full-time. And so your grand total is 253, I think I see, and then 185 is your Sumner County
Right.
piece of that. So like, just help me understand what those two buckets are, or how you're.
Well, we had, Lindsay and I, we split 3 ways, our salary. And then we have some staff we have a Wilson County office, so some are over there certain days of the week, they're based there.
Got it.
And then we have a DCS liaison that we just got this year. They work with only DCS cases or DV cases. And then she works with them and then passes them on to the advocates. And so she's based at some of the DCS offices. So
like the piece that's, like your Wilson County office, that's just somebody who's working there.
Yes.
But you don't
Mhm.
have any residential, or they just
Correct.
provide services and
Right. Go to
support
court,
for
yeah.
the court
Mhm.
and all that.
We used to have a shelter there in Robertson, but we couldn't afford to keep them.
And so the occupancy, that's your rent cost for the shelter on South Water that's on here, the
Mhm. That's,
14.4.
utilities and everything. And I think she put our counseling office in there too. Because we have, our office on South Water, upstairs is administration, downstairs is the counseling center. So we have support groups. We do game nights, movie nights, craft nights, and just different activities to give them a little normalcy in their life and things for the kids to do.
Any other questions?
Susan, thank you for what you do.
Yeah, thank you for
Well,
doing that.
thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Thank you. You have a great rest of your day.
You too.
John Pitcher.
Hey, guys.
Hey, how are you?
Come up?
Yeah, come on, sir.
Come on down.
Yeah, if you can, we're being recorded here, so if you
Okay.
wanna, give us, introduce yourself, tell us about,
Sir.
all the good things you are doing and the request you got for us today.
Okay. My name is John Pitcher. I'm the Chief Operating Officer at Monthaven Arts and Cultural Center. We are an art center located in Hendersonville. Our impact is regional. We have an art gallery in the downstairs of our historic home, where we showcase a combination of national and international shows as well as local shows. Currently, we have on exhibit the art of a man named James Coleman. He was the Disney animator who created the animation for Little Mermaid and Beauty and the Beast. And our mayor actually showed up for our opening. He never comes to anything, but he couldn't stay away from that. So we thought that was quite thrilling. But we also are very devoted to promoting the art of local artists, and so we have a small works art show that's open at the exact same time that has probably 30 or 40 local artists with their works on display. We have a school. We have an art school. We started out when we were founded in 2017. We had evolved out of the old Hendersonville Arts Council. We had 30 students studying art. We now have 1,200. We've just grown a lot with our current director. But what I think we're most proud of in many ways is actually our outreach and our healing arts. The Monthaven Mansion actually served as a field hospital during the Civil War. It was captured by the Union Army in 1862. It was part of their campaign to seize all the railroads in the area. And we were close to Massacre Station and the Louisville-Nashville Railroad. So they took over Monthaven and they turned it into a hospital where they treated Union and Confederate troops. And we thought in this day and age, the best way to recognize that and to honor that was to create a healing arts program, so that we actually use the arts to serve veterans who are suffering from PTSD and from traumatic brain injury. So in Sumner County, we have created a studio over at the American Legion Post 17. This is a place that has a residence for veterans. It's essentially like Section 8 housing for them. It's where they can't live independently in their own apartments, so they live in these essentially converted hotel rooms. We created a healing arts studio, an art studio there where our healing arts director goes weekly to work with them. Some of these people had been so traumatized from their experiences that they had never left their rooms except maybe to eat. So now they all routinely, hundreds of them, come into the studio to work with our healing arts director. And it just helps them connect with their feelings. I grew up knowing the greatest generation, all the World War II vets, and a lot of these guys never talked about anything. We had an uncle who landed as a Marine on Guadalcanal. We found out he did that after he passed away. He would never talk about that. So we're trying to help these guys now work through those issues. And part of our ask is to help with that program. We have recently acquired a trailer, which we call our mobile classroom. So what we're hoping to do is take the work that we're doing now at the American Legion Post and get it out into more remote areas of Sumner County, more rural areas. Because what we have found with our military veterans who are suffering from PTSD is that you have to go to them. You know, they're not, a lot of them don't want to come outdoors. So this is, we have this wonderful mobile trailer that our healing arts director, Val Adams, tows around on the back of his pickup truck. So we're hoping to increase the number of people that we work with there. A second part of our ask is we are creating another program. Our deputy director, Tanya Mertes, oversees our education programming. And before coming to Monthaven about 8 years ago, she had spent 15 years in the nonprofit world working with people who have autism. And so she is spearheading a new program called Connect and Create that will work with kids who have autism. And the way she's explained it to me, she's an expert, I am not, but the way she explained it to me, that when you're working with these kids, you have to have a very, very special environment, what's known as a sensory-friendly environment. The lights have to be, not so bright. You have to have fidget toys for them. You have to have, weighted blankets and weighted vests, and anything that might make them comfortable so that they can then do the artistic work to help them express themselves. So another part of that ask in this grant is to help with that program. So that's what we're doing.
Amazing.
John, it's when a lot of the other nonprofits that we're talking to are providing, meals, direct services for children or seniors and elderly.
Right.
It's a different kind of nonprofit to shift gears and talk about an arts center, but the Healing Arts program, just talk a little bit about why Healing Arts has such an impact on the health of our community.
Well, we have a lot of veterans in Tennessee, for starts. I think we are, as a state and as a region, I think we have some of the biggest concentration of veterans, and a lot of these people come back and they have trouble blending back into society. So what we have found with our programming is that it helps them get into connection with their feelings and the emotions that have sort of blocked them from wanting to go out. So that's it's a targeted population, just like feeding people is a targeted population. So that's the sort of assistance it provides to them. Like I said, I know people from the greatest generation they all served, and almost none of them talked about it. And a lot of them had suffered deep emotional scars their whole lives. And so we're trying to deal with that now. We're trying to deal with that population here in Tennessee. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I hope.
Yeah, absolutely.
I did not know about the autism outreach.
Well, that's brand new. It's a new
coming.
program. That's something that our deputy director is spearheading.
And I'm familiar with Monthaven, but not exactly what you do and how it's run.
Yes, ma'am.
The travel expenses and conferences, what kind of conferences and where are you traveling to?
Well, we actually had done very few conferences and not a lot of traveling in recent years, but within the last year and a half or so, we actually received one of the National Endowment for the Arts' largest grants. It's called the Creative Forces Grant, and that's what helps to support this program.
Okay.
So we have had to send people to Washington, D.C. to
Got
work
it.
with them.
Okay.
But, the grant, like I said, it was probably bigger than any of the other NEA grants here in Tennessee combined.
All right.
So it's really helped us with this program.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Have anything else?
You don't have anything else? All right. Well, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, John,
appreciate
very
what you're doing.
informative, thank you.
John, do you know why last year Monthaven was, I believe, if our information's correct, you received $2,500 2 years ago, but not last year?
Yes.
Did you apply, or was it?
I think we did.
You did, it was
I
just
think we
different
did.
needs.
Yeah.
But
Limited
actually,
budget. Limited
actually,
budget.
if we didn't, I don't recall if we got it. I guess maybe we didn't get it, but we were noticing last year, and I do a podcast for Monthaven, and I talk with artists and arts organizations all throughout Middle Tennessee. And one of the things I was noticing is that last year was just a tough year for institutional giving from either the government or from foundations. Everybody was, for a variety of reasons, had to cut back. So I'm assuming that's what happened.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
So we've got neighborhood health / Salvis coming at 11:15. So the file I'm keeping updates, sort of the working file. I've added the on top of this was the $3,000 request from Home Safe.
You added Area 21 on there too, the Special Olympics for 800.
I have not, thank you.
I'm doing the same with paper copy.
No, appreciate you.
I know.
I
I knew I meant to bring my computer, so.
I started to and then thought, no, I won't need it. Note to self, ask Sam.
142,625.
Yep.
Yeah.
Do you use yours a lot? I mean, do y'all use them a lot, your iPads more than your laptop?
I use this is the county one, and I use it all the time.
All the time.
For me, it's just, my kids would have access to anything personal, and they're 5 and 3, so.
Understood.
It gets, this can say, like, you can't touch this one, you can touch this one.
That's true, that's a good point.
Really with mine, I mean, when you look at theirs,
Yeah.
it was,
Financials.
yeah, it was hard to justify cutting someone else that barely makes their budget versus that. You remember that one last year, Mike?
Yeah, dude.
I was, what I was thinking is typically once you're denied, you tend not to come back, so.
Yeah. Well, see,
But-
so like 2 years ago, it was a weird request, but the request was $40,000.
I do remember that.
That came through the mayor's
remember
office.
Oh,
Yep.
And,
Was it to support their capital campaign?
It was something
Yeah, it was-
specific, but I don't remember.
so we gave them, that was their first request, and it came through, like I said, the mayor's office. He was at some event, and anyway, we gave him 2,500. Then last year they asked for 5,000, and we cut it down to 0. So the total request right now is 142,625, and again, if we want to go, we have 105. So we have 105 is the max.
It's been enlightening looking at the income and expenses because there are some things on here.
This
I'm
is
like,
what was requested, and then this is just
Interesting, like.
working, maybe,
It'll come up in discussion.
which I'm struggling with, because I've only
$15,000 for a
had 1, 2, 3,
retreat.
4, 5 people, and I'm already at 105.
Huh.
103.
Because like my friend Sarah Edwards just did a retreat and it was like, I don't know, they did it all themselves.
Right.
So,
Which one were you talking about? I'm sorry,
the, Grace Place Ministry, there's a budget line item of $15,000 for the employee retreat.
Oh, got it.
And I'm like,
She's always been one that has put a high, how do I say this, high value on employee benefits package.
yes, very nicely put. Very, what is it, very
Politically correct.
There you go.
It's almost like I'm getting used to being recorded for all the meetings and all the things I've said, and people that call and say, I can't believe you said that.
Yeah, they're gonna watch back and go, oh, I can't believe. But it's very curious to me to see
Yeah,
have all these
absolutely.
numbers in front of you and then see.
I created my own spreadsheet, I'm not
Because
touching
I'm one of those
yours.
people.
I did that a couple years
Charity
ago,
calls you, I go on
and
Charity Navigator and
I learned the hard
check
way
it out.
now,
and
that
see
Jerry
what
has
they
a
do.
very method to his madness.
I don't remember.
So if you see untitled spreadsheet, don't touch it, that's mine.
Is this out there for like?
It is.
Oh, okay. I figured it was, but I don't know how you. It's just stored. It's the only file of this I open every year, so it's right there at the top of my folder. Hello.
Hello.
Are you with
Ag extension.
4-H.
4-H,
You're with
I'm
4-H.
4-H.
Okay.
I'm a little early.
Yes, you are. So we've got someone else coming at 11:15. If they're a little late, we may just go ahead and grab you.
Either way, okay, wait right here, you can wait.
Oh,
No. You wait here. You wait here.
I don't know if you caught too, you were asking earlier with this one. They're getting a lot of.
Their people.
Yes, I confirmed that with.
They're still serving a lot of people.
They are.
You-
I just,
And it's not nearly the kind of service.
Which one was it?
this one, these two.
Are they near the bottom?
Totally makes sense that, Hendersonville's able to attract a lot of people from everywhere, given the vitality
I was gonna
of their
say,
program. It's
she's a real go-getter.
night and
I
day.
wish I could clone, like you say, clone her.
I just my it's interesting to me that all the cities donate to theirs except one.
Well,
Is that
and then-
Gallatin, or is that, which one?
And then White
Yeah,
House.
Gallatin doesn't, she
I mean,
said
well,
sometimes
White
she
House
does and
is-
sometimes she doesn't.
Well, and it's, you know, I think trying to motivate a higher output or.
White House is ran by theirs, that's why.
Right,
Correct,
you just
correct,
don't
yeah,
have
yeah, yeah.
the-
Oh, I need to, yeah.
Are they later?
I don't know, you know, I think,
Very good.
yeah, there's a lot more to that
Oh, yeah.
situation.
I
don't
agree.
really know.
And I haven't seen any of these people before. I'm familiar with some, but never seen any of these people talk to them, so it's interesting to hear their stories, what's important for them to highlight
Mm.
and what's not. Yeah, I thought, who was it coming out, Lucille and Beverly, did a great job, very passionate. But they have so much confident, and not confident, energy or.
Vision.
There you go, vision is a great word.
How to
Yeah.
grow it instead of just.
Yeah.
So when you look like you pointed out, Jamie, the Portland director, it's $15,000 a year. Like,
How, yeah,
How?
how do you do that?
Yeah.
And that's what kills me, like, I mean, one on Charity Navigator before I go on there and look, and you're like, oh wait, half of your program expenses are for your administration.
Sir, if you want to go ahead, and we'll go ahead and go you, and if they show up, we'll just, we'll do them after you. So you're with 4-H.
Yes, sir.
And we are being recorded, so introduce yourself, you can sit down, introduce yourself, tell us all the good things you all are doing, and the request you're making today.
All right. My name is Clint Parker. I'm one of the 4-H agents here in the county. Sumner County 4-H is part of the University of Tennessee. We are the education department, and so 4-H is for 4th grade through 12th grade. And so we do have the largest enrollment in the state of Tennessee. And so we're hitting around 8,000 youth in our 4-H program. And so what we were asking for today was an additional $5,000 continued, I guess, from last year. We received $5,000. The year before it was $2,500. So we were just asking to continue that again this year. Our program kind of breaks up in our 4th, 5th, and 4th and 5th grade. We spend a lot of times in the classroom, in the school clubs we call them. We elect officers. We have an officer training for those that are elected as an officer. We had over 300 show up in 2 different locations to be trained in parliamentary procedure and leadership and citizenship type skills. Of course, we're still doing the traditional, our bread and butter, I guess, is the poet speaking contest. And so poet speaking contest, the poster contest, hitting nonverbal. This month's one of my favorites. We're judging biscuits and cornbreads this month here. And so, you know, I always like to tie in, and they go, you know, for communication, they go, that's a big jump. And I'm like, well, there's nothing no more science related than baking. And probably that was the only way that I made it through school in fractions, was my mama and a measuring cup and a spoon and showing me what all those fractions meant. And so, you know, we're in the life skill business. You know, a lot of people think of 4-H, we've been around probably 140 years now. You know, you think of traditional agriculture, that's still a component there, but we're in the life skill business. So whether we are, you know, using communications or an animal project or a camping program, we're just trying to develop, you know, reasonable, responsible, capable adults. And that's kind of what our mission is. And so not only do we have the largest enrollment, you know, in the state of Tennessee, we also take more kids to 4-H camp than any other county, probably by over 125 kids. And we actually upped our numbers this year. Normally we do a one-day sign up, we fill up, they're wrapped around the building, we have to turn them away. So we're going to try to take 310 4th and 5th graders to 4-H camp this summer. Wow. And so some of these funds would be helped to use for additional scholarships, trying to get some of those kids that may not be able to afford to get to go and go. Other funds that this would be help was just needless to say, when we're making those contests, whether it's cornbread or crafts or posters or speeches, just you can imagine what my ribbon budget is a year just to be able to hand out those ribbons. And we have county contests and like to put a little cash premium up there for that, you know, grand champion of the entire county, those types of things. in our middle school area, sixth grade's our biggest push. We do a lot of science stuff, and so we try to bring in hands-on materials so that, they can actually see what they're learning kind of hands-on. So whether it's, skulls and pelts with ecology, or whether we're bringing in weather instruments so they can kind of see that and not only know what that is, but understand how to use it. And those teachers don't have the time to do that hands-on stuff that we can actually have a little bit of time to get in and do. But as you can imagine, hands-on stuff's gonna get broke. It's not a one-time buy and you're done forever. I mean, somebody's gonna drop that little boiler or that little whatever. And so, just replacing those types of things. And then when we get into our high school type programs, we had 2 teams that attended Louisville, Kentucky to the Eastern Nationals last week and represented Tennessee in the horse bowl contest at the national level. And then we had a dairy quiz bowl team that represented Tennessee at the national level. So whether it's kind of helping get those entry fees to help get those kids to those national events at that high school level, or whether it's that hands-on stuff in that junior high audience, or that 4th grade, 5th grade ribbons, handout, those types of materials, kind of get that hands-on stuff, camp scholarships. This money just allows us to get those kids here in Sumner County just more opportunities. So, is that kind of what you wanted?
That's it.
Yeah. What questions do we have?
Does anybody remember doing their speech or did their bread in 4-H?
I remember making cornbread.
I remember making cornbread.
I do.
I tell people that's the coolest part of my job. Now that it's been around 140 years, there's nobody alive. I mean, no matter what age generation you talk to in a group, somebody remembers going to 4-H camp for that first time away from home, or getting that cornbread recipe, or standing up and doing that speech. And so, that's the coolest part about my job at this point is, any generation, somebody kind of has that fond memory and carries something along with them.
How long have you been doing this, Clint?
So this is, I'm going on 31 years now. So I've been in the county for 30 years. So,
All 4 of my kids went through it.
I was going to say.
Same.
We were homeschooling, so everything like that we could do, we did.
We love 4-H camp. I went two different years when I was younger.
And that's it. And some of
So
them, I get
fun.
tickled. They'll go as a camper, and then they'll go back with us as a team
Yeah.
leader. And I've even had some go as an adult leader, And heck, I think I've got 2 that I've hired in over the years that kind of went through that entire process.
We were
And so,
doing the kayaks and the canoes and it was
and
fun.
just been away from family,
Yeah.
And that's what I try to tell people.
Mhm.
We're having fun, but it's a life skill. When all of
Yeah.
a sudden you have to decide what you're wearing that day, and keeping up with your clothes and whatever little bit of money they gave you, and if you want to go buy 14 Snicker bars on the first day, you can, but then you still got to go Tuesday through Friday without any. So I do some really cool stuff, but like I said, in the grand scheme of things, I'm in the life skill business. I'm trying to teach them to be adults and be responsible and those types of things there.
Yeah.
So.
My neighbor was Steve McNeil. His wife
Okay.
Brenda is
Yeah,
still my neighbor.
one of my dear friends too.
And I remember him telling me most of the kids I talk to will never have a horse.
Right.
But, and that's what his thing, but the life skills that they learn from that.
Well, and those
the
kids,
leadership skills.
those kids that went to nationals in horse bowl, what's cool about that one is you don't have to own a horse for that one. It's all about the knowledge.
Right.
And then, of course, now we've got some riding programs for those that happen to have a horse, but for those, there's so many of them that just love them so much, and it gives them a way to be a part of that industry. And there's several of them that have went on to be vets or in the animal science world where, if they'd never had that outreach. But that's when you asked me Steve moved up to the adult position because in our office we have adult agriculture, FCS, and 4-H. And 4-H is the youth component. Steve moved up to the adult spot, and I took his spot as the youth agent 30 years ago. So, good stuff.
So last year, you requested 2,500. If my numbers are right, you all have been at 2,500 for several years.
And just a failure on my part is I didn't realize, I thought it was just 2,500, and the committee kind of mentioned, well, you could ask for 5,000 after you've got it 1 year, and that's when y'all gave us that.
Okay,
that last year. We asked for
right.
25, but when we got here, like, well, you realize you can. I was like, I did not. And so
Let me do that.
y'all kind of adjusted it, I think, here in the meeting
Yeah, we did
Yeah,
last
Okay,
year.
that answers, that
That
answers my
question.
question. Yes, sir, I appreciate it.
Yeah, I had just overlooked that part where it said you could ask for the additional the next time. And then the group here said, oh, you know you can't. And I was like, I did not. I overlooked that. And like I said, y'all fixed that, I think, for us here on the spot.
Okay, well, great.
So,
Well, I appreciate it. If there are no other questions, I think that's all we have. So,
Right.
timeline, the full commission will vote on this mid-December.
Okay.
So official communication will come out, after that.
Gotcha.
All right?
All right. Well, I sure appreciate y'all. And like I said, if you get that wild hair and think you might like to go back to 4-H camp, I have to take 9 adult men to 4-H camp with me. So you can imagine what a challenge that is, trying to find 9 adult men to go to camp. Or if you really like biscuits or cornbread, we are always looking for a judge, or you want to hear some speeches, I would love to have you come and serve as a judge. And I'll tell you, and it's pretty difficult when you get to that level at the county level, because I'd put our 4th grade champion up against any adult anywhere in the world.
Wow.
They're that good. They're really good. And I'll put those biscuits up against just about anybody's biscuits as well. So, like I said, I know y'all are here because you see the need to be involved in the community. And like I said, sometimes if you want to do something besides sit beside a desk, if you'd like to go to camp with us, or like I said, be a judge at a speech or a baking or even a craft contest, let me know, because we're always looking for somebody to kind of help us with that kind of stuff.
All right. I appreciate it, Clint.
Thank
Thanks a
you
lot.
for everything you do.
have a great rest of your day.
Yeah.
So, neighborhood health say again?
There's nobody out here.
Okay, all right, thank you.
That's not surprising to me that they're not here.
Which one was that? The-
Salva Center.
Oh.
No, she just is always kind of
Okay.
Trying to get my head wrapped around grand total numbers, so when I look at it.
I know, I'm trying to like see where you could move around with some numbers.
Yeah. We'll have, at a minimum, 37,625 to cut out.
So Jerry, in the past, like looking at the past years, I guess, what do I want to ask? It's not unusual for people not to get what they requested. Is that correct?
Yeah, we've got like last year, the request was total was 144,825. So we had to cut, 42,000 last year.
144,825 was last year?
That was the request.
Request, okay, that helps, thanks.
So this gives you all, on a small scale of what we have to do from a budget standpoint. We get all the
Oh my
requests
goodness.
from all the different departments. Everything seems, like good ideas and so forth, but then at the end of the day, it's just gotta.
This is like working out the
You gotta-
family
you gotta
budget with your
cut.
kids, you're like, no, I'm sorry, we're
Yeah.
not going there,
Yeah.
because we're not spending,
Yeah.
25 grand for you to go to Paris.
Yeah. Yeah.
That would be if my daughter chose to go. My son said, I'll be, just give me 500, I can make it there and back fine.
Yeah, exactly. Backpack and.
Right.
Plane ticket.
One pair of clean underwear and a backpack. I'm good to go.
My older son, he's going to London in December, and I was surprised. I mean, I've never been over there, but his round trip was his airfare was like 600 and something, which I thought was like,
wow.
I go, that sounds like really, really reasonable.
That does.
a round trip.
Yeah.
Wow, that does sound reasonable.
Katie and Rachel, when they graduated, they found some deal like that. That's when they went over to Europe for
Yeah.
graduation, and they went to the Taylor Swift concert in Lyon, France. Their on-the-floor ticket was like $80 a piece.
Oh, really?
What?
Yeah,
Wow.
because there's not really ticket scalpers or
I was
whatever
gonna
over
say,
there. Yeah.
a lot of my people I knew went overseas like that because they were insanely cheaper.
Yeah, they had
Flights.
better tickets.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was insanely cheap.
Yeah,
It was cheaper to fly to
$600.
France when they
Yes.
figured out to see Taylor
Oh, that'd
Swift
be
on the
terrible.
floor
That's
than
crazy.
it was to go
And
see
you have
her
that travel
Bridgestone
experience.
That's crazy.
or Titans, wherever she was last time.
That's
Yeah.
crazy.
That's neat.
It was,
I'll remember that.
I know.
Oh,
Happy
yeah.
If I ever
graduation.
wanna go see Taylor Swift.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
You should.
Which I won't.
Oh, she's an amazing.
I went and saw it in New
performer.
Orleans, and
Really?
it was actually, I'm not a Swiftie, my wife is.
Hey,
I've been
we're
twice.
still on video, by the way.
That's okay.
They're gonna.
Did you sign that?
Yeah. You're a Swiftie.
I said I was not.
That's not what I heard.
I think you said you were.
Yeah, she's a heck of a performer.
Let me bring you my 5-year-old who can sing her songs and it might.
Oh my God.
That's funny.
Who does the ready for it and stomps appropriately.
She knows.
Yes.
I love that. Yeah, I think my daughter's in her 20s. I think she and her friends are already planning to go to the next one. Like, they get all their codes ready and.
It's just a good, I like it a good entertainment. I don't care if it's Taylor Swift or Garth Brooks or a
Same.
good movie or.
Garth Brooks was really good.
What, I mean, a good movie, a good restaurant, a House of Cards, like, I just like good entertainment.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that wouldn't be Titans football this year.
No, it would not.
So hard.
It
So
would
hard
not
to
be.
watch.
And you're an Alabama fan too, right?
Oh, God, I won't talk about
Okay.
that. Can we not talk about
Six,
it?
that's really been hard for you the last few years, I'm
I feel a
sure.
little better after Saturday's game, seeing that Oklahoma did have a hand on the ball, but the kicker didn't just whip it.
Yeah.
He was, I mean, I'm not happy with the result after it, but.
But at least you know it was some sort of
Yeah,
interference.
it was headed towards the other, because, living through that season was just really hard.
Yeah.
You know, my whole family was texting back and forth, like, how do we get real biker, and then we don't have a kicker, like, how do we do this? But college football's always crazy, and especially in the SEC, I feel like we knock each
Absolutely.
other out all the time.
Yeah.
You never know
It's my
who's gonna,
favorite. I love the SEC.
yeah.
Love college.
Tennessee typically gets knocked out. That's.
Oh, come on, y'all were killer last year. I mean,
I
we
will
lost
say,
to
I mean,
Vanderbilt last year.
With
so-
Oklahoma beating Bama down there, I was like, maybe. I said, we were so much better than they were. We just couldn't win. That
That's
was
what's
bad.
been fun. No offense. That's
No,
what's been
it's-
fun about Nick Saban not being there. I have a lot of respect for him
Right.
personally. I hated him as
Yeah.
going against it.
Yeah.
But it's more competitive again, and it's not just, they're gonna
Like
win.
I'd say
You
that,
know.
I think he saw the writing on the wall with the transfer portal wasn't gonna fit his style of coaching and how he managed teams. It just, you can't have that legacy or that, build those players up, because they're just gonna leave.
Right.
You can't save them. But I like our team this year. I like what I've seen. We just couldn't hold on to the ball, and can't give the other team 17 points and expect to win. I mean, that's,
Does factor in.
yeah, that's really hard. Can't spot Oklahoma, especially 17 points. I don't know, I guess you can't really spot anybody. People like South Florida,
Yeah,
I don't know.
Army.
Texas A&M spotted South Carolina 30 points.
That last quarter
I
was
can't
crazy.
believe
Did you
that.
watch it?
No, I was in Knoxville, but I wasn't out in front of a TV.
Who do y'all have left? Who does UT have left to play?
We're at Florida this weekend.
Oh,
and
yeah,
then
that'll be
we're-
easy.
And
Sorry for what fans.
Nah,
Sorry.
they'll probably beat us. And then
Vandy.
then we host Vandy, so which Vandy's got Kentucky. So if Vandy beats Kentucky Saturday, then that game in Knoxville will probably, if they win, they'll probably get in the playoffs. How it all works out, but
Well, how's the fan base with your all's coaches? Everybody okay? They just.
I mean.
Is there
I
UT
would
fans like
ra-
Bama
I would
fans that
rather
get called
I
to
would
the
rather
coach's
just
head?
get beat versus lose on our own, like we miss a field goal against Georgia. It's like Oklahoma was just. I mean, we gave them. We had 3 just horrible turnovers.
So you all spotted them points too, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, a 71-yard fumble return for a touchdown, 2 interceptions toward our goal lines. Anyway, I would rather just get beat versus like losing like that. But regardless, like at Bama probably would have still beaten us. But like we go in right before half, cut it down to 2 points, but instead we throw a 100-yard pick six. It's like, well, there goes that.
Well, that's what I thought, Saturday playing Oklahoma, when we had the pick six, I was like, oh, this is karma.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Jessica, I think on the Gallatin Child Care Center line, I think that in the past, Gallatin Daycare was the recipient.
There's two that's almost, they're very similar.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I
one
didn't
of
know they
them-
changed the name, but they're two very different.
Yes, one of them
Two different
has not applied in a couple of years.
oh, that's.
Yeah,
that's
because
the
they
issue.
get very confusing because
Yeah.
there's like Gallatin Child Care and Gallatin Daycare or something. It's
Well,
very, very similar.
Yeah, so I'm just
Yeah.
thinking, just so you know, for if this spreadsheet lives on, I think there's a separate line for Gallatin Daycare, which probably had prior years, and then the new PALS, they're calling it, instead of Gallatin Child Care Center. They're changing the name so that it is more easily differentiated, so I think your fiscal year 2024 and back is
Yeah.
probably Gallatin Daycare, which, you know, I'm surprised that they're not continuing to apply, because they're in very similar situation along with
Yeah.
community childcare, and they're in really bad shape because of the way the state has made those benefits even harder to keep getting. It's tragic, honestly. But I do think they're two separate line items. And
Yeah,
I'm just not sure
yeah.
if that 1,000 that's there for fiscal year 25, I'm guessing that's this PALS, Gallatin Child Care Center. got
They
that last year.
requested last year, yeah. But so the daycare
Gallatin Daycare.
was before
Hey,
that.
no,
though.
no, y'all, no, you don't have to wait. No.
Come on in.
That's DCO.
Good.
There you are.
Do we want to keep rolling, or? Break?
Hold on a second.
Yeah. You have the old spreadsheets.
Yeah. Yeah, so the daycare stopped. They didn't request last year. Or this
Or
year.
this year.
Okay, yeah. No, that's good.
Starts
I had
with
combined
that.
them on my sheet too, so. All right. Yeah, let's
And
go
then
ahead.
the Home Safe, so, oh wait, Home Safe didn't get money last year,
No.
so.
2
they
years
weren't-
ago, they requested 3 and got 1,500. Back in 21, they requested 35 and got 0, if that's right.
Well, Gallatin Daycare got money in 2024.
Yeah.
Not PALS, right?
Not PALS.
The daycare,
Gallatin.
in 24, 23, 24 requested 5 and got 75.
Yeah.
That was when we bumped up the community childcare and the Gallatin daycare.
Yeah.
But, okay, all right. You all want to come up and,
Yeah, we're just missing our finance manager, but if.
well, we can wait. We had a no-show.
I think we can pretty much, I'm pretty sure, she'll be here. We can go ahead and give you at least our case for supports and some things like that.
Okay.
There you
Hello,
are.
hello, hello.
Do you want to just sit here?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. So we are on video here, so if you introduce yourselves, tell us about all the good things y'all are doing and the request you got for us today.
Wonderful. I'm gonna go ahead, if that's okay, and pass these to you all. So we'll just go down. Those are our case for supports that just kind of where our funding comes through, all the types of things. And these are just like a little snapshot of all the programs that we provide. I'll just pass these down too. I'll just pass these down too.
Oh, thank you.
And we also just started doing Parent Power the last couple of years. I'm just gonna pass these down for you all as well.
Thank you.
You get
Play
that?
cards.
I'll get that one.
Play dime. Got it.
Okay, I'll get that one.
Okay.
Did you want us to stay first?
Yes,
Want
please.
these extras?
Introduce yourselves and tell us.
Okay, wonderful. Well, my name is Beth Cox. I'm the program director, and this is our new executive director, Alexa Follis. You all may be very familiar
You're welcome.
with Joy. She's on sabbatical right now, waiting for a baby to come, her grandbaby, and she'll be coming back as a consultant. But we've hired Alexa very fresh into this, but she's our new executive director. Very excited about her joining our team.
Alexa.
Okay.
Alexa.
Yeah, Alexandra, but I go by Alexa.
It's gotta be confusing running any
Exactly.
Amazon devices.
Do you change the name of it?
We don't even have one, honestly. Yeah.
Congratulations, though.
Kinda
Thank
zing.
That's
you
exciting.
so
Yeah,
much.
we're very excited. She actually worked with us many years ago, and so now she's just coming back, bringing all her expertise in business and all that to the table. So we're very
Good.
excited
Awesome.
about that for her.
What's your last name?
Follas, Follas.
Okay.
So as you all know, or may not know, we have been in existence since 2002. So we are actually going into our 24th year in servicing middle and high school students in the Sumner County, well, really 11 counties in Tennessee and 3 in Alabama, but specifically for here, we serve all middle and high schools here, public high schools. We also will do private as well. So a lot of our Sumner County residents do have children that go to private schools around the 65, and we service all those schools as well. We'll serve about 4,500 students in this area alone in Sumner County. And we have, as you all see, the programs that we offer. We start with our middle school program, which is called Healthy Boundaries. This is a 3-day program that we will meet wellness standards. We meet 28 wellness standards in the Tennessee wellness standards that they have to cover. So our teachers love the fact in 3 days we can cover 23 standards. And we will cover everything from healthy relationships, refusal skills, dangers of social media, pornography, cyberbullying, all the things that they're experiencing, especially online, that have become so difficult for them to deal with. So we educate on that. We also talk about the benefit of being abstinent until marriage. So sexual risk avoidance is our primary overarching theme, obviously, in our program, with medically factual information that will provide them about the benefits of abstinence until marriage, healthier marriages, not only that, but optimal health, no STDs or STIs, and then what also happens in an unplanned pregnancy, giving them what that looks like with parenting and adoption. That's our middle school program. Then our Life Choices program, the next program that you see there, is in our high school, and we will actually go to every wellness class in Sumner County, and we will discuss with them, once again, boundaries, healthy dating relationships, refusal skills, all the dangers of social media, the same kind of themes as we did in middle school. But we do add in high school not only parenting and adoption, but we do discuss the medical factual information that involves with an abortion law, and also complications and consequences of abortion medically and emotionally to that young lady. And so we kind of cover all those facets in Life Choices. We'll hit 10 standards in high school for wellness. And then we have another program that not as many people know about, and only about half of our high schools do this program, but it's really good. It's called Cost of Parenting. We will go in through their personal finance requirement, and we will cover the actual cost of having a baby. And they do a budgeting activity, diapers, formula, stroller. What does that look like? And the students will go, I had no idea. And so they're like, okay, I'm not having sex because I didn't know it was this expensive. So that's just the reality of the decision. So that has actually been a really good program. And as you all may or may not know, since we've been going in all 3 of our programs, we've dropped teen pregnancy rates in Sumner County by 63% since the beginning of our time period. But we actually want to make sure you all understand we are not just a teen pregnancy prevention program, even though that's part of it. We're helping these children have healthy skills in relationships, to value themselves, to value the fact that marriage is actually a really good, wonderful thing. We've added many slides about the benefits of marriage into the component, because the success sequence, the Tennessee law that mandates that, we've actually been teaching success sequence for many years, but talks about the fact that if they graduate from high school, work full-time, and get married before children, less than a 5% chance of living in poverty. We've actually put that success sequence in all of our programs, and we've been teaching that for many years before it became state law. But we also have a Thrive mentoring program, which we do. We partner with Sumner Unity, and we will do after-school programs with at-risk children in a lot of the middle schools, and that is a long period, 9-week session, which we will do one-on-one kind of with them in smaller settings as one of our programs. In addition to that, we also do what's called Parent Power, and that has been out of request from churches and schools just saying, can you come educate our parents, because this is the one topic that they know nothing about or they're afraid to talk about with their students. So we have done many Parent Powers with churches, with some schools, educating parents on the tools that they need in order to answer hard questions about this topic.
So that's another offering that we do within the county that we offer. So those are kind of our main programs. As you all see, we have great results because we do a pre and a post test after we come and present. And you'll see some swings. We usually see around, it varies every year to year, but around a 20% swing toward choosing abstinence more after seeing our program. We'll see a 30% decline in them thinking that abortion is a favorable option. So we see a decline in that option, them thinking that is a favorable option. We see a 70% swing in adoption, them viewing adoption as a favorable option. And we also see around a 50 to 60% understanding that sexual risk avoidance actually helps them in education, career, optimal health. So they actually are getting the connection, because we do drive that home a lot, that this activity actually affects you in all these other activities, and teaching them that self-regulation, self-control actually helps you academically, financially, making better grades, doing better on the athletic field. So all that self-regulation and valuing yourself actually helps you in many other areas as well. So those are some of our results, as you see from that. We have been very grateful for the County Commission and you all helping fund our area. The budget for just Sumner County alone is around $175,000. So any portion that we can get from any county government helps us, because we do depend on donors, church partners, and county governments to help fund us. So that is a little bit of our snapshot. I don't know if Alexa wants to go ahead and add anything to that or whatever. Or if you all have questions for us
So
about our
704
program.
is your total program budget. You said 185 is the.
It honestly depends on how many students we're serving, but usually it's $40 a student. And so we're usually hitting around 4,500 students here in Sumner County alone. So it's, like I said, $40 a student, you're looking around $175,000 just for Sumner County alone. But we do go after grants from other county governments. We actually have asked the governor for money because we do service more counties than any other sexual risk avoidance program in the state. We noticed that when we got a state grant many years ago, that we actually serve more students in more counties than any other program in the state. So we're kind of proud of that fact too.
Sumner County is our hub. This is where our office is located. This is where all of us live. Everything comes from this area.
There was a concern with the state funding at one point a couple years ago, correct?
Well, I think you're talking about the state. There's the governor's money. That's kind of what we call a grant as well. But then there's also we had a state grant that we qualified for back in 2017.
Okay.
And we had that state grant. It was around $150,000. And that grant, though, started requiring us to do things that we just wouldn't. As a moral company,
Sure,
we
sure.
felt like as a nonprofit we couldn't do. They wanted to ask for identifying factors of LGBTQ students. They wanted us to not put students in girl and boy. They were kind of trying to change our instrument that we use to evaluate our students. It was like a 10-page long instrument that was asking very personal questions of the students. So because of all those factors, we stepped out of that grant and we lost $100,000 from that grant. So that's when we started asking, obviously, the governor to help with replacing that grant that we were getting. It was kind of a federal monies that coming through the state. But you're right, that's what the concern was for them.
That's what I'm remembering. So
absolutely.
The governor's money is kind of helped.
It's separate, yes, and you can go and request funding, and I think one of the reasons why they really love our program is because we do serve 11 counties in Tennessee, and that, again, that expansion of that amount of students is pretty great.
It's impressive.
I think it's fabulous.
Yeah, sure is.
Thank you all.
My younger kids had something like this at Ellis, but I think it was through Cumberland Pregnancy Center at that time. It may have been the same program, but it was effective
Right.
for the
A
entire
lot of people
class.
ask, and I just want to let you all know, just so you all know how different we are, because a lot of people think, well, is it the same thing? A lot of actually of our teachers like them to come in first, and then we come in behind them. They primarily deal with STDs. They will be the ones that kind of show the pictures, and which is all very educational, but in other words, they really concentrate, that's kind of their lane. We go in afterwards, and we really try to expand on that. In other words, we want them to learn what the benefits are before you even get there. Why are you abstaining from sexual activity? Well, all the research, even the Department of Health and Human Services is agreeing that abstaining from sexual activity until marriage is the best. And so we're trying to give them tools ahead of time, so we're kind of spending a lot more time on that. Also, we deal with a lot more social media. They're kind of more the health. We're kind of more, we also deal with the dangerous social media, and we do address abortion and adoption and parenting. and a great deal as well. And that's actually one of the standards to cover is adoption and all the various types of adoption, foster care, all the types of adoption that are available to a young lady. And that's the one we find that students know the least about. They have no clue what adoption looks like, or it looks like TV to them. They don't realize that you can have a relationship with the child, that you can choose the parents. So that's very eye-opening information to them, and so we hope that we're helping to educate them on that as well.
Do you know if they're continuing to offer that first piece of education you were talking about? Are they still doing that, Cumberland Crisis Pregnancy Center?
They're not in all schools, but no, they're in some schools. I know that not all my teachers have them come, but some of them
this
do.
is way back when I.
Well,
right,
but
I was asking because because they don't have a funding request this year, and so I thought maybe they have shifted gears. I didn't know if they've stopped offering.
From what I understand, again, I don't know, but I know some of my teachers, only some of my teachers have them come, so I don't know how broad their scope is.
Is the state funding, is it pretty stable year over year now, or?
Well, we hope so. We pray so. It's obviously something we have to make a request for every year. We hope that we've proved ourselves that, once again, since we serve more students than any other organization with a sexual risk avoidance component, we do offer things that we have not seen. Actually, I go to a sexual risk avoidance conference every year, and all over the United States, nobody covers what we cover. Nobody wants to get into adoption. Nobody wants to get into abortion. Nobody gets into the topics that we do, so it does put us in a niche that people actually come to us and ask for our curriculum because we just cover topics that nobody else does. So.
And you do it exceptionally well.
Thank you.
Yes, you do.
Thank you.
I agree.
Thank you, and we so appreciate you all.
So Alexa, how long have you been involved here?
I have worked here now 6 weeks.
Okay.
Trial by fire.
It
right?
is.
Yeah.
It's wonderful though. I'm really enjoying it. I just got to share with my small group last night. They're like, how's the job going? I'm actually really enjoying it.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of leadership, lots of HR, CEO, all the COO, CFO, all of the jobs put in one, but looking at everything, bringing it to the light of what's going on and trying to help them get really efficient. And also I'm a big visionary too, so my heart is to reach out both through social media, just getting a public voice in what we're doing, sharing who we are and what we do, because some of our people only really know from attending our banquets or if we were to come and share, but hopefully getting our message out is really what I feel led to and called to. So.
And you used to volunteer?
I used to teach.
You
I used to be
teach.
one of the
She used to teach.
program educators.
And she also authored a purity book, so her heart is
Yes.
very much for this type of cause. And
I've been in. I have a master's in Christian counseling. I'm an LPC, but I've been in practice, so I've seen the other side. So now my heart is, how do we prevent people from coming to counseling? How can we help them to make choices that they don't have trauma in their life, or that hopefully we're doing some preventative, that they never have to get to that place. Some tools, some things that you wish somebody could have said to you years ago. What could we have said to them that would be impactful and beneficial, that will truly make a change in their life?
I also want to make one other point. A lot of times what we find with our organization, it's difficult for us to explain what we do. People they are measuring assemblies or like, how does this work? They don't realize that we literally come in and meet standards that the teacher has to meet. We're in a classroom every day. Every day I'm in a classroom. And so that's kind of hard for them to visualize. And we're also on the preventative versus rescue. And I think there's not enough given to preventative, because if we prevent teen pregnancy, that's $25,000 for every teen pregnancy for the taxpayer. So we kind of forget that if we're preventing this, we're helping long-term. They're being better citizens. They're contributing more. They're finishing high school at a higher rate. A lot of times rescue is great, and we need that. But what about we help them before they get into the river, right? Those rescue ministries are trying to help them get out of the river. We're trying to prevent them from even getting in the river. Yeah. And so that's what sometimes, I know a hard thing for DCO is it's hard to get the funding because we're not on the rescue side. Rescue side gets, that's great. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that's just one of our challenges, and that's why we love the fact that you all can partner with us, because that's one of our most challenging things in funding, is that they're like, okay, that's preventive, but rescue sounds a lot funner to fund, and we're actually trying to prevent from rescue.
And our educators are all trained. We're at the tipping point of what's happening in the culture today, as well as educationally, medically, physically, scientifically, emotionally. So that's why, like with some of these crisis pregnancy centers, they're having a lot of volunteers that just have a heart and a passion for this. We're actually trained educators, which is why we also need a little bit more funding, because to fund, to train, to equip to continue professional development, it costs.
It's a model that should be replicated.
Yes.
Absolutely.
And you hopefully keep them longer too.
And you've even
You know,
been
they're
into,
not
didn't you come to
just-
cost of parenting class, I think, one time, or
I
one of
think
our
I came
classes?
to a couple of them. I went
Okay,
to
yeah, I think you went
Station
to,
Camp,
on
I
Life
went
Choices,
to
yeah,
the,
Life Choices you
the
saw,
high school
right.
and the cost of parenting.
And-
I loved it.
Tell me about you guys. I'm new to this. So what is this? Fill me in.
So-
What is this?
So my name is Jerry Becker.
Yes.
I am on the county commission.
Okay.
So there's, I guess, two of us that are currently on the county commission. And one of the things, so from a budgetary standpoint, the county commission allots, I guess it's $105,000 for these types of nonprofit organizations. And so what we're doing today is we have a whole, list of, 20 or so people coming in, doing exactly what you're all doing. And then at the end of the day, we're splitting up the $105,000 to then get full approval. And so we've got 2 county commissioners, and we've got, everyone can introduce themselves, and then we got 3 citizens, I guess, if you want to call it. But and then we have our finance
Yeah, I work with the
director.
finance department.
So,
Yeah.
so I introduced myself. Yeah, Jerry Becker, go around.
I'm Dylan Lambert, so I live up.
Sorry, go
No, you're
ahead.
good.
No,
That's
go
Jessica
ahead.
Allison. She's the heartbeat and lifeblood.
Yeah.
And
Whatever.
Yes,
Yeah.
Alexa
Yeah, she's
Paulus.
the one
Nice
who
to
teaches.
meet you.
She's
And
the
your
one,
name?
Dylan Lambert.
Dylan Lambert.
Mhm.
Okay. And
So I'm up
you
in
are
Portland,
county
Cotton
He's
County.
county
County
commissioner,
commissioner for
Is
Portland.
that a
and Cotton County.
full-time?
No.
No. How does it say
Jessica's
Well,
the one that gets paid
yes.
to be in
I was
the
gonna say-
room for real, and then they get pretend paid.
Okay, well, we're grateful for you.
It is a.
We get
full-time
$500
part-time.
a month. $500 a month. That's what we get. So.
Pre-tax.
Exactly. Pre-tax.
They will work at least 12 hours today between this meeting and.
Yeah, we won't go home until
Monthly.
hopefully 9:30
Well, I didn't talk to you about that.
or earlier.
Wait, put a wager on it. I'm a concerned citizen, former county commissioner.
She's former county commissioner.
Deanne DeWitt.
She just
Deanne.
helped rebuild that barn. You did, that was fabulous. I'm Jill Rathard, I'm just a mom in Hendersonville.
Wonderful.
I'm Mike Bryan.
You were not just
business
a mom.
owner.
No, I know. Mike,
You're
Mike
involved in
Bryan.
so many things.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
thank you guys.
And Miss Wassel was my marketing teacher back in high school. So a few years ago. Graduated in '93 from Hendersonville. So
I'm
Yes,
happy
I
to hear
know
about Joy. I didn't
Yeah,
know
she's
that
taking,
news,
she's
but-
taking sabbatical right now, and her grandbaby's due December 15th.
How fun, is this
So-
the first?
It's her first, so she bought the sweatshirt like a week after the baby was announced, like Mimi. I'm like,
She's
okay,
ready.
yeah, she's ready to go.
She
She's ready to
seems
go.
like a Mimi.
Yes.
Absolutely.
she's an Alabama fan though.
So are you
Hey,
born and raised?
okay,
in
that's
Sumner
okay
County?
for you now.
I'm from Richmond, Virginia,
You're
but
not
I've
gonna
lived
say
here
anything
for the
about
last 15 years.
Oh,
We
wow.
went down to Florida for a little bit, and then we kind of realized, okay, what are we doing with our life? We can't raise our babies here, so we came back, and this is home. Yeah.
Would you live in?
We live off Cages Bend,
Okay.
right down the street.
That's great.
Yes.
Any children of your own?
3 children,
Wow.
all elementary, 7, 9, and 11, about to be 8.
Okay.
We start a little later, but yeah,
That's
my husband's a chiropractor, and we have wellness centers across Tennessee and Florida.
Oh,
So
wow.
the model of multiplication is in
Mhm.
our blood.
Yeah.
Yes.
So going back to this. So you got how many counties in?
We have 11 in Tennessee.
Okay, and then I know Alabama's.
3,
got-
we have 3.
So you got 11 plus 3.
Are any of them near as comprehensive in the percentage of student population you hit? Sumner County,
You'd
it's
have to,
100%.
actually, all of them together is still only like one of our regions. Like if you put all the, Alabama students together, it still only equals one of our regions. So Sumner County, Robertson, Davidson, we're the largest, if you actually take ours and all the rest of all the regions compared to what we do in Sumner County. So
Yeah.
just because we are the only ones that do cost of parenting. Alabama does do cost of parenting right now just because of lack of being able to staff that. But we're the most.
Yeah.
The other counties also do cost of parenting and healthy boundaries and life
But
choices.
Sumner
in
County,
Tennessee.
you hit 100% of middle and high school students, 100%.
Correct.
Is that true in any other county? That's what I was trying to ask.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
In some of our, like Giles, Wayne, Lawrence, Coffee, Franklin, Grundy, they'll do all 3.
100%.
They'll do all 3.
Okay, that's great.
Wow, y'all are busy. That's a
Yes,
lot.
yes, that's a lot. It's a lot.
Any other questions? Okay, from a timeline standpoint, the full commission will approve in mid-December. And so
Okay.
official communications will come out after that.
Thank
Okay,
you
wonderful.
guys
Thank you
so
all for your
much.
time.
And if you ever
We
have any
appreciate you.
ideas for us, please reach out. I would love to hear them.
Okay.
Yeah, it was great
Appreciate
to meet
it.
you
Nice to
guys.
meet you.
Yes, thank you.
Beth's good to see you. Yep. How are you?
There's our finance manager right there.
Annette Carnes, my email, are you Jessica? Did you say? Okay, Annette Carnes.
Oh,
with email.
yeah. Sometimes I communicate with people on email and then I never meet them. So, yeah. Yeah, good to meet you.
Appreciate it.
Y'all have a good day.
So
So we can go eat in the mayor's conference room.
Yeah, let's turn off the cameras.
Hello, how are
Hey,
you?
how are you?
Good, thank you.
All right, so we are back in session. It is 12:50, and we've got Sumner County CASA. So it's being recorded, so if y'all introduce yourselves, tell us about the good things you're doing, and the request that you've got for us today.
Hi, so thank you for having us. My name is Sonia Manfred. I'm the director at Sumner County CASA, and with me is Amy Cook. She's our program director. And for those of you who've not heard about CASA, Sumner County CASA stands for Court Appointed Special Advocates. And what we do is advocate for children who are before the juvenile court in petitions where there have been allegations of abuse and neglect. And abuse and neglect covers a pretty wide range of allegations, but everything from sex abuse, environmental neglect. We get appointed to kids who's maybe have never been in the custody of their parents and have been like with aunt and grandma, and they just sort of move around, but they've come to the attention of the department, and there are needs that need to be met. And so they appoint CASA, and once we're appointed, we have a network of trained volunteers that then become advocates for the children. And when we say advocates, we stand up for best interest. So if you know anything about the process of juvenile court, it's a misnomer, because really it's all adults that are making decisions for the children that are being served. And what we're tasked with, and how Judge Brown used to say it, was we are the eyes and the ears of the court. So our volunteers are the ones that go out and we visit the children in their homes. We go to see them at school. We observe them at visitations, and we just find out what they want. We're also sometimes those people who are standing on the railroad track in front of the train going, hey, we need to look at this, or this is not working, or we need these services in place, because all too often, especially with DCS having such a huge caseload, our volunteer is assigned to that one child, and so they become experts in that one child, while DCS is managing their caseloads of sometimes 20 or 30 children. And so we bring a different perspective to the table, but we are treated as parties to the case. And so while we are not attorneys and we can't file things, we do create reports that are submitted to the judge that share what we have found out or what we have seen in the time that we've been appointed. And at the end of our reports, we have concerns. And our concerns could be, like that the parents don't communicate well. Our concerns could be that this child's been in the custody of DCS for 6 months, and we still haven't had our mental health intake. And so those are things that we can bring to the attention of the court, and then the judge can act accordingly. Additionally to our regular cases that we serve, we are also a safe baby court in Sumner County. And so Amy is our safe baby court sort of coordinator, and I'm going to let her share with what safe baby looks like for us.
Sure. So Safe Baby Court is a specialty court with our magistrate here in those cases, and those are children 0 to 3 years of age. We do take the siblings along with that. So one child needs to be 0 to 3, but if siblings are older, they come along. Majority of those cases, currently all of our cases, are drug-exposed infants and drug-exposed babies. If it's not in utero and at birth, then it's later on, 2, 3 years of age, the parents are using and exposing the children to drugs and other substances. Those cases are handled very, intently and really hands-on, with 1 meeting a month and 1 court hearing a month, always. So those cases are very thorough. We know everything about them. But at the same time, they are asking to be in the program. They want to be there. And the goal is to get the children reunified back to their parents and back either to a relative or to their parents as quick as possible. We have cases that have closed in 6-7 months. which is a great alternative to sometimes 18 months that other cases take. Being a part of that with CASA is a big opportunity for our volunteers to be able to be a voice for that child in safe baby court is so important. Those children, sometimes babies, are exposed to substances, and so just making sure that they are getting all of the assessments that they need, seeing a doctor when they need to. Some of our children have delays, so they need to be assessed if they need developmental therapy, physical therapy, occupational therapy, and then, just going to the dentist, going to the doctor, getting their eyes checked. Things that we don't think about when it comes to drug exposure, they're very, very common. If a child was exposed in utero, the issues they're going to have long time after they're born. Those cases do take quite a few more hours to supervise as volunteers, and so I have began to train volunteers a little bit different in how we are going to advocate for those cases. I also get the privilege of training volunteers. We currently have a class of 8 going through training, and I have training 2 to 3 times a year. And each of those classes is somewhere between about 7 to 10 volunteers coming through training. Our volunteers stay with us until the case ends. The only time really a volunteer walks away from what they do with us as a volunteer is just life, job changes, needing to move, that kind of thing. But what we see in exit interviews is they don't leave because of the work. They leave just because of life and different things that they need to do and step away. We know and we hear just how important the work they do and the impact that they have on each of these kids' lives.
And so the last thing I just wanted to share, Amy passed out to each of you. I'm working our annual report, and so our numbers are a little bit more final than were in our original application. But this is where we are. This is where we were July 1 through June 30 of 2025. But I just wanted to sort of hit on something that Amy said that separates our safe baby court cases from our regular cases. If you heard Amy, we're talking about permanency or reunification within 6-12 months. And if you look at the 3 cases we just shared, and all 3 of these children reached permanency 2 weeks ago, you can see the difference in the amount of time that we're spending on a case that's not a safe baby case. So, we had 133 days in DCS custody, 1,000 days, 1,500 days. And so those are the cases where a volunteer has signed on and stayed with that child all the way through permanency. And in the 3 that we shared, we had 1 case where a volunteer had to be, we had to add a new volunteer, and that's because the original volunteer left the state. And so we're really proud of the fact that our volunteers are committed from the time they're appointed until the time our kids reach permanency, because it's not always easy. We celebrate the successes, and our successes sometimes don't come as often as other programs' successes because it takes a while sometimes to fix a family. And the thing that we can't do is show you our kids. Like, I can't show you pictures of our kids and our visits, and I can't show you the pictures of our families, because we most often meet our families at the worst possible time, when there's someone telling them when they can see their kids, how they can talk to their kids, what they can say to their kids. And so when our families find permanence and we find permanence for our kids, they usually don't want to talk about the fact that they had a CASA at that moment. They want to be as far away from the department and as far away from people who are constantly questioning every decision that they make as they can. And so we'll see kids 5 years later who have gotten older, and then they're maybe willing to talk about their experience with CASA, but by and large, people don't want people, you don't want people to know or be in your business at what is quite possibly the most inopportune and worst time of your life. And so it makes it hard to tell our story, but when our kids find permanence, it's such a pretty thing, and we're just really blessed to be able to do it.
Safe Baby Court's been in the county now for just a couple of years.
2 years.
2 years. And can you just, I don't know, what do you see as happening? I mean, you kind of touched on it, but just talk a little bit more about the value of that.
Yeah, what we see in our county is the truly epidemic with the opioid addiction. And the addiction is really these mothers these parents use throughout the pregnancy due to their addiction. They're in MAT, which is medically assisted treatment, and they continue that through the pregnancy as well. But over half of our cases right now involve fentanyl. And our families don't expose to fentanyl. They use fentanyl. That is their drug of choice. So our training with volunteers, our training as staff, has had to be a little bit more precise because it's not an accident that our families come across it. That is their drug of choice. I have Narcan on me at all times. Our office, we have Narcan. Our volunteers are given Narcan. When we go see our foster homes and we go see our placements, we go see the relatives who are caring for these children that are drug exposed, I take Narcan as well. Because we just need to be prepared at all times. Trying to get those parents into treatment and how long it takes to get to treatment is what Safe Baby Court helps with, but really as CASA, our focus is the child. And the children have to be assessed and have to have eyes on the child as far as Tennessee early intervention and go to doctor's appointments and those kind of things. Services is a big deal in what we advocate for with CASA.
And just to piggyback on what she said, we have lots of support for adults who have addiction issues, who have substance abuse issues. We have treatment, we have emergency treatment. What we don't have, and not just Sumner County, and I would say just period, is supports for the children who are the innocent victims. The things that we run into as CASA, especially with family members who step in to care for these children while parents are hopefully getting treatment or we're getting them to a better place, is the additional requirements it takes to take care of a child who is born substance addicted. And so the things that a normal family or a regular family wouldn't even think about in terms of feeding. We have, our children have trouble with their eyes. We have a child who had to get a cranial cap. We have a child who has torticollis.
Almost all of them have
and
torticollis.
So all of those additional things require much more hands-on, eyes-on than an average baby, or like when they're born. And so one of the things that we've always, our wish list items are things like oxygen monitors for the families to have, because our families, whereas those sitting here at this table, you probably could go out and buy an oxygen monitor for your kid, or you could go out and buy a specific swaddle that has been recommended for children who are born substance abused. But our families, some of our families, we're just trying to keep the lights on and keep rent paid, and so that they have a place that if they can complete their programs, their children can come back to. So a lot of times we would love to be able to provide some additional support in our families or avenues to that support, but it's just not there where children are concerned. We like to treat the problem and treat the adult, but we don't always allocate funding and allocate support to the children who are having to manage living in that environment. And so the thing that Safe Baby Court does really, really well, that if financially you could do it for all of our cases, is that extra one-on-one, hands-on sort of guiding that they as a team do with these families, because they meet monthly, twice, whereas on a regular CASA case, we may all come together as a team every 6 months, or unless something crazy happens and we need to have an emergency meeting. But Amy is seeing those families through Safe Baby Court at least twice a month. And so that difference, I think, speaks a lot to how much quicker we find permanence in those cases than we do in the regular cases that are coming through the general juvenile court docket.
Thank you for what you do.
Any other questions?
Really
Yes,
awesome.
thank y'all very, very much.
Thank you for having us.
And again, I apologize for starting a little bit late.
No worries. Thank you. You guys have a good rest of your day.
You too. Thanks a lot.
You too.
You ready for us?
Oh, no, you're good. You're good.
So we are being recorded. If you can introduce yourself, tell us all the good stuff you all got going on and what your request is.
All right.
Hello.
Hi, guys.
How are
I'm
you?
Laura Fisher, board member at Sumner Spay Neuter Alliance.
I've been on the board for 5 years. I've worked with Sumner Spay Neuter Alliance since the beginning and volunteered with Sarah for almost 20 years. So I've been in the trenches for a long time. So as you know, this will be, we've asked for this small grant several years in a row, I think for the past 5 years. And we're just looking for a little extra support to help expand our access to low or no cost spay and neuter for residents of Sumner County. And I have a couple stats. I did some interim stats over the weekend for you guys that might help just give a little bit of information. This is kind of year to date. I'll pass that, you guys. So it just kind of shows that we're on target. We're on target to meet our goals this year.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you guys. So we have performed 121,500 surgeries since opening in 2011. We're on target for 8,600 for this year. 7,619 surgeries have been performed year to date so far. 5,365 have been cats. 1,667 were free roaming cats. So as you guys know, those are free roaming cats. They're unowned, they're strays. Some can be ferals. As you guys might know, there are feral cats everywhere in town. Every apartment complex, every convenience store, every grocery store, they're everywhere. And so that's one of our big components to helping provide low cost or no cost services to our residents. 2,254 were dogs. Our average weight of our adult dog is 53.5 pounds. So we're on target to meet the metric of being, to have a targeted approach of focusing on medium to large breed dogs. So as you guys know, medium to large breed dogs, pit bull type dogs are the dogs that contribute most to animal shelter intake and euthanasia. So our vision is that our kennels at our clinic should match the kennels at animal control. So we're mission focused, as you guys know. I know Miss June and Sarah, they have met and talked to, I think, with all of you over the years. But to be mission focused is to reduce animal shelter intake and euthanasia at Sumner County Animal Control by providing high quality, high volume spay and neuter services to our clients who are residents of Sumner County. Sumner County is our focus, but we also utilize we also focus on other counties that don't have access to low cost or affordable spay and neuter. So Macon County, Trousdale County, they're not necessarily a focus, but we don't turn them away. So our focus is Sumner County. And as you also know, our beloved chart is, this demonstrates that our focus, if you don't, I only have two, so I apologize for that. But that's the same chart that we've been keeping data and metrics since we opened. So as you know, that an increase in spay and neuter has a direct link or correlation to reducing animal shelter intake and euthanasia. So it's dramatically dropped over the last 15 years. So intake has dropped by 74%, euthanasia has dropped by 92%. So that directly is correlated to our 121,000 surgeries since we opened in 2011. Let's see, so far this year, that's just so far, we've spayed and neutered 496 pit bull type dogs. So that's huge. That makes almost, let's see, 25% of our entire dog total for the year. Again, which is a high, it's a high total. Our targeted approach is to have the most impact. So we have more demand for our services than we can service. So then we have to think, okay, how can we have the most impact for what we do with a finite number of resources? So that is to have a targeted approach, which is targeting medium to large breed dogs, pit bull type dogs, and cats. So we started working with Sumner County Animal Services again this year. We have provided spay-neuter services to 191 animals this year so far. That makes Sumner County Animal Services our #1 volume client of all of our volume clients. That includes the Humane Society, Safe Place for Animals, any other rescue, Freedom Farm, all of those. So working with animal control is our largest volume client so far this year. So that's actually going really well.
So, I think that's the gist of what I had to share. If you guys have any questions.
And the rest are just all individual people that have dogs or bring dogs?
Yeah, so 20% are volume clients, and then the other 80% are residents.
Okay.
Yep.
What, you talked about this a little bit, what does the current partnership with Sumner County look like as far as, I know you've got 19%.
Mm-hmm.
Does the animal services of Sumner County pay for any of those right now?
They do, so
Okay.
they pay, yeah. So but all
Is
of
it
our
a discounted
services,
rate or anything like
all
that?
of our services are subsidized anyway, so we are about 97% funded by other nonprofit grants and direct donations without municipal support. So yeah, so the fee that they pay is already subsidized.
Gotcha. So because of that, the money that you would get here is just...
Is to help residents, the residents of our county.
Gotcha.
Yep. So if we were to get 17,000, which was our ask, that would help at $50 an animal. That would help 340 animals. If we divided that in half, so nearly half of our clients receive financial assistance in some way. So nearly half of our 8,500 clients a year need financial assistance in some way. So then if we decrease that to $25 per animal, that would be 680 animals. That would only be 12% of our entire of the entire population of or number of animals that we do in Sumner County per year. So it's a kind of a drop in a bucket.
We have a tiny bucket.
Yeah. So I know we've always said this before, but Rutherford Paws in Rutherford County, they're kind of like they offer free spay and neuter to the residents of Rutherford County. We would love to get to that point, but.
What are your other sources of grants that?
We write grants, Petco Love Foundation, the Bissell Pet Foundation. We've recently submitted a grant for Best Friends to target particularly community cats in Gallatin, with a capital investment in traps, which would be a sustainable measure. So if we have an investment in a lot of live catch traps, then we can use those for years to come. And so not just Gallatin, but then that would reach out into all of Sumner County. And we have long relationships with a lot of personal donors. Most of it is grassroots, so we don't have a capital donor that donates a massive amount of money every year. It's all kind of bootstrapped grassroots, crowdfunded mostly.
Your staff, is there medical staff included in the 5 plus 3 part-time? Is that medical?
Yes. Well, no. That's our full-time staff. Our vets are all contract labor.
Oh, okay.
But that's included in our overall budget. Yeah.
Got it.
You guys have got it down to a science.
We do.
I've used it. I've used them you guys before, and they've been phenomenal.
We have it down to a science. So.
Yes.
Probably allows a lot of families to keep just one pet.
Yeah. Yeah, and we do, as you probably know, we help however we're asked. So, even today, people who can't afford, they need flea medication or they need food. Every single day we help people with food. So it's not, we don't advertise that, but we do that. So if a client comes in, there's a lot of that we help with a lot of different things related to their pets. We provide crates if they need it. We provide traps if they need it. We provide, blankets if they need it. So it's, we love what we do.
There's 2 lines for revenue, program income and program service fees.
Program service fees are the fees that we get from our services. So if somebody comes in and they pay for a cat spay, that's $50.
Got it.
And so that's a full price. So if a client paid $25, so those are service fees. And then the program, what was the other?
Income. Program income.
Yeah, program income would be other types of grants or donors.
Okay, You have grants and donors listed.
Grants and okay, I don't have that budget in front of me.
Okay, I just was wondering what other kind of programs there were that, other than the
The other
fees for
program,
your-
it would be service fees and grants and donations. And we also have our annual Pedal for Paws every May, and we're coming up on our 15th annual.
Maybe that's counted.
Yeah, here's,
Yeah, let me take a look
I
at
don't
that.
know.
there's donations and grants,
Yep.
then there's program income of almost 145.
Wouldn't add up.
Program income, program
Close.
service
It's
fees,
about
those are our
20%
fees.
For in total, if you added those two together, it'd be 588. 10%, 100%.
Let me take that back to Sarah and let us look at that. Let me look at that, and can I
Maybe one's
email-
dogs and one's cats.
You can send it to Jessica.
Just send it to Jessica? Okay.
What was the question?
What's the difference between the program
What are those
fees and
two
the
line
program
Income.
revenue, income?
Yeah.
It looks like are you talking about the 554?
No, the 144, right above the 444.
Yeah.
Because there's,
Looking at
I'm
the,
looking at their audit, and there's revenues without donor restrictions. Program income, service fees, grants, contribution, fundraisers.
What does program income say? Just 144?
Program that's the 41,894. Then you have grants for 41. No, the grants are. I'm sorry. The grants are 41,894. Contributions 85,331. Fundraisers 39,244.
So I believe that the program income
I'm
are all of
looking
the
at that.
ancillary put together.
Oh, okay. That wasn't one, that's just the projected budget.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
projected, that's not our
Right.
actual budget.
Got it.
just was looking at their
Yeah.
audited.
And that's
Yeah,
Giving
it is.
Matters.
Yeah.
Or-
I was trying to figure out more details.
And I'm happy to provide you guys more detail, and our Giving Matters is up to date.
Good.
Yep.
So, last year, you requested 13, and I guess we gave you 14.
Yep.
What's the additional 3,000? What's the idea?
To expand providing services to low-income individuals.
Okay.
And I believe that number was what was discussed at one of the other county meetings when we were discussing animal control, and then the ad hoc group and all the things that were going on with animal control. I believe that was discussed
You
at one
believe the
point.
17 was discussed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know anything
About to text Matt, so
about
I'll
that?
do
Yeah.
that right now.
So, and were you here the last couple of years? So like last
Yeah.
year, the 14,000 that was allocated, that represented a kind of a new view on the partnership with Sumner County Animal Control, right?
Okay, I think so, yeah.
Is that, oh, okay.
'Cause
Well, I was, again,
we
I
had
had to explain
we
that.
had stopped for a while with that partnership, correct? Like,
Well, we had the basic animal care and control, basic tenets needed to be met, just like we have with any client. Animals need to be healthy, they don't need to be sick,
That's
they
what it
need to be
was.
correct body weight. Animal control were notoriously sending us not healthy animals or unhealthy animals. And so, just like we would tell any client, any one of you who walked in with an animal that you repeatedly came in with sick animals, we would counsel, then we did it in writing, and that was what happened with animal control. So, they were given notice that they needed to bring us healthy animals.
So if my numbers are right, 2 years ago, they didn't request anything.
I don't think so.
So we went from 5,000 to 0, and then up to 14,000, which is,
that was because of that.
yeah.
Came from all that.
Okay, any other questions? All right, well, thank you very much for your time, I appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
From a timeline standpoint, it'll probably be mid to late December,
Okay,
so.
appreciate you guys, thank you.
Appreciate it. You can leave that door open if you,
Okay.
on your way out, thank
All
you.
right, thanks, guys, appreciate
Thank you,
it.
thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Did we ever hear from Jennifer Flanagan?
You here with the city White House?
I'm not, I'm community life.
That's the community life.
There's some more. Are we next?
You're
Are
both
you
city,
Community
you're
Life
both like
Bridge?
We're community life bridge. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, y'all are 130, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I was.
Yeah,
Might as well.
yeah, since no one else, yeah, go ahead.
There's
We-
some people in the hall.
Oh, there is?
Hello, come on in.
Ask them at the White House,
Yeah,
yeah.
he's White House.
Come on up.
Come on up.
All right,
You can leave that
we're
open.
running a couple minutes behind, but we are on video. If you introduce yourself, tell us about everything's going on up in White House, senior citizen, and a request for today.
Sure. I've got some stuff just so you guys can take a look. I'm Kevin Whitaker. I'm the Parks and Recreation Director for the City of White House. The Senior Center falls under our department, so, but basically, why I'm here this year, I mean, we've been doing this since I can remember. So I've been with the City of White House, this is my 14th year. And so we've been asking for this request ever since I've been there, and I'm sure well before then. So what we're trying to do different now is we finally got Robertson County to start contributing 2 years ago. And they've basically been matching what this group has been providing. So so we're just basically, we came up with trying to split it between us, Sumner and Robertson County, since we're in both counties. And basically, we offer, I don't know if you guys have looked at what we have going on, but we offer like a senior lunch every Wednesday at a discounted rate. So, you know, as a result, that means we're losing money each time. So it's basically like a 45% discount is what we're giving to seniors. We are charged $5.50 by the caterer, and we charge $3 to the seniors. So what we're looking to do is just try to get like a three-way split between us and the two counties. And so when I looked at the budget, we budget $45,500 for the senior lunch each each year. And so a three-way split with that would be $6,825. So that's what we're asking for. So I've kind of got some information in that packet about what the senior center does. We almost do like 200 programs a year and multiple trips. And back when we opened our new facility that we're in now, we kind of added new things each year. Got a pool table, dartboard. We made like a gaming table for them so they can play like Monopoly or do their puzzles and stuff, and then they cover it back up and, you know, they can get back to it the next day or whatever. So put a fireplace in there. And now we've got a brand new rec center where we do some senior programming in there as well. So so the seniors are extremely important to our community, and so this is just one nice little thing that we do for them each year, or each week actually, on Wednesdays.
Is there a membership fee? There's 463 members.
Not for the senior center, no.
And what?
The cost for the meal, that's it, so.
The cost for the meal is $3 for seniors, and then if you want to take it out, it's like $3.50, I think.
Yeah. And are y'all open Monday through Friday?
Monday through Thursday, because that's what the City of White House admin building, that's where it's housed. It's Monday through Thursday, 7 to 5:30.
And so roughly your daily, how many come in each day on average?
To the senior center itself?
Yes, sir.
It really varies. Like on those days, on Wednesdays, I mean, we're averaging, I think it's 118 that participate in the meal. But then on other days, I mean, it could be less, but other days it's more because, I mean, we have a senior exercise class in our rec center. There's probably 50 people that come to that. So that could add to people coming down to the senior center and using that. As a result, we have painting classes where it brings a lot of people. There's a gardening club that has like 30 or so members. So it really varies, but I mean, throughout the day, I mean, it could range from, 30 to 50 to upwards over 100, in a day, so.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know the split by chance, rough percentage of Robertson County versus Sumner County residents that come?
It's pretty close to 50-50, the last time we did an analysis on that. Even though Robertson County does have more residents, for White House, because that's where a lot of the
Right.
building is going on. But it does seem like our senior members is pretty close to 50/50.
Got it.
It says there's one part-time staff. Is that basically part of you that?
We kind of,
or
yeah, I
that's-
mean, me and my
Your right
assistant-
arm or your left arm?
Yeah, me and my assistant director, we both kind of help out where we can with it. But no, our part-timer, she only works like 20, 25 hours a week, but she does a lot. I mean, she's pretty incredible, and she keeps them going. But yeah, it's a lot. We help, but
Right.
I know she does quite a lot of it herself, so.
It was a serious question.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
One of your many hats that you're
Yeah,
wearing.
yeah. Yeah. We've got a lot in our department, that's for sure. 'Cause we have a museum and visitor center, we have a cemetery, I mean, a lot of things that you wouldn't even think of in parks, but
And
it's
you're
thrown on us.
in City Hall, aren't you? Or
Yes.
where is the
Yes,
facility?
the Parks Department's in the first floor of City Hall, yes.
Along with the senior facilities,
Yes.
all up there.
I mean, I know I've asked this multiple times over the years, but like, what's the rationale of?
I knew you were gonna ask this question. You do it every year.
Yeah, but having it through the city versus like the other
I'm
cities.
not
the
sure
senior
exactly
citizens.
how it started, but, you know, it was that way before I started there. Just kind of like, we also have a library, which is kind of rare for cities to own. Like, a lot of times it's state or county that owns a library, but the city it's like a city department in White House.
It's like
I don't know if it's
one-stop shop.
Yeah,
It's
I don't know if it's
library,
because we're in two
senior
different
citizen.
counties, and so that's why
It
it
might
just kind
be.
of did it that way, just to kind of have it where it serves both counties. That would be my guess, but yeah, I'm not sure of the actual history behind it. So,
Yeah, there's logic there.
yeah.
All right. Anyone have any other questions?
Did a great job. Appreciate
All
it.
right.
Beautiful.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
Thank you so much.
Timeline,
Thank you.
it'll be mid to late December when we make decisions
Thank you
or
guys so
approvals.
much.
Thank you.
All right. Community Life Bridge. How are y'all doing today?
Good.
It's good to be back here again this year.
Thank you. Welcome.
So we're being videoed, so if you introduce yourselves and tell us about all the good stuff going on and then your request for today.
My name is Nellie Ward Cole. I am the current chair of the Board of Community Life Bridge. I have been with Community Life Bridge since it was an idea, before we even formed the nonprofit. And I am happy to introduce our official executive director, Christine Martin. When we were here last year, we were looking for an executive director. And we interviewed a number of people and just were not getting the right vibes. And Christine finally stepped up and said she would be willing to take on that role. So we were ecstatic. So she was promoted into that position at the beginning of the year.
Congratulations.
Yeah, congrats.
Thank you.
You were doing all the work anyway. Sorry, did I just say that on?
Responsibility.
No, you
The
don't-
title brings a lot, doesn't it?
When it is a small office, you do a lot.
You do, which has been great because I do have the foundation. Since 2019, I've been with the organization on the program side. So it gives a lot of insight into what do we need funding for, how are things working. And so it really has been a great opportunity to learn and grow, stretch me in areas that are new, but also bringing the foundation of who we are and the vision and mission for what we do. So right now we're kind of at a place that we've been for a little bit of time, and that is where there's just so many people needing our services that we're struggling to support it with volunteers. And so really our efforts have got to be spent going out and finding more volunteers, more opportunities to support the incoming. We have over 66 applicants waiting to be served. Majority of those are in Hendersonville and Gallatin. We have enough volunteers to support Goodlettsville, Portland, and we're actually moving into White House. We're looking for volunteers right now to serve White House. But the other areas, the Hendersonville and Gallatin, have just so much need. And when we look at the options for transportation. When we have 66 people on our wait list, we have very few places to refer people at a cost-effective way. And so they can, take an Uber or Lyft, but we all know, especially living on specific incomes and also, with just the raising costs of food, just general basic necessities, our seniors are really struggling to make ends meet. So some of the other options that they may have had have really been hard to even consider. So our list just continues to grow, and we just continue to work hard to try and recruit volunteers and find different ways to bring people in and help them get connected so that it will work with whatever resources they have available. And so that's kind of, our request really is for funding to help support just getting out there and continuing to grow that base of volunteers so that we can get our older adults not just out and about, but part of our community. This year we used our rider socials where we gather our riders to honestly get to know the community resources. We went to the libraries, we went on a history tour around to different historical sites. It was kind of fun, yeah. We went to the veranda to let them know about that resource. And so we've tried to partner, we're going to the Civic Center for our holiday party. And so try to partner to let them know about the resources that Sumner County has to get them out and not in that isolated silos of homes, so that the people who are in our program can really be part of our community, shopping in our stores, and doing life alongside us and helping to support the businesses that are here, but also the resources, experience and resources that we're so rich in Sumner County.
I do want to say that as far as our wait list, we have continued to have a wait list, but they're not the same people on the wait list.
That is true.
So we are continuously bringing people into the program. It's just that incredible need, so you have more people signing up.
And the other priority there is we've talked to many people who've come into our program who have been left by other programs, by trying to get an Uber, trying to get a medical transport through their insurance or whatever. And so for us, that number comes at a cost, but it also comes at a service of 99.9% reliability. We have, that small error of us, but really, if we tell our riders we're gonna have a ride, we are gonna have a ride for them. And that's important for our older adults trying to get to appointments, trying to get done what they need to get done in the time frame they need it. So that's one reason why we choose. We could bring them all on, but then we'd be saying no all the time and be just like everybody else. So.
What are you seeing just in terms of the demand is increasing? Like, do you think there's some common denominators about creating that need?
Well, I would say there's a couple different things. One, I think one little pocket is family members coming here to be with other family members. So those family members are able to support them in some capacities, but they're still working. So they want their family members to come closer to help support them, but then the day-to-day, but the hours that they're working, they can't get to the doctor's appointments unless they take off.
And that's a half day.
That is, yeah. And
if you have to take off work trying to get.
Yeah, it's a lot of time. And so, and then I think, so I've seen that quite a bit. I think the other thing is our population is aging. They're aging. And there's more people we continue to have an increase in older adults in our community. And as they age, they want to stay in place. That's another thing. Our older adults are not all able to just transition into senior living facilities where people can come to them. They're trying their best to stay in their homes as long as possible. But if they choose that, they have to have resources that are affordable and accessible in their homes, that don't require technology, that don't require them to have a huge surplus of funds, because all their funding is going into their housing and their food and their basic necessities. So yeah, I think that's probably, I think one of the biggest things is seeing people age in their homes and trying their best to stay put as long as possible.
As they should.
Yeah, which is would be great. Yeah,
we know we're all gonna be the same way.
Absolutely.
And we really are trying to set up a program so that, a lot of our volunteers are early retirees, so that when they've given back that program's still gonna be there for them to transition. And we are 7 years in, and we're starting to see just a smidge of that, which is kind of neat, that like we can be there for them as they have to make that tough decision to no longer drive. Because it's a hard decision in a community that doesn't have public transportation. It's so
Yeah,
hard.
sure is.
And I'm just gonna share just a little tiny story that happened a couple weeks ago, just to give you a glimpse of some of the things that pain us, and that is, we serve Portland, and we had, on our wait list, we had a lady, and when we called to do her home visit, because we go out and do a home visit, meet with them, get to know them, make sure they're gonna fit in our program, her son let us know that her and her husband had passed away in a car accident.
Oh my
And so
goodness.
to us, that gives such a sense of urgency, because these people are still driving around us, and they could cause us to have an accident. And I don't know, you know, it had happened months before, but like that's the reality of our older adults. There are so many on the road that shouldn't be on the road, because we just don't have enough resources to provide and give them another option. And so when we heard that, it broke our hearts. All of us in the office were just shattered, because we don't know where they were going or if we could have been the driver instead. But we do know that that's the reality of the urgency of the type of program that we have, so.
Goodness.
Yeah.
Do we have time for me to ask another question?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Well, I know anybody that works for you as a volunteer loves it.
Yeah.
Like, their testimonies are awesome because they have such great experiences.
They haven't convinced you to sign up yet?
Well, I keep bringing you more volunteers
Yes,
instead.
okay. We appreciate that.
I have a different way of giving back, and
Yes.
that call. But, tell me just, like, what are some of your best recruiting efforts? Like, how are you recruiting right now? And are there some things that you really see that you want to be able to do? 'Cause, I mean, I am thinking of some ideas right now while we're talking. We can talk about that later, but.
So our top recruiting, number one is word of mouth.
Yeah.
Whether it is a person who is currently volunteering, we have a little rider who tells everybody that she sits next to in the doctor's office. You know, like that word of mouth though speaks the truth of what the experience is like and what the need is like. And so word of mouth, 100%. But the second one, our social media has brought several people in, just that ability to get the word out and have others share it. Are being able to go to community festivals, you know, where it is the community that's there and hears about the things that are available. Gallatin Square Fest is one of our greatest opportunities that we gain volunteers every year. And we just went to White House, and we're able to, you know, start laying the groundwork there to discover White House. So those are some of the opportunities that really go beyond, you know, our network to let people know about it that may not know somebody associated with it.
I'll see if I can't work with a couple of your volunteers to host a recruiting
that would be fun.
reception.
Yeah.
I think a recruiting reception would work really well in my community, and I think a lot of people just don't know right now that you exist, and hearing some of those testimonies.
That'd be great.
And there are some people who do not, they think they do not have time. And so what we did at, I think it was Square Fest, when we had a map, and we asked people how far did they drive to get there. And when they told us, we put it on the map, and then we could actually show them on the map how many of our riders lived within that distance that they actually drove. So it was 5 miles.
Yeah.
You know, there was an opportunity to pick up one of these, you know, 20 people or whatever. And having that visual there made a big difference.
Yeah. You don't realize who's right around you until we live in very closed garage neighborhoods. And you open that garage and realize what they do during the day while you're gone.
So remind me, if there's someone that needs a ride, what is the cost to them?
It's $25 a year, and then it's $6 per ride. Per round trip.
Okay.
And then they can take up to 2 stops.
Is this Monday through Friday?
It is. Yeah.
And does it go into Nashville? Or?
Not at this time.
Okay.
No.
I didn't think it did last year, so I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
So $25 a year, $6 a round trip. And how far in advance do they typically reach out for a ride?
So they have to request at least a week in advance.
Okay.
That way we can make sure, but they can request as soon as they know the need, and we put on the calendar. We've got stuff for 2026, not November 2026. So as soon as they know of the need, we can put it out there. We can also do recurring. So like if they know that they go grocery shopping every Friday, then they can just put it on the calendar, and we just do that.
Is there an application to become a member, or is it just whoever wants to become a member can?
It's an application, and then once we receive that application, once we have room for the person in our program, then we go out and we meet them, and that way we can explain the program, we can make sure that they qualify and get any information that our volunteer might need to know at the home. So like go to the back door, they might need help coming down the steps, there's a
Well, I'm talking more about the people who
Filling it out.
want the rides.
Yeah, the people who want the rides, that's what we do for them.
Oh, I thought okay. What you're describing was the drivers.
They come in and do like a hour training.
Okay. I got you.
That home visit is very important, because once we do the home visit with the riders, the office staff will only have direct face-to-face contact with them if they come to a rider social or something like that. So from that point forward, it will be the volunteer drivers. So it's important that we see how their mobility is and things like that. So we make sure that they're appropriate for the program. But we do debrief every ride. So if our volunteer driver sees something, senses something, a change in the rider, they make sure they let us know. Because, and we're all guilty, once again, we're all guilty of this. We won't always necessarily be upfront and honest about some change that may be going on with us.
But that's been good because we're also able to refer them to other resources. That's a little beyond transportation, so we're gonna get you to, But yes, and we work with family members, so if we do feel like they're no longer qualifying for a volunteer to be driving them, then we do transition them, give them resources to do something different too, so.
And then the round trip, so how long can the trip be?
It can take up to 3 hours, and they can make up to 2 stops where they get out of the car and go to a drive-through.
Okay, so
3
hours.
3
total.
hours the maximum.
I got you. Okay.
Yep.
And you do that, so you're saying they can't go into Nashville, they just go, it's just local?
Sumner
They can
County.
go as far as, so for our program, they can go as far as anything in Goodlettsville or like Rivergate Parkway. We've kind of drawn that line just based on need, and a lot of that comes a little bit more from, like, there's another program that serves that side. So Senior Ride Nashville has the Davidson County side of Goodlettsville, so.
Any other questions? Thank you all very, very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Appreciate
it. Thank
your
you.
time.
Thanks.
Yeah,
Yeah, it'll be mid to late December when all the approvals are done. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Sorry, Jerry.
Do what?
I was just laughing because every time you say the questions, you just completely gaze over us and then you look back again like she's gonna raise her hand.
Yeah, and I don't recall protocol, so, I just.
He's learned to swiftly just bypass us.
No,
and walk
no,
on
no,
and
no,
he's
no.
like,
All right, community childcare services. That's what, okay.
She was the first executive director for it.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I was about to say good morning.
Excellent.
Good morning, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So we are being recorded.
Okay.
So if you can introduce yourself, tell us about all the good things going on there at Community Child Care Services, and then your request today.
Okay, I'm Chris Poppendorf, and I'm the executive director at Community Child Care. This is my going on 5th year there, my 4th year. So it's been in place forever and a day, is my understanding. Miss Jo still comes around, who started it, so it's been there forever. We are, of course, providing care for those kiddos that need it most. When you think about it, most of our families are single parents for the most part. But I did some numbers, and these are rough estimate numbers, but if somebody paid like $1,000 a month for rent, $400 a month for groceries, $200 for bills, and $200 on a car payment alone is like $21,600 or something. They're not making but like $25,000. So there needs to be that, childcare that they can afford. So we don't charge an overage fee when they get vouchers through the state. So if the voucher says they have a 0 copay, they don't pay us. If it says they have a $10 copay, that's what they pay us. What has happened this year, because there's some lovely federal budget cuts and things, the families who are having a 0 copay are now having to pay a copay. The state has worked it to where, if I'm not mistaken, it's 5% of their income is the max that they want them to have to pay. But that is leaving people paying $20, $25, $40 a week in childcare, which is still a lot if you're not making much. Then it used to, I have been in this field for over 30 some years. This is the first year I have ever seen people apply for vouchers and be placed on a wait list. So they are now on a wait list. So we're not full. We have a lot of families who have called, but they're waiting to get that voucher. So if they're newly applying for a voucher through the state, then they're on a wait list, and we don't know when that will open up for them. And then the state also, and I totally get budgets and everything, but they cut a program where the staff could get free training as far as earning their CDA and things like that in early childhood. That's completely gone. That is not even in existence anymore after this year. So we've been looking at ways to get sponsors or people. It's only like $1,000 a staff member, which doesn't seem like a lot, but when you're working on lower numbers and budget cuts and everything, it is. So we're looking at sponsors and things for that as well. And then still to provide, we budget our food expense, and then what we get from the food program never covers the full expense, because it will not cover ketchup and mayonnaise and all that stuff. It'll only cover food. So there's so many things like cream cheese is not covered. Well, if you give a kid a bagel and you don't have something on it, they're not going to eat. So all those extras that we give, plus we give an extra snack, and they also will cover enough for us to give them a correct portion size of food, where we make sure, because many of our kids are not getting food necessarily in the mornings, and also we make sure they get all that they want to eat. So if they ask for more, they're going to get more. We're never going to tell them, sorry, you've had your portion, that's it. So we are faced with that. We do things like, we have a resource area for our parents where we can give them different resources, whether it's a lawyer that they need, things like that, just phone numbers where they can go to it. And then we also have 2 shelves for just dry good foods where they can pick up, because right now, of course, that is a huge need as well. We had one parent come to us this week and was like, her son's having surgery and she needed Pediasure Grow for him, and she came to me and was like, Chris, I can't afford it, I'll make it work if I need to, but we were able to get somebody to bring them about 4 cans of that. So we do reach out beyond just caring for the kids and try to take care of that as well. What questions do y'all have?
We're all looking. I was just getting,
That's okay.
harassed for being the one with all the questions. In your grant, you actually specifically call out the employee benefits.
Uh-huh.
If I missed this, because my daughter was texting me about an emergency with her eye, so I apologize if I didn't hear you already explain. Is that a new need or a gap this year?
There is a little gap in it, yes. One is the training and things like that we want to give them, but we also provide for our staff 100% of their dental and vision, and we pay 60% of their medical if they choose to take it. So that is, we had funds put in reserve so that we could do that, and we know that those funds are going to be dwindling through as more people sign up for it. And it is like we get Blue Cross Blue Shield, so it's a good insurance for them to go wherever. This year we went to, there's 3 different plans, so they can choose which plan they want, whether they want the one that has the prescription copay or whatever based on their need. So we do that. Those are some benefits we give them. Is
this year different than years past, though, where?
It is different. Our insurance, we had worked with like a concierge doctor before.
Got it.
And then we went to, actually, we found, we just budgeted so we could give health insurance because it was needed.
And what's the
Correct.
tuition per child? I'm sorry,
No, that's good.
We work on a sliding scale.
Okay, so
So,
what are the
say
ranges?
for an infant, the max is 343, the lowest is 259. So if they're private pay, it's somewhere in between there.
Is that a week or a month?
That's a week.
Week.
It's somewhere in there. That is just based on what it takes to actually run it. Then with the vouchers, I would say about 60+% of our families have vouchers. And those that don't are all on a sliding scale somewhere.
And is that, I'm assuming like they have to bring in their documentation or
Yes.
whatever, and you decide what their
We
discount is?
we have a scale and we require them to bring in the last 2 pay stubs. We did go to anyone in the household earning an income.
Uh-huh.
Because when we say you and dad's income, that's, sometimes you get cheated.
Uh-huh.
So it's like anyone in the household that earns an income, they tell us how many people are living in that household. So if they're taking care of grandma or whatever, we do count that. And then based on that, we look at it. We don't take their bills and things into account because then you get into way more than we are capable of actually figuring out.
So you say you're not full. What is 108, well, what is the capacity?
Okay, so the capacity's changing. So according to our license, it's 165.
Okay.
That's gonna change because I have to remeasure all my rooms.
'Cause
And now the
it's
new
per
regs
square
coming,
foot.
it is, and the new regs coming out say I have to account all the heavy furniture. So I have to actually measure all my shelving in the rooms, subtract that from my room square footage, and then have 50 square foot per child. I look for that to go down to about 140 in reality. I've measured them twice and gotten different numbers, so I'm gonna, got 2 more
Sounds like
people
we
gonna
measured
measure them for me
something.
so we can pick the best number and go with that. So that is gonna change a little. We budget on 108 because the type of kids that we do tend to get, the trauma they've been through and the behaviors that we're seeing, it is really hard to have a totally packed center and give them what they need. So we do budget for less so that we can give them a little more attention.
So, okay, and you're not full, you're not up to the 108?
We're at 92.
Okay, at 92.
Now, with that, in August, we lose like 35 kids to kindergarten. So
Yeah.
we always have to rebuild from that. Typically, around the end of October, November, we've built back fairly well.
Mm-hmm.
This year, it's because of the voucher program, we're sure.
Oh, yeah, I got you.
Because that has delayed. We've got several families who are like, if I can get a voucher, and we're like, I know.
Yeah, I got you.
Jerry's trying not to.
He's not gonna look all the way over
Yeah.
there.
Oh, yeah. Do you
He's got
see
you
an
figured out,
organized
Jerry.
effort to try to lobby the state to get their act
Yes,
together? Excuse
there
me.
are.
Whoever's looking at me, I'm
No,
recorded.
there are. There's some organizations, early childhood organizations that's trying to be like, hey, I just sent them a letter because I've got 2 different departments, DHS and then the CECFP, who CECFP tells me I have to do meal counts from the time the food sits in front of the child and they get done eating. Licensing says I can't do anything once the kids are eating because that's a total supervision. So I'm like, I'm gonna lose money because either my meal count's incorrect or I'm gonna get a critical violation because they're doing something that they shouldn't be doing. So I just wrote them this huge letter and was like, I understand both sides. Let's come together and figure out something. As far as the funding, they have been lobbying and everything like that. I think now that things are opening up some, at first we weren't seeing renewals go through, and we have started seeing a few of the renewals go through. So that is a good sign. However, I had my licensing visit last week, and she's a little concerned with the voucher program and the food program. She said, I have not heard anything coming down the pike. I've not heard any rumors or anything. Because I'm always like, what have you heard? She's like, I haven't heard anything. She said, but with the state having to make these cuts somewhere, that she just wanted me to be aware so we could plan for it so that we can still provide the care even if. And we have been smart the last few years when we got COVID money through the state and all to put back so that we have money to help us through this unknown time so that we can regroup and rethink how we're gonna do it. And then we hired hired me a new assistant, but she actually has her master's in early childhood, so we waited forever to get her. But then when I got her, it's like, it takes it off of me so I can then focus on doing things like that with my finance office so that we can make sure that we stay where we need to and we're kind of a step ahead of everything.
Do you have an endowment that, like the interest income that you have as part of your budget? I was wondering if you have an endowment that you take interest
We
income
don't have an
from.
endowment. That's where we invested funds so that if something happened, say a tornado came through and we have to close down for,
Yeah.
we get hit, we have funds to get back up as soon as we can. So what we do is use that money back into the budget instead of letting it just grow. So we budget it back in and use it that way. That way we stay at that few months, you know, working fee in case something happens.
Okay.
Well organized.
Anything else? Okay. Well, thank you for your time. Thank you for all you do. And our timeline wise, it'll be mid to late December when we go through all the different approvals.
All that fun stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Thank
No
you for
problem.
being here.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
You're with hats.
Yes, sir.
You ready? We're about 5 minutes early. Okay. So we are being recorded, so if you introduce yourself, tell us about all the good things you're working on and the requests that you have for us today.
All right. Well, I'm Ben Minix. I'm the executive director for HATS. Been there since 2011, and time is flying. And so at HATS, we continue to operate our main service, which is through the Medicaid waiver program. And so that's a program that's 2/3 federal money and 1/3 state dollars. And so over the years, because of a lot of changes, we've been kind of shrinking a little bit with our population, at least in what we're serving. And so we still operate a residential program. So we have 12 houses throughout Sumner and Robertson County. So 9 of those are in Sumner County, 4 in Portland and 5 in Gallatin. And so that, I think we are at, we've got a total of about 51 waiver clients that we're still working with. And the residential program has 29 individuals within the whole program. And so we continue to help those individuals really just learn activities of daily living. That's their house that they rent. They pay a room and board fee. And we also help some of them, they work in the community. So we provide job coaching for that. We also provide what's called community participation, which is just strictly getting people integrated into their local community. And we do that through volunteerism. We have some that participate in their church functions. It's to get them out, and a lot of the individuals that we serve, I think, have better social lives than I do, and a lot of my friends. And they're out, and they love it, and that's what the state expects us to do, and so we do it to the best of our ability. And we operate what's called a 1915C waiver. That waiver is closed to new entries. I won't bore you with detail, but several years ago, a new waiver was started called Employment Community First, ECF. And that's operated through TennCare, through managed care. My opinion, not a good thing. So we operate with one leg in the old 1915C and one leg in the ECF waiver. And so you can imagine there's different sets of rules. It gets a little complicated. They've tried to integrate, and we'll see how that turns out. But besides that, we do offer services to non-residential clients, and we do the same thing. We do employment, we do community participation. We don't do it to the level that we used to when we had a day program, which closed during COVID, but we are able to do some of that. Besides the waiver program, we offer early intervention for children, and that's typically birth up to age 3. And that's to help kids with, to meet developmental milestones. But if they're already in the program before 3 and they need it, they can go through 4 and sometimes age 5. And that's strictly Sumner County. So right now we serve, I think we have 316 children being served right now, but over a 12-month period, because you have kids that graduate out and you got new ones coming in, we're typically about 500 a year and sometimes more than that. With the number of kids we serve. And so that early intervention team that we have has grown to 19 people, whereas 6-7 years ago I think they were maybe around 9, so they've grown quite a bit. Sumner County obviously is growing, and so the number of kids are growing, and so we're serving them as best we can. Besides family support, we're offering besides early intervention, we're providing family support. And family support is, it's not income-based, it's a financial reimbursement program, and it serves anybody, children, adults, the elderly, who have severe lifelong disabilities. So it doesn't have to be intellectual disability, it can be just a physical disability. And so we serve Sumner, Robertson, Trousdale counties, and typically we're probably serving about 225 people a year through that program, most of which is going to be Sumner County, obviously. I think we're probably anywhere between 60 and 70% of that funding goes back into Sumner County residents who qualify for that. Besides those 3 programs, we are looking, we discussed it, and I may have brought this up last year, we've talked about possibly looking at a Parents' Day Out program where we would try to make it a blended, so you have kids with disabilities and kids that don't have disabilities. It's just some things we're throwing around. We don't really have the space right now because I've leased out all my space for supplemental income. And we've also talked about maybe bringing back a day program, but not doing it under the Medicaid waiver program because you'll right off the bat you'll lose money. So that may be something we'll look at down the road. We'll just run it privately and maybe try to find grant money to help families pay for that because I think there is a need for that. So that's HATS in a nutshell right now.
All of your facilities or your programs are all there off Airport Road, or like your staff and where you have?
Most like the
day
admin, the
programs?
supervisors, that's where the day program used to operate, and then we had a day program in Springfield in the old North Robertson Elementary School. And we own that, so we actually lease out part of that building too now to a spay and neuter clinic. But we have a few admin employees that work over there, and then, most everything as far as admin in Gallatin is right there on Airport Road.
So you used to have the day program in Gallatin?
Yes.
That's what you're talking about potentially bringing back?
Yeah,
Potentially.
yeah, we have a piece of land on that same property. It's almost an acre, and we might explore building something over there.
Okay.
And maybe something that half of it we can use and the other half we can rent it out. That's just, if I can get the board of directors to be willing to invest in something like that, so.
Could be a win-win.
Huh?
I said could be a win-win.
Yeah,
You've got a source of revenue and a.
Yeah, and so we're trying to bring in more clients into our residential program. That's really where the money's at to keep us afloat. The other programs that we operate, we really lose money on those. But just to give you an idea, we could, under the 1915C waiver, one client with us over a 12-month period could bring in about $100,000.
Wow.
Yeah, so that's what we're trying to focus on because that's really what keeps you afloat.
And the need is there.
The need is there. There's a lot of individuals in the state that are looking for services and are probably not being placed because of staffing shortages and housing availability.
I know there used to be an electronics recycling program
Mhm.
right over there. Is that one still operational?
They closed.
They did, I
Yeah.
think, but then I heard there's a new one somewhere in Sumner County. And I don't know if they would look to y'all for employees, but, I had just heard that recently, so I should get my information together before I throw it out there. But I do know that there's another electronics recycling that's opened up recently. I know it's not over there.
I mean, when ERS was there, it was a good program. I mean, we just leased out the space to them. But I had, one of my employees, her son has autism, and he was over there, and he loved it, and they hated to see it close. So.
What's on this grant, Med, WV, VMHMR, is for 3.4 million? What it
Oh,
was?
Medicaid waiver. That's the 1915C Medicaid waiver program.
Oh, okay.
You said the majority are in Sumner County of the 776 residents?
Yes, yeah. So that 700 plus is going to incorporate the Medicaid waiver clients. It's also going to be the number of kids, the 500 kids we serve every year, and then the 225 for family support.
Okay, I missed that, thanks.
But yes, a majority is going to be Sumner County.
Saw that, Jerry.
Any other questions?
He's cutting his eyes at us.
There was a few, I know you've received a small grant from the county for a long time, but then I know there's a few years here that you didn't. I don't know if that didn't apply or just wasn't in the budget, maybe from the county. I don't know if Jerry knows the history.
What was the question?
Well, their funding, so you received 2,500 last year, but not for the 3 prior years, potentially.
Right, so when I came in 2011, I want to say that may have been the last year that we received something. And I had tried a couple of years after that and was unsuccessful, so which is okay.
Well, I'm trying, I know you've been here more than just last year, but there's, the data I'm showing doesn't even show the request, so it's incomplete data.
Well, it wouldn't show a request. That's only if it's funded.
Yeah, those are.
Yeah.
He's looking at different
I'm looking back
Oh,
at
I'm
different
sorry.
tabs.
Yeah, I know, I've got a spreadsheet somewhere back there.
Yeah, oh well.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you very, very much.
Yeah, thank you for your time, I appreciate it.
Appreciate it. You have a good rest of the day.
You too.
Timeline wise, it'll be mid to late December once full approvals are made.
Yeah, I'll email you.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank y'all.
See ya.
Appreciate it.
It's my son sitting in the back here, y'all behave.
Can't wait.
So we need to hear all the good stories.
Yeah. Donovan, don't you say nothing about me.
Come on up now. Yeah. Oh, well, wait, sorry, Jerry. I keep
How you doing?
jumping on, keep leapfrogging.
I can wait.
Let's just keep this thing moving though.
Are we with Jason Foundation?
Yes, sir.
All right, yeah, we're ready for you.
Awesome.
Yeah, so we are being videoed, so introduce yourself, tell us about all the good things going on and your request today.
Okay. My name is Donovan Rice. I get to be the Growth and Economic Development Administrator with the Jason Foundation. If you don't know, we're located right here in Sumner County, Hendersonville on Volunteer Drive. And it's some of the best work I've ever gotten to do, ever. It's incredible. So if you don't know, suicide is the second leading cause of death in students 10 to 14. And at the Jason Foundation, we get to provide education, resources, trainings at no cost to students, teachers, parents nationwide, especially here in Sumner County. I don't know how much you know about the Jason Flat Act, but it was signed into law about a decade ago now that teachers, anybody working with students, even bus drivers, are required to take continuing education courses on suicide prevention. And luckily, we have just what they need with hundreds of hours of modules, trainings, computer classes. So we were wanting to partner with you guys so we can keep providing those resources, those trainings. I think one of the bright spots of the Jason Foundation is our no charge policy. So we don't charge for any of our services, trainings, teachings, presentations, anything. Because we don't believe that finances should be a barrier between the people who need the help and us who have it. The foundation was named after Jason Flat, His dad is Clark, who started the foundation after he lost Jason to suicide in 1997. So what was a tragedy has actually ended up saving hundreds and hundreds of kids across the country. So we want to come alongside you guys, have you guys come alongside us, so we can keep doing that.
And you all are nationwide, right? I mean.
Yeah. Yeah, so we're currently 21 states. The Jason Flood Act is in act right now. We're looking to continue that to all 50.
Is your board nationwide too then? I mean, you're based here, but your board.
Our board, just here.
It's just
So,
here.
yep. So we have affiliate offices in all those states. So they use our trainings, resources, programs to train other educators and parents in their states.
So you have an affiliate in every state?
Almost, we're almost there. Yep. So they brought me in to help figure that part out. So our goal is to be in all 50 states, hopefully by the weekend, because Ohio State's got a really big game. So
Is that where you're missing? You're missing Ohio?
Nope, that's just my favorite team. So if I can have the time to watch that game, yeah. Some people, right?
Yeah, but one of the two is ranked number one in the
I
country.
know.
So.
I didn't say it.
We're not
but
talking about, hey, we're not
we'll
talking
get there. That's at home stuff.
Oh, wait.
Uh,
All right.
I
There you
know.
go. No, go ahead, go ahead.
But we are hoping to connect with the attorney generals in those states, the governors. So hopefully they also see the vision of having trained, informed educators, coaches, parents, so we can slow down this silent epidemic. I know just here in Tennessee alone, we'll lose 125 teens and young adults to suicide this week.
Say that again?
This week?
This week, we'll lose 125
125?
10 to 14 year olds.
125 in 1 week in Tennessee?
Just in Tennessee.
Wow.
Goodness
So
gracious.
you hear that number, you think, well, if it was anything else, killing our kids and teenagers like that, we'd be on it. We'd want somebody to do something. And that's one of the reasons we call it the silent epidemic. It's because it's happening and you don't hear about it nearly as much as you should.
Sometimes it happens without any warning.
Exactly. But,
Wow.
yeah.
How long have you been with Jason Foundation now? Because
Next week will be 3 months.
3 months.
Yep.
So what's been the biggest surprise or epiphany that you've had since you've been there?
The numbers. Before coming on with the Jason Foundation, I've been a youth pastor for the last decade. And it really made me think twice that I never once gave a message on what it looks like to struggle with your mental health, with suicidal ideations, and how that comes into your faith. And it breaks my heart a little bit because I feel like I let a lot of students down by not having that conversation. But I can say I'm a little bit better having that conversation now after doing a lot of reading, a lot of listening to what Mr. Clark and all the other people at the foundation have put together.
Well, whoever told you to apply for the counties, but our grant is a good person potentially.
No, it was not me this
I
time. You got this all
I
on
was
your own.
I was curious. 'Cause-
How did you find out about
Yeah, like,
applying
yeah.
for the grant then?
Honestly, I had the thought of like, hey, it's helpful if we can have some help, some backing from the places we serve. So I started compiling a list of places we've served. And I saw that we weren't working with the county government and felt like it'd be a really good place to start.
This is what they hired you for then. It all does make sense now.
I try to do my job a little bit.
It's a small part of what is a massive budget, but awareness is, I think, something that you can't really put a price tag on, and this is, so it's good that you're asking. Doesn't guarantee anything, but I think it's really important.
Does the city of Hendersonville chip in any?
Yeah, we get a grant from them every budget.
Do you know what that is?
Want to say It was 1,500.
Mhm.
It's
Okay.
on par with what the STARS programs are getting and the
Mhm.
other resources for students.
Any other cities in the county, like Gallatin or anywhere?
Not yet.
Okay.
Yes.
I was just curious.
that.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, well, great. Well, timeline-wise, it'll be mid-December at when all the different approvals have to be made, but we're definitely, we're in a situation where, so we're a subcommittee of our budget committee, so, with all the various different requests, it's well over the amount of money we have to allocate, but yeah, should be hearing back, mid-December.
Sounds great. I
All right.
appreciate y'all sounds great.
Yeah,
Appreciate it.
thank you.
Thank y'all very
Thank
much.
you.
See you, Donovan.
Behave. Right?
Take trash out when you get home.
Yes, ma'am.
All that SEC talk earlier, and I was just biting my lip.
Oh,
I couldn't help it when he
And now
showed.
we
And
thought
I
we found a
am not
friend.
an Ohio State fan, I'll be completely honest. But my husband is.
So,
And I'm a Illinois, and so I'm a Big Ten girl. So I
you
guess I-
switched allegiances,
I
see how
felt like right now I just needed to
That was your
support.
moment.
Yeah, it was.
That was so timely. I just lost a great nephew last week to suicide. And absolutely, like, no warning, like, it was horrible.
125
Well, I Googled it. I don't know.
in Tennessee.
It
That's
said
never heard
47 in 2023 all year. I don't know if that's how accurate
Over
that is.
50,000
I just Googled
nationwide.
it.
I know Portland's.
I'm sure he probably knows the number.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. Yeah.
Scary to think it's.
And young.
That's
gotten
sickening.
big.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's scary. We've had several
Now, there's
where I
a
live
reason
here.
that he's talking about 10 to
last few years.
14-year-olds, so.
And my
I mean,
nephew.
That's 500 a month,
No, nephew was 14, yeah.
10 to 14.
The last one used a computer cord.
Not
Was that
all
Sophie?
kids, just 10 to 14.
That's terrible.
Okay.
500 a month.
Oh, my,
Just
Jacob
can't
used
even
an
imagine.
electrical cord in the garage, so.
All right. Okay.
On
It's
that,
tragic, yeah.
Yeah. So here, where we are right now.
I have
If-
cut everything, and I'm still
I
at
have
100.
too. I'm at
115.
Yeah.
Oh, man, you're better
So,
than me.
110.
so let's, yeah, so everything, every request is at 142,625. And so what we have to do at this point in time is to get that down to at least 105,000.
Can we get down to 108,600?
yeah, sure. We can just pitch in a little
And
bit.
just
Yeah.
ask the county to give us 3,600.
And can I make a request that you do not make a motion until the very end?
Yeah, that's what
When
I was
you
gonna get to that.
say how, okay.
Yeah.
I do wonder, just before we kill ourselves, is there a scenario, sorry, I didn't mean to kill ourselves, but
Yes.
is there a scenario
bad timing.
where?
That was
Oh,
pretty-
too soon, Dean, too soon.
We need to have a moment of silence to let that
Please
pass.
strike that.
Strike that.
We all knew
Before
what
we
you
spin our
meant. It's
wheels.
fine.
Before we spin our wheels, thank you, Dylan. There's a few that are brand new that haven't been here before, and then there's obviously several that are asking for more
No, there's
money.
just one that's not been here.
Well, that's true, but let's say, compared to
Well-
last year, there's the ones that are brand new
There's
from.
two when you
that
include the
weren't-
Special Olympics.
Right.
Well,
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So, but I'm including also,
Home safe?
Home Safe,
Right.
because they've been funded in the past, but not recently.
Who's the other one?
And then I was including Mount Haven for some reason. I guess they weren't funded last year. It's been rare, so it's kind of in that unfamiliar territory. They weren't funded last year.
Also, along that line, White House Senior Center is ran by the county, and according to and that's-
City.
it's ran by the city, and according to something, the max we can do is 2,500.
That was some information that was provided last year.
That's what I kept in my budget.
Yeah. For a lot of years, we didn't fund them because they were just a department of the city. And then we made space for them because we do, realize that they are doing good work, important work for a population.
Let's
How do
go
we
down,
start?
so,
Hold on, sorry, I
yeah,
cut Deanna.
What I was gonna say,
Yeah.
just with my
Do we
train
need
of
to shut
thought
that
is.
door?
No, it's
Oh, that's
recorded.
never mind.
Just, yes, suppose if I include Home Safe, Mountain Haven, Jason Foundation, and the Special Olympics that are new compared to last year, that's $8,300. Is there a scenario where we appeal in bringing this back for an increase in the budget?
No,
Okay.
We have to stay at 105.
105, that's what we've been provided.
Okay.
That's
well,
what
I
we
have-
need that's what we need to do. Now, if we want to have a 105 and then, hey, here's a 105, and then, hey, here's a secondary, I made it up, to 2,500 for them to consider, but we need something that's 105.
Yeah, understood. I
yeah.
guess, and that's where I was thinking if somebody who's a member of the budget committee wanted to bring this proposal back with here's your 105, and we're missing these 3 or 4 that, are new
Yeah.
to this year.
But yeah,
Anyway.
that goes along with what I'm saying,
Yeah.
or trying to say at least, is
How do we get to 105?
here's a 105, and then if we want to, propose another additional to that, then we can, but it's the 105 is the first point.
Okay.
All right.
How do we do this?
Maybe
So-
put those 4 to the bottom of the list.
Yeah,
Leave
so-
them separate.
Okay. All right, so what we'll do, and what at the very end, we'll have one motion, but, let's just go down and see what our initial thoughts are down the agenda items.
Okay.
I put the Special Olympics down at the very bottom, just for my list, but
And where'd you put Home Safe? Down there.
where they are.
Okay.
Like, Home Safe's on there as H, it's on the agenda. Everybody else was on the agenda.
Okay, I'm looking at the, okay.
Spreadsheet or agenda?
I was looking at the
Agenda.
spreadsheet, that's,
Look on the agenda.
all right,
That's a note for next year.
okay.
If this spreadsheet could align with the agenda, that would
Yeah.
be a little bit helpful.
Yes,
All right,
sir.
all right, here we go. Gallatin Child Care Center, they requested 5,000. Last year we gave them 1,000.
We gave them just 3,
All right,
or double.
Gallatin
Just
Child
2.
Care was for the playground, yeah, okay.
yeah, it's for the playground specifically.
I know it's specific.
Last year was the first year they've asked, they requested 25, we cut them to 1,000. This year they requested 5,000. So, I mean,
I would try to start them at 3,500 as 1,000 plus the 2,500 max.
Yeah.
I like it.
Realizing that community child care and Gallatin child care pals, those are touching some of the people that are, the children, we were talking, right, children. that are-
I only had them at 3 in my budget again, I'm just.
Oh,
No,
yeah, yeah.
No, I mean, I mean, I get it.
Gotta
We're,
start at
we're,
point.
No, I
Like-
get it. No, I get it. I'm just teasing.
we're gonna have to,
We're trying to.
Shade.
wherever we get through here, we're gonna have another 10,000 to go, so,
Okay,
I
so
mean,
you're
so-
gonna try it at 35.
yeah, we're gonna keep it at 35 for right now.
Okay.
Gallatin seniors,
It's just hit all these tough ones right at the top.
they requested 14. Last year, they requested 17, we gave them 5.
So they're building off of 5 though, right?
I
What if we
mean,
gave them 6?
I'm giving them 5, in my opinion.
Are you able to get any information, Dylan, about what United Way has allocated to senior centers?
Oh, yeah.
They are, said I'm out of town on a work trip. As soon as I get back to the hotel, I'll look on my laptop,
Yeah.
but I haven't heard anything.
I was just curious how United Way, because they do so much due diligence.
All right, so Portland requested 10
So Jerry, you got it at there.
Are you leaving that at 5 then?
for Gallatin seniors.
Okay.
5.
You're leaving it at 5?
Mhm.
Okay.
Portland, they requested 10, I've got them currently at 10.
That's all I've got.
Oh, that's all I had.
Hendersonville senior citizens, they requested 20 last year. Last year, they got 18.
Can we just keep it at 18 for right now?
For right now, that's fine.
I think it might help to tell all the senior centers that we just kept you all at where you were last year.
That might be an easy, a fair way to say it.
Except for Westmoreland. Westmoreland last year the first year that they, last year was the first year that they applied, so.
Westmoreland, no,
No.
24.
Well, I think
Oh,
that
I'm
they
sorry,
just,
you're right.
they just
24.
didn't
Yeah.
one year that have director or something.
All right, so we're at Westmoreland now. Last year, they requested 35. We gave them 35. This year, they're requesting 6.
And they followed the rules unlike a
And
lot
this,
of others.
yeah, and this,
Mhm.
and this is for her salary, right? That's,
Yeah, that's what she
yeah,
said.
that's what it's for.
She does so much with so little. Can we give them 4? Well, I guess if we're keeping all the senior citizen centers the same.
We don't have to do that.
I like 4.
I like 4.
Let's give them 4 for now. All right, Grace Place, last year requested 5, got 2,500. This year requesting 5. I mean, I'd be okay going to 0.
I was gonna say, I don't mean to be unkind, but there's a lot of, they have a really big budget compared to some of the other people, and I almost feel like they're headed towards like a more independent business module than a charitable. I mean, I understand they're still a charity helping,
Yeah.
but they're almost, with all of their
Self-sustaining.
fundraising, self-sustaining. And like $15,000 for the, I just have concerns about some of the higher end items. I'm not trying to begrudge anybody anything, because they provide a fabulous service for our county
Sure.
that is well needed.
It's a well-oiled system.
Oh, she
that
says.
All right, so we're gonna put 0 for now.
Yeah, I have them at 0.
All right.
She don't,
Habitat for Humanity. If
I
we're
would
at
like to see you try to keep them at 2,500.
Can we try 2,500?
All right, we'll
I'm
do
okay
20.
with 0.
We'll do 2,500 for now. We'll come back.
We'll put
We're-
that
I put
we're
an
gonna-
asterisk, I put an asterisk beside it. No,
Yeah, I'm okay with,
Habitat for Humanity, last year asked for 2,500, we gave them 2,500. Last year was their first time on my notes.
I'm okay with
This-
2,500.
Yeah, this year they're asking for 5, keep them at 25.
I'm okay with that if everybody else is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so.
Home Safe,
This is so hard.
yeah.
Mm.
Home Safe, for whatever reason, they didn't ask last year. 2 years ago, they asked for 3, we gave them 1,500. This year, they're asking for 3.
I thought she did a really good job with nothing. I'd love to give her 3 if it's in the budget. I just feel like.
Technically, we're capped at 25 because it's the
Okay.
first year.
First year, okay.
They
That's
didn't
what
do
I
it,
was-
they didn't
I
do
would
it
love
last
to give
year.
her 25.
If we could,
Okay, let's,
I thought she did really well.
okay.
That program, just FYI, I know that when we first started this nonprofit allocation committee, that was a year where they had really, she's been there for a lot of years, but there had been some rebuilding years where it had kind of, I don't know if they had closed or they had just really, they didn't have the leadership available to even respond. So it's an organization that's, you've got Grace Place and Home Safe, different total,
Yeah.
what they're trying to achieve are different things, but they're servicing a similar population. But you have that dichotomy of what we see in some of these other institutions where you have just a very high-performing team doing really
100% great
exceptional
analogy.
work. And Home Safe is doing a whole lot without, more bootstrap budget.
Oh, when she was talking about loading up the truck for the one girl, we're just taking her, moving her out, like, okay, that's great.
Mont Haven. 2 years ago, that was the 40,000, we gave them 25. Last year, they asked for 5, we gave them 0. This year, they're asking for 2,500.
I think that's another one to use Ms. Jill's. That seems very heading towards self-sustaining to me. I think they do phenomenal work, and it is a
Agreed.
population that's not on here. But when you look at their financials, they're very
Doing well.
close to being self-sustaining.
I agree.
I think it's probably a lot like Grace Place, if you tried to keep them in there for the awareness and for supporting what they're doing for veterans and,
That's true.
We're gonna do a maybe then and then?
Why don't we change both of those to 1,000?
Okay.
Grace Place and Mont Haven?
Yeah.
Okay.
That way, we recognize it, appreciate it, but we realize their financials are a lot different than a lot of these other organizations.
So Grace Place 1,000?
Yes, Grace Place 1,000 and Mont Haven 1,000. All right. Neighborhood Health Salva Center, is that the one that no-showed today?
I would do 1,000.
Okay.
They asked for 5. Last year we gave them 25.
I'm
And
okay
the
with
reason for
1,000.
that is if you're not, I mean, did they?
Have they checked
have
email? They
emailed you or anything?
No.
Okay.
I'm okay with what Dylan said.
1,000 or 15?
Yeah.
What you say?
I mean, she said she was coming when I talked to
I
her
don't
before.
mean to be ugly, but
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm
I
assuming
don't think you are,
there's
Yeah.
if you're being fair, yeah.
I'm assuming there's a
I would.
real reason.
Probably, yeah.
It's, yeah. Everybody who's running these nonprofits are chasing their tail and they're bootstrapped. Salvus is providing health care for those who can't afford it, and what they do is remarkable with the way they connect service
Right.
providers to the need.
Mhm.
They're doing amazing work, but this is a recurring problem of not being able to follow
Well, that's what I was
through.
fixing to
Yeah.
say. This is happens
Not new.
almost every year.
Almost
Yeah.
every year.
So,
Oh, wow. Okay.
All right, UT Extension, last year, we bumped them up to 5. This year, they requested 5.
4.
Okay.
I'm okay with 5. I love 4-H.
I do
Yeah.
too.
It
I think
made
it
a
does
huge
a,
impact in my life.
Yeah,
but-
I think they're a good
my
service.
kids too.
So let's start it at 5. Let's keep it
Okay,
at
5?
Okay, we'll keep it at 5 for now. Decision choices and options.
I think absolutely keep it at what it is.
And you still got, I'm impressed.
All right.
He's like, how did you get
So
this?
let's-
I know, I
let's-
cut them to 10 and I still am way over, so I don't know.
So we'll keep them, we'll circle back around that.
Yeah.
That one's obviously a
Let's
big,
circle back.
yeah, 15,
Yeah.
which is what they requested. Sumner County CASA, they requested 75,
What were they last year?
75.
75.
And the thing to keep in mind
Yeah.
with them is it really does save the taxpayers money because the county's gonna have to almost fund it,
Right.
no matter what.
I'm
It's
okay
just
with
coming
that.
from
they
the
work.
market.
They're like Ashley's place. They're with the sheriff's department.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, Sumner Spay and Neuter, last year, they asked for 13, we gave them 14. This year, they asked for 17. I'm okay with keeping it at 14.
I'm okay with 14 or 15.
I have 15.
Yeah, I have
15
one
too.
with 15. Yeah,
I'm okay with either one of those.
yeah,
we try
14 or
15?
15. I have
I'm
15.
not clear, so I know that, okay, so if the county wasn't paying for the services they're receiving from the Sumner Spay Neuter Alliance, I would understand why we went from 0 to
Sure.
14. But I don't really understand why we went from 0 2 years ago to 14 last year.
From my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, it was in the ad hocs for those animal control. It was almost like not a back pay situation, that's not the right word, but the county was sending them very unhealthy animals they were having to take on the medical responsibilities for, so it was kind of trying to help offset those.
I mean, the
costs.
county was paying for the services, or at
We
least
are
the
now,
services
yes.
provided.
Yes.
Okay.
Now.
But I think we would send them for a spay, they were doing the spay, but also giving them
Nutritional.
all these
Other-
other kinds of things.
yeah,
And so
other-
we
And
said-
it's not that the county was malnourishing.
No, they were
culture,
just
they were
taking
just
them
taking
in.
in
Correct.
really bad
Correct.
situations, so there's
Yeah.
no fault on I don't
No.
think, I mean, I
Yeah.
think animal control's always been strapped to try to do the right thing there too.
So let's keep them 14 for now.
I think I would keep it.
She mentioned some ad hoc committee throwing out that 17 number, but I don't have any.
I texted Chairman Schoaf and he said, I have no idea where it's from.
Okay.
All right, White House seniors,
2,500.
yeah, we
Yeah.
gave them 2,500 last year. They requested that 6825, which is a third, but
Because it
keep them
also
at
only
25.
sounds like they're doing meals.
And
Right.
they're charging for the meals, which is different than any of the other senior
Yeah.
centers. The
Yeah.
other seniors are bringing in donations or covering those meals.
But remember, they're run by the city,
Yes. I
so
think 2,500
they're
is
gonna
good.
be funded regardless.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Just saying.
true. But yeah, all that money is a third of their meal costs, right? That's what
Yeah,
it
they're
is.
losing
so.
what, 250 on each?
Mhm,
I
okay.
think 2,500.
All right, Community Life Bridge. Last year we cut them to 0.
It's
No,
just
I don't know if they
2,500.
just
That's
Yeah,
2,500 on my list.
Like 25.
for last year.
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't
Or
think-
maybe that's a typo. No, I don't know. I have to figure out where it is.
Show 15, well,
Yeah, I
here's the
showed-
file from Jessica shows 1,500 2 years ago, 2,500 last year.
Okay,
received and then 2,500 requested this year.
okay. Was last
Yeah,
year
they got
105?
2,500 last year.
Okay, all right, so last year was, okay, good. Updating my sheet. All right, community childcare services,
So
Wait, we
which,
keep it at
2,500,
2,500?
yes.
Leave it at 25.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Unless someone has different. Okay. Community childcare service, last year 7,500, this year they requested 7,500.
My only concern about that, I don't have a problem, I mean, they're out of the church, but they're not even at capacity.
I have them at 5 because of that.
Yeah, that's what
Mhm.
I was thinking. Because the people
But I
are still
understand-
paying.
Right, I
Yeah,
understand the
as soon as they
vouchers.
get the it sounds like to me, if I heard it right, as soon as they get vouchers from the state, if they get them, then they'll take them in to get them back up to capacity. But it sounded to me like the vouchers from the state is their only reason they're not at capacity.
Yeah, and that's a point in time kind of.
And didn't
Yeah.
the prices still seem, was it just because I don't have anybody in childcare, were the prices still high even with their
it
discounts
seemed
and
like that to
stuff?
me.
They're not, still low? Okay,
$300 a week, it's super low.
okay.
Okay.
See, I don't have any kids in
For,
childcare.
Yeah.
let me edit
Super
that.
low, yeah.
For all-inclusive, good childcare.
Gotcha.
For an infant too.
Yes.
No, for an infant,
Yeah.
that's true.
You can't hardly find anybody that takes a year.
So what do we want to put them
I
at?
would
wanna
love me
put
to
them
keep them at their 7,500
Mhm.
as an
The,
operation.
the other note I have on them is they have, their interest income is $100,000 a year.
Yeah, I did ask about whether or not they have an endowment, because
That's a lot of money to get off of
Mhm.
interest.
which makes me
Actually,
think
it's
they have an
105,000.
endowment.
Total. And I understand and I appreciate the forward planning that they have of, hey, if a disaster hits, we're not scrambling.
That
Might
might not
go
have been,
either way.
that might not have been fully explained, because she said that's money that we just keep in the budget, but, I mean, it's shown here as interest income. And if there's interest of over $100,000, that's a pretty massive endowment.
Yeah.
Or
Which
stockpile of investment money.
I can compromise on this one if somebody feels strongly one way or the other.
I don't. You said you wanted to try.
Well, I feel that these are, I would, because these are-
7,500 put an asterisk by it, come back?
It's been 7,500 for the last 2 years.
I think these are family situations that are
Mhm.
Okay.
pretty desperate.
All right, the hats, habilitation training services, we gave them 25 last year, they're requesting 25 again.
I'm not familiar with them very much.
It's, a lot of what they do, he talked about everything, but it's those seniors with disabilities and creating, life for them. And then that early intervention, that's your birth to age 3.
Yeah, they do
That's the
like,
biggest portion of the,
they're like the same as like pay setters where I live, so like I know, like we got those services for Berkeley and we were able to, like they built us a fence, like we had to pay for it and then they reimbursed us. And they do all kinds of stuff like that for,
is
you know.
$1,000 the right answer here, just like we did with some of these other large self-sustaining?
That's what I was
Like
thinking.
Grace Place and.
Yeah.
Mountain.
Yeah,
It's-
cause they're big.
They're huge.
Yeah, yeah,
Is that the one that was like 6 million?
Oh,
yeah, they're
What
really
are we
big.
at?
$500 short.
Let's
Or
keep
over,
going.
I mean.
No, you got a different list than I do.
I do.
So far. All right,
Just plugged in some.
so Jason Foundation, they're asking.
So what did we decide on hats?
1,000.
1,000.
I have a Jason Foundation at 1,000 also. Same
Same
argument.
I'm good with that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I have on Jason anyway.
So what's your grand total now?
So
Special Olympics.
Jason's 1,000, Special Olympics 800.
I have 1,000.
Oh, and Special Olympics, that's T, right?
That is
Special Olympics
T.
at 1,000.
I did more.
All right,
Yeah, I have
Mine-
1,000 in
yeah.
Special Olympics.
1,000?
Mhm.
Yeah, let's just make it an equal 1,000.
Yeah, mine, it's a different request, just only because it's an expense they had in the past that they're not gonna have that expense. It was literally the temporary porta potties.
Can we
because
put that
because
as
they
the
couldn't.
attachment?
Do what?
Can we put that as the attachment you talked about? Just say, hey, here's our money, but could we reimburse the Special Olympics $1,000 for the porta potties they had to spend? Just a one-time reimbursement?
Or the 800.
Oh, you mean like as a,
Let's go to 105 plus 800.
Yeah.
good.
I mean,
I mean, if doing that their expense and all they're asking for is to reimburse the 800.
But to me,
I'm not
that
opposed
also
as,
shows their heart. Like, hey, I'm not even asking for anything more than what we absolutely have to. And maybe it's because the ties that I've had to that organization in the past, but they do it's talking about doing a lot with them.
Yeah.
There's a lot of kids in Sumner County that are seen those days that they're not seen otherwise.
Where are we?
okay, so
Hopefully they
putting
continue
them-
to expand to other counties.
Yeah.
putting them at 1,000 brings us to 105,500.
Oh.
$500.
But we haven't done DCO yet.
Yeah, we've done all of them so far.
Yeah.
We did first
What did y'all
pass.
do with that one?
Left it.
DCO 15.
15, okay. I didn't get that,
Yeah.
sorry.
So right now, so these aren't the final numbers.
But also,
I'm gonna go through.
Can I also add that about DCO? I meant to say that. We bumped them up to 15 in the past because of the lost federal grant, which they have now replaced with
Yeah. that
Tennessee
other one.
government.
Mhm.
Yeah.
They do such a good
So
job.
if we,
They are
I'm
so
saying,
needed.
if we drop them to 14.5, only $500 less, that gets us to 105.
Well, what if we just drop community childcare to 7,000?
Let's, hey. Let me bring that in here, real quick. These aren't the final
We've all
numbers.
got decisions, choices, and options, you know.
So listen, all right.
All right.
I'm gonna go, these aren't, obviously, they're not the final because they're too high, but I'm gonna go through, make sure everyone's
This is darn
scribble.
This is
Yeah,
close
it is
enough to
close.
government work.
This is
Yeah, I
pretty
know.
good.
All right, we got Gallatin Child Care Center, 3,500. Gallatin Senior Citizens, 5,000. Portland Senior Citizens, 10,000. Hendersonville Senior Citizens, 18,000. Westmoreland Seniors, 4,000. Grace Place, 1,000. Habitat, 2,500. Home Safe, 2,500. Mont Haven, 1,000. Neighborhood Health Salvis, 1,000. UT Extension, 5,000. Decision Choice Options, 15,000. Sumner County CASA, 7,500. Spay and Neuter, 14,000. White House Seniors, 2,500. Community Life Bridge, 2,500. Community Child Care Service, 7,500. Habilitation Training Services, 1,000. Jason Foundation, 1,000. Area 21 Special Olympics, 1,000. So that's
105.
That's 105.5. So
What about if we just drop spay and neuter to 13.5?
Okay.
Because you said we were making up that gap from in the past at one time possibly.
Yeah, I'm good with that. Second.
no votes yet.
Yeah.
But you're saying spay and neuter from 14 to 13.5?
Yes.
Yeah. Doesn't that bring us right at budget?
That does. So everything I just mentioned, except the spay and neuters at 13.5 right now. So that does.
Is that a motion?
Well, so that equates to 105 exactly. Are there any other line items here that someone would like to revisit? If not, well, we can move forward with voting. But I want to give everybody 30 seconds here.
I think that's spot on.
I'll wait for Ms.
I
DeWitt.
don't know, it might scare you if we thought too much along. You go ahead and worry about that, Dylan. I don't know, she was saying. Are you comfortable with everything, Deanna?
Close enough. I'm good. I'm just looking down the list. I'm
Okay.
good with that. I'll second it.
All right, so yeah, let's.
I think we all
so
agree,
for-
if we had another $10,000, we would like to
So-
do more with everything.
So why don't we go with the 105, but then let's also make a request for next year's, during the budget cycle, to bump it up to whatever, 115,
I'd like to make a motion that
125,
we
or
bump
whatever.
up the next allocation for next year
Yeah.
to 115,000.
Second.
Okay, so we can make that request secondary here. So let's go back here. Jessica, do you need me to say the numbers again?
I'll just go down them really quick.
Okay, go ahead.
Gallatin childcare 3,500, Gallatin seniors 5,000, Portland seniors 10,000, Hendersonville seniors 18,000, Westmoreland seniors 4,000, Grace Place 1,000, Habitat 2,500, Home Safe 2,500, Mont Haven 1,000, Neighborhood Health 1,000, Sumner 4-H 5,000, DCO 15,000, Sumner County CASA 7,500, Sumner Spay and Neuter 13,500. City of White House 2,500, Community Life Bridge 2,500, Community Child Care 7,500, Hats 1,000, the Jason Foundation 1,000, Area 21 Special Olympics 1,000.
Okay. All right, so is there a motion for what she just said?
I'll move.
So move.
Okay, got a motion and there's
Second.
a second. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Show that passes unanimously. And
Do you
then
want a
I
second
think,
motion?
Ms. Rathert had a second motion.
I would like to make a motion that we ask the budget committee or the county commission, whichever one
Go
deals
to,
with
go to
this,
budget first
that we increase this budget to 115,000 for next year.
for next year's cycle. So there's a motion to request to go up to 115 for next year's cycle, and there's a second.
Anybody want to make it 125?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I would like to make it
Okay.
125.
125.
Okay, so the maker of the motion's okay with 125. So we'll
Yes.
just change the motion
Okay.
to 125. Seconds okay with that?
Second's good with that.
125 is the request. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Show that passes unanimously. Before we before we end the meeting, lessons learned or suggestions for improving this for next year's cycle, send emails to Jessica, and she'll keep track of everything.
Thank you.
And
for
Yeah, you
appreciate
did a
all
fabulous
everything
job.
Jessica
You
did.
did a great job.
I know this is a lot putting all this together, so.
You made it easy to understand for the first timers.
Oh,
And now you know it's an all-day.
I'm glad, thank you.
So then,
But
so
you'll learn a lot
that being
about
said,
a lot.
so please don't forget to do that while it's fresh on our mind.
Yeah.
If she's got a whole bunch of other documentation.
Yeah.
So if there's any other paperwork we would like to see included or whatnot, just give that information to her while it's fresh on her mind. Other than that, is there a motion to adjourn?
So move.
Second. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All right. Appreciate it. Thank y'all very, very much.